Order. Questions for oral answer. Ms. Mariam Jafar.
Mrs. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer questions 1 and 2 together?
Please go ahead.
HPB and Sport SG have undertaken many initiatives to raise awareness of the risk of muscle loss and encourage strength training. This includes jointly issuing the Singapore Physical Activity Guidelines, which recommend that adults engage in muscle strengthening activities at least twice per week, conducting outreach through multiple channels, exploring organizing gym orientation workshops to familiarize seniors with gym equipment, and offering various structured physical training programs in the community, such as Start to Move, a beginner-friendly program with guided introduction to strength-building exercises in a supportive environment. A significant development is the expansion of community nodes, such as the Active Aging Centre Network. With this expansion, plus the Healthy 365 app, we can better reach out to seniors and engage them in strength training exercises.
Mr. Ip Hong Nguyen. Oh, sorry, Ms. Jafar, you have a SQ.
Maybe let me clarify. I'm asking actually not really for seniors who I think are supported by the AACs, but in my house visits, I've gotten an increasing number of people in their 40s, 50s. They don't really want to exercise with seniors, but they're starting to feel in their holidays, they're getting tired easily and things like that, so they want to keep functional independence. So I have three SQs. One is, can the minister share whether the ministry has tracked functional outcomes of those who have been involved in the programs that you cited for seniors, or perhaps some programs that you have that exist for younger seniors too. For example, CALM in the Active SG, and whether there has been a significant benefit in their functional performance since. My second SQ is for middle. I think, did you answer question 1 and 2 or just 1? Both. Okay. So for question. And then I think for my second SQ is, I guess, for the middle age and older people in their 40s and 50s who are less active today but want to start and lack the confidence to start with gym equipment. How does the ministry ensure that there are programs that are safely guided and appropriately paced through Active SG gyms and other community partners? And as strength training is expanded under Healthier SG, how will the ministry ensure that there are enough venues as well as enough trained instructors to provide a consistent quality and safe venues? And I will bring in my written PQ, which is a request whether the ministry will consider working with MCCY to get an Active SG facility in the Admiralty part of Woodlands, where there currently isn't any. Today they have to go to Woodlands Swimming Complex. It's the only Active SG facility in the area, or Sembawang. Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the first question as to whether we are tracking the functional outcomes, we do for some of the more structured programs. The data, though I do not have the details with me, if the member is interested in some of those, perhaps you could file a further PQ on that. On the second one, when it relates to those who may not be as familiar with the gym equipments, I can imagine the concern and how we want to encourage people to use the gyms more. For the Active SG gyms, actually there are trainers who are on site who are very willing to support and encourage those who come and attend to use the equipments. We also have introductory programs for those who may not be familiar with the gym equipments, and so I hope these are things that will encourage some of the new users to use the gyms more often. On the third question, I know that Ms. Mariam is asking for her constituency, and I'm sure many others feel the same way. For the North, as you know, some attention is being given to see how we can look at the needs. I do not want to preempt the answer to the written PQ, but we can definitely look into this. At the moment, as you know, the Healthy 365 app is quite comprehensive. So there are actually already in existence many opportunities and places. Perhaps we could look at where the gaps are and look at how we can improve that. But I would encourage those of your residents whom you say are not very familiar and are lethargic and they do want to seek some guidance, the Healthy 365 app does provide a very good starting point, and perhaps that could be an initial introduction to a change in the healthy living of the residents.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, the previous 30 by 30 strategy sought to develop local capability and capacity to produce 30% of our nutritional needs by 2030. This has evolved into the Singapore Food Story 2, which aims to bring about overall food resilience. This ensures that we have sufficient food supply in times of disruption. Local food production is one of the food security pillars of the Singapore Food Story 2, complemented by 3 other pillars, which are import diversification, stockpiling, and global partnerships. That said, we want to work with our local farms to build the capability and capacity to supply 20% of our local consumption of fresh, leafy, and fruited vegetables, bean sprouts, and mushrooms, and 30% of our local consumption of eggs and seafood. The revised local production targets take into account the important role of local food production as a regenerative and assured source of fresh food, the strengths of our local farming ecosystem, and we take into account their potential of growth. We will focus on food types that are feasible to be produced at scale efficiently, and this is consistently applied in our grants and land tenders. Protein types such as meats are not part of the revised targets due to factors such as resource efficiency, land intensity, and climate conditions. Alternative protein is also excluded given the nascency of this sector. What we are not intending to produce locally, such as rice and poultry, will be considered under other pillars of the Singapore Food Story 2, such as import diversification and stockpiling. So the revised targets balance ambition and pragmatism by considering what we can produce and scale locally, as well as the challenges of our nascent sector faces, including higher production costs and the need for substitute demand. To achieve them, we will continue to find ways to support new and existing farms in lowering production costs, building capability, strengthening the supply resilience of inputs, and enhancing demand offtake. The government will continue to invest efforts in building local production capability and capacity, because food security is a joint responsibility that requires the nation's collective efforts. We also need strong support from local consumers and businesses, which is essential for our farms to achieve scale and commercial viability. We will provide more information on our support schemes at the coming COS, so stay tuned. Thank you.
SMS Zaki, I assume you're answering question 3 and 4, right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm answering question 3 and 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the SMS for its reply. I have 2 SQs. First concerns farms. Small farms and food producers form part of Singapore's SME landscape. What concrete job creation or retention targets accompany the new production goals, especially for sectors affected by high production costs and workforce shortages? My second SQ pertains to consumers. Given that locally produced food often costs more than imported alternatives, how did the ministry assess the potential price impacts on households if the revised targets are met? What measures are in place to prevent local production from inadvertently raising food prices for Singaporean families? Thank you.
SMS Zaki.
Well, I thank the member for his questions. Very important ones, especially if you're thinking of how we're supporting the local production of our farm, in our farms. Well, over the past few years, as member has highlighted, that the global agri-food sector has faced headwinds. We have also faced supply chain disruptions ever since COVID-19, and we've seen how that's impacted us. Of course, Singapore also faces other challenges such as high energy costs, labor constraints, especially, farming is not exactly one of the more favored jobs, as a member was alluding to. And therefore, I think in terms of how we support our farms, it has to be in sustainable ways, such as capability development, providing funding and schemes through our agri-food cluster transformation fund. And this helps our farms build up capability in new areas such as agri-tech. So we've seen farms such as Green Harvest, as an example, who today own several farm plots and already supply to many of our supermarkets, even markets, wet markets as well. And while they have been established over decades, right, they have also been able to transform. They set up a joint venture, Green Harvest, together with Team Build Construction. And today, if you compare their traditional farms, which are in Lim Chu Kang, and their new farms, I think you can see that the yields are about 3 times more than what they do in the traditional farms, using agri-tech, using new technologies, using new ways of doing things. So we want to help our farmers transform, because with higher yields, it also means that they can be more competitive. They can provide a different suite of offerings. And certainly when we think about Singapore's land constraints, where only 1% of our farms our land use is dedicated to farms and farming, I think then we have to be really smart about how we use our farms to achieve these outputs. But having said that, I'm also going to say that I think it's also important that when we look at agri-tech, agri-food use, new technology, new capabilities, it also has to overcome some of our constraints. Energy use, I think, is one area in which some of our new farms are able to overcome, in which you are now looking at low energy type facilities where you can reduce energy costs, and at the same time, automation helps us reduce manpower. So I've spoken about Green Harvest today that already produces about 3 times the yield of traditional farms. On the extreme end, we also have Green Phyto, which I think some of you may have read in the news, launched last week at a cost of about $80 billion investment, but not everyone can reach that. That's the extreme. That, I think, what it claims to do is to get up to about almost 45 times yield of our traditional farms. So if you can get to somewhere in between as well, then that, I think, changes the game for agri-food sector or tech sector. And I want us to imagine a very different food sector in the near future, where we talk about not just food resilience in terms of local farming, but also how we use our other pillars in the Singapore food story, which has evolved food resilience, our food resilience narrative. So I've spoken about stockpiling in my last sitting. There's also import diversification. There is also global partnerships, which you probably noticed, some of the recent agreements that we made. But I think more importantly, I think it's really about overcoming our land constraints, but thinking about how we achieve our outputs and productions in a very different manner from where it is today. Thank you.
Mr. Tengru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 SQs for the SMS. The first is, given the shift from to 2030 target to 2035, what prevents further deadline extensions if headwinds persist, particularly given the current uncertainty around the geopolitical climate as well? The second is in relation to, especially for the food security, and to help us better understand our food security situation. If Singapore's food imports were to stop completely, how many days could the country sustain itself on local production alone under these new targets? And my third SQ is that given the original 30 by 30 goal was described as aspirational, could I just ask for confirmation whether these new targets are targets or aspirations? Thank you.
Mr. Miyazaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her questions. Let me take us back one step before I think I'll start with your third question first on whether 30 by 30 and where we are on the Singapore food story. I think the member will recall when we started the 30 by 30 plan, it really was about, it was really in 2019 when we embarked on the 30 by 30 vision, where we wanted to grow a local food strategy to build food supply resilience. And that was, I think, how we got Singaporeans to really think about food resilience, how we build this story and how we build this narrative of relying on local produce, helping local produce grow and support us in times of difficulty or challenges when it comes to supply disruption. And certainly, even then, we had some forms of the other pillars with stockpiling and others. But I think since 2019, we've gone through several rounds of challenges and disruptions, which has taught us that we actually have other options too. So that gave us the confidence to look at different options as Singapore learned from various things. For example, if you recall COVID-19, we had border closures, we had supply disruptions, which got us to think about, supply diversification when it comes to eggs, when it comes to chickens. It also got us thinking about, whether we need to strengthen stockpiling. And therefore, in the last sitting, we had PQs on stockpiling as well and what we do with rice and we do with chicken. So with greater options now, I'm not solely reliant on local food production only, but and we also have to manage risk, right? So we look at risk profiling, and therefore, in the short term, I think what's required is really to think about how we develop the Singapore food story in a slightly different way. So we now set ourselves new goals, which is 20% through leafy and vegetable greens, fruity greens, as well as proteins for 30%, which I think we are already somewhat there for the protein side. We're about 26% out of 30. We're about 8% out of 20 for the leafy vegetables, which we think over time we can grow. But overall, I would say this, that our yield production has certainly shown promise. If you look at the stats between 2019 and 2024, the productivity of farms has increased from 10%, has increased in yield by 10% for vegetables, 17% for seafood, and 50% for eggs. So I think that gives very good promise in terms of whether we are able to meet a 2035 target. And certainly is something that we are doing more than just aspirations. We are tracking quite carefully. As I said, we are tracking the statistics. We are putting in program schemes to ensure and help our farmers transform to achieve those goals as well. But certainly, if you think about the Singapore Food Story Security Plan, I think we got to then reframe the thought that it's more than just local production supplying 30% of our nutritional needs to one of 4 pillars of food security: local production, import diversification, stockpiling, and putting in global partnerships. I think these put together gives us a bit more options. Are we changing the goalposts? I think that's one question some people ask me all the time. And really, I think maybe it's not so much thinking in terms of goalposts, but maybe perhaps I'm giving you a better goalkeeper, a goalkeeper that can perhaps save the day with more options or more plays or more toolkits in this playbook. And this is, I think, one way in which we can ensure food security in Singapore in terms of need. Question on whether how many days we can survive, I think that's something that we keep it for national security too. As I spoke about stockpiling, it's not wise for us to reveal how long we can hold out with our stockpiles. But I would like to assure members that this is something that we watch very closely to ensure that in times of need, in times of security, we want to attain and ensure some sort of normalcy in the short term, such that you don't feel too much of difference in terms of how we practice and what we eat every day. And that's where stockpiles come in. But over time, you will need to look at other options, whether it's local food security or by hopefully then we're able to find options through our diversification efforts. So with that, thank you very much.
I want to clear as many questions as I can during this question time. I still see quite a few hands. Please keep your questions short, and the same applies to the front bench answering. Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, SMS. Well, if the 3030 was a moonshot, then I think it makes sense to come back to Earth and find spots that will work as well. So on that note, I'd like to ask the SMS, can you share more about our diversification strategy and which are the non-traditional countries that we have started importing more food from? Thank you.
SMS Zaki.
Well, the short answer is that's not part of this PQ, so you may want to find another PQ. But having said that, an example would have been chickens. I think we've seen how we've coped with COVID supply chains, the supply chain disruption during COVID. And we've gone from just Malaysia to other countries such as Brazil. If you think about eggs, we went all the way to Ukraine. but I think you can find the whole list of diversified sources out in the SFA website too. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank the SMS for the answers. I filed 2 questions for yesterday's sitting, and the Minister said that this will be addressed today. So one question regarding how will the SFA support and transition farms that have invested heavily in technology to meet the original target, but now whose produce is less aligned with the new protein and fiber targets? And what enhanced grants or offtake schemes are available to assist? So I haven't really quite heard the answer to this question. I have actually one SQ to this. Will the government consider going beyond one-off grants for capital expenditure and offer grants to help with operating expenditure? And one SQ for my fiber question, has SFA considered whether narrowing the recognized fiber crop set increase systemic risks such as pest or climate vulnerability? And if so, what will be the mitigation measures? Thank you.
SMS Zaki.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to answer this question. To the members' questions on costs and vulnerability, I think it's something that really depends on your mode of farming. If you are dealing with traditional land farms, of course, you've got things like soil disease, you have things like pests and other things that, and farm and vegetable diseases that could spread, and you have that kind of risk. Of course, where you have the extreme case where you have agri-tech farms in very controlled environments, I think that also provides a different sort of environment which helps to mitigate risk, and we find that some of our farmers have already moved in this space. So, as I mentioned earlier on, Green Phyto is one, but you have others like Green Harvest and Ely farms who have also done some transformations to put, their crops in greenhouses, which reduce the effects of climate. And therefore, a number of our farms that we've invested in, or funded out of our schemes, not so much invested in, let me rephrase that, we didn't invest in, but we funded through our schemes, have been many of these new climate resilient farms too, which helps in terms of yield because you have also shielded yourself from the weather as one example. And of course, that reduces pests as well. On other areas in which members spoke about, including whether we will fund operating costs, I think that's always a danger down, a slippery slope, because ultimately, where we want to focus on is really capability building, looking at new areas in which we can support. So I'll give you examples. We have a hatchery center and a broodstock center, which helps for example, get higher yields for our egg stock. We also have hatcheries that also improve the quality of fingerlings so that aquaculture can also be farmed and raised with higher yields and who are stronger in terms of survivability rates. So these, I think, help farms in more game-changing ways than just helping to fund the operating costs, which may continue in current modes, current forms, which are not sustainable in the long term. But I think what we want to do, as I shared, is really build new capability, new capacities, and new ways of farming, which maximizes yield, which helps overcome our constraint in land and other weaknesses that we have in terms of manpower, for example, through automation. So today, for example, we're also encouraging some of our farms, whether it's aquaculture farms or even our traditional agriculture farms, to also go abroad, understand from some of these trends where we found agriculture or agri-tech type farming that you find overseas, whether it's in China or in other parts of Europe and other areas in Asia, to which we can learn from too, in terms of how they have been able to scale, they've been able to bring down cost of production, and these are areas in which we want to learn from too. So we are trying to help our farms overcome our constraints here in Singapore. Thank you.
Okay, last SQ, Mr. Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. The SMS spoke about enhancing demand offtake. Now, given our local farms face structural disadvantages against cheaper imports, has the ministry considered any form of minimum local sourcing requirements for major retailers and food service operators, even a modest starting quota, so as to create guaranteed demand and help farms achieve commercial viability. This could be a 1% quota for major food importers and supermarkets like NTUC FairPrice and Sheng Siong. You can call it 1 by 30 if you like.
SMS Zaki.
Speaker, I think as a principle, we go with free market principles. I think ultimately, I don't think it's in the interest of consumers or the government to fund or subsidize food products, just as we don't do it for energy costs nor petrol. For the same reasons, we hope that, and what we really want is to help our local farmers, really connect them. I think through organizations such as SAFER, we are working very hard to connect them with many of our retailers, hoteliers, restaurant caterers, and many are today already supporting our local farm. So as an example, while Green Fighter was just launched last month, a year ago, they've already started to reach out and they've already selling to about 75 retailers here in Singapore. But what's key is that even for whether it's, I spoke about Kokfa, I spoke about Green Harvest, traditional farms, new farms, I think what's key is really to be competitive in the market, to provide an offering that Singaporeans would consider. And I know supermarkets such as FairPrice, for example, tell me they've got a whole section dedicated just for local produce, so that we can encourage Singaporeans to support. I think ultimately it's also encouraging and building awareness with our consumers that local farm produce is fresher. Today, most of them are pesticide-free. So we give you a slightly different offerings for a slightly different premium. But I think for things like vegetables, even bean sprouts, the reason why they have a pretty good hold on the market is because consumers also want freshness. And there is a segment of the market that wish for that. And we hope that with helping our businesses build new capabilities, improve yields, lower their cost of production, we hope that in the long term that helps them be more competitive in the market. And I hope that our consumers also be able to discern the advantages of supporting local and buying local. But certainly on our part, whether it's through procurement, whether it's through encouraging retailers, hoteliers, I think we'll continue to do our part to encourage them to buy local produce so that we can support local farmers. It is in our interest, I think, on the record, to ensure that our local farms, our local producers thrive, progress, and certainly play a big part in our Singapore food story too. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Question number 5, please.
Happy New Year, Speaker. The Ministry periodically reviews the eligibility criteria for the Silver Support Scheme. In 2021, the total CPF contribution threshold, we call it TCC for short, which reflects the income that seniors earn during their working years, was doubled from 70,000 to 140,000. In 2025, we raised the qualifying monthly per capita household income threshold from $1,800 to $2,300. This is about approximate 28% increase. We also increased the quarterly payments by 20%. About 290,000 seniors aged 65 and above currently benefit from this scheme. Now, the government also provides various forms of support to help Singaporeans, including seniors, to cope with the cost of living concerns. This includes the assurance package and the GST voucher schemes, which were enhanced in 2025.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Sir, between 2016, when the Silver Support Scheme was implemented, and today, the CPF full retirement sum was adjusted 10 times, rising from 161K to 220K, a 37% increase. If we take the Silver Support threshold of 140K as a share of the full retirement sum a decade ago, the equivalent adjustment would bring this to around 191K today. Now, keeping in mind that the FRS itself represents the government's own assessment of a basic standard of living in retirement, the rigidity of the equivalent CPF threshold for silver support is somewhat puzzling to me. Would the Minister be willing to share the rationale for this seeming inconsistency between CPF FRS adjustments relative to the silver support threshold?
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his SQ. I don't think it's a like-for-like comparison. You need to look at the silver support scheme, on a holistic manner, because we do have a number of other schemes that has come alongside with the SS scheme, with the silver support scheme, to support our elderly. On top of that, there are also significant CPF enhancements that we're doing to support Jula package. They all aim at different sectors of uplifting our seniors. So in addition to the silver support scheme, you need to look at it on a broader, a more comprehensive and a more holistic scale. On top of that, we periodically review the parameters in which the silver support scheme is improved and refined. As I've shared earlier on, in 2021, we expanded the coverage from 70,000 TCC, the total CPF contribution over a lifetime, to 140,000. Now, this has resulted in a larger number of elderly Singaporeans becoming eligible. Now, in 2025, just a year ago, we enhanced the payout, the quarterly payouts, by some 20%. We've also expanded the household per capita income by almost 28%. So you need to look at it on a very comprehensive, holistic scale before you make that comparison. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Silver Support Scheme is a lifeline for many of our seniors, especially our very senior seniors, maybe those above the age of 80. I see them every time in Jalan Besar and Whampoa. And as Mr. James Lim noted, the Silver Support Scheme is already 10 years old. My question for the Minister is whether the government could consider a more fundamental review of the Silver Support Scheme, and in particular, the eligibility criteria. Not the levels, the criteria. So Mr. James Lim asked about the coverage of some of these criteria, like the lifetime CPF contributions. I think that we should review whether the lifetime CPF contributions should even be a criteria for the Silver Support Scheme, keeping in mind that there are a lot more seniors who have lived far beyond their retirement savings. Those above 80 would not remember what they contributed up to the age of 55, which is the current criteria. And the government now has more sophisticated means testing criteria and mechanisms compared to 10 years ago when the Silver Support Scheme was first implemented. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank Mr. Sean Low for his supplementary question. Indeed, we constantly review the frameworks, the criteria as to how we can better support all of our elderly Singaporeans, not just all of our elderly Singaporeans. We've also gone upstream to see in their younger working years, through the entire lifespan of their working career, their entire work-life journey itself, to see how at different points in time we can provide uplifts to our Singaporean fellow citizens. I think this is an important point because we've never, ever let any difficult spot go unnoticed. I think we need to look and see against the entire fiscal sustainability of what we have as a government, how can we continue to sustain whatever measures, whatever policies, whatever incentives, support schemes that we have given out to all of our Singaporeans, particularly when they're in their golden years. When we balance fiscal sustainability with fiscal prudence, we also, if I may use a medical word, we also immunize and boost some of the savings along the way through top-ups. Over the last 2 to 3 years of the previous government, we have introduced a modular package. We have enhanced this silver support scheme. We have also introduced at various points GST vouchers, CDC vouchers, cost of living vouchers to support and uplift our elderly Singaporeans. We believe that through a differentiated, a graduated, and more targeted series of support, we can better and more adequately and more precisely reach out to each and every one of our elderly Singaporean. Having said that, we share the same view, we share the same end objective as Mr. Sean Low and Professor Lim, because we constantly want to look for ways to continue to uplift each and every Singaporean way into their golden retirement years. Thank you.
Moving on, next question, Mr. Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 supplementary questions for the Minister. Given that local qualifying salary, full-time equivalent as...
Mr. Muhaimin
Yes.
Abdul Malik, I actually wanted to go on to the next question.
Okay, thanks.
Which is your question?
Okay, question 6, sorry.
I'm doing this because we have a lot of questions, so I want to confine the... I will give priority to those who have filed questions for the benefit of our members.
Mr. Speaker, the $1,500 threshold for the higher tier of payouts in the Silver Support Scheme refers to the monthly per capita household income, or PCHI for short. This is not the individual's monthly income. Perhaps I hope that this can be a point of clarification for the member. Now, this monthly per capita household income is computed as the total gross household monthly income divided by the total number of family members living together in the same household. Our Silver Support Scheme payouts, they are tiered by flat types. So a 5-room flat, 4-room flat, 3-room flat to a 2-room flat. They are tiered by the different flat types. And of course, the monthly PCHI. This is to ensure that the support is targeted at the seniors who now have little or no family support and resources in their retirement. The LQS, the local qualifying salary, serves a different purpose. It is to ensure that firms who wish to employ foreign workers also pay their local workers meaningfully, rather than on token salaries. It is not intended as a measure of retirement adequacy or financial need, and is therefore not correlated with the Silver Support Scheme's monthly PCHI criteria. As I've earlier on answered Associate Professor James Lim's PQ and also responded to the SQ by Mr. Sean Low, we recently enhanced the Silver Support Scheme just last year in 2025, and we raised the qualifying monthly PCHI threshold from $1,800 to $2,300. This is approximately a 28% increase. This has enabled more seniors, including those with lower incomes, to qualify for silver support payouts. Now, let me reassure everyone in this House, we will continue to review the Silver Support Scheme periodically. Thank you.
Mr. Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I understand that for the LQS and the Silver Support Scheme is two different schemes by itself. But given that there's an increase progressively from 1,400 to 1,600 since July 2024 for LQS, whether the ministry has assessed how seniors whose wages were adjusted by employers to meet the LQS have consequently been pushed into the lower civil support tier. This is mostly for those elderly that are staying alone in their own household. So, my second question is, how many civil support recipients have moved from the higher tier to a lower tier since the LQS increase to $1,600?
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his SQ, but I think that perhaps he did not understand the construct of the LQS and that the fact that it is not related to the Silver Support Scheme payout. Now, there will be further refinements to the LQS in the upcoming budget COS. I don't think I want to go too much into the detail, but suffice to say, let me reiterate that they are not in any way interlinked. I mean, that's not how we constructed the LQS scheme to be, because the LQS scheme, as I've shared earlier on, is aimed at working and solving our companies' needs for foreign workers, and we don't want the companies to hire our locals on a token salary so that they can get the foreign worker quota. So please remember that they are not related. Now, to his point about how much of the LQS has pushed the elderly senior living alone down to below or set at the 1,500, I don't have those statistics because it is not how we worked that scheme out to be. I hope that sort of addresses his point.
Mr. Sean Low.
Question 7, sir.
The Silver Support Scheme is a targeted support scheme which provides support to seniors aged 65 and above who had low incomes during their working years and now have little or no family support and resources in their retirement. Now, eligibility is determined by the senior's lifetime wages, housing type, and the level of household support. Eligible seniors living in smaller flats with fewer financial resources will receive higher payments. The Silver Support Scheme is part of a wider set of social support measures. These include the Workfare Income Supplement and the annual Earn and Save bonus under the Modular Package, which help boost the retirement savings of lower to middle income working seniors and can increase their CPF life payouts. Now, the one-off retirement savings bonus and MediSave bonus under the Modular Package also provided an additional boost to eligible seniors' retirement and healthcare savings in their CPF accounts. Now, in addition, the Assurance Package helps defray living expenses for Singaporean households. Seniors who need further assistance to meet their basic living needs can approach their nearest social service office to apply for ComCare.
Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his care for our seniors and for his assurance that the Silver Support Scheme will continue to be reviewed periodically and sometimes fundamentally. I only have a specific question with regards to my earlier question on flat type, because I can't be the only MP in this House who has had residents come up to me who live in 5-room flats to complain that their neighbours who live in 4-room flats are getting more civil support. And my question for the Minister is whether the Ministry could consider in the future merging some of these flat types so that residents, often neighbours who stay close to each other, can get the same higher level of civil support. Thank you.
Minister Tan.
I thank the member for his suggestion. In all of our future reviews, we take the feedback, not just at this House, at our regular Meet the People sessions, at dialogues, at town hall sessions, at chit-chat sessions with all of our residents, and at different opportunities. And we take that feedback and we certainly will see how to manage that feedback. We may not be able to at a particular point in time, address each and every single one, but rest assured that we certainly will look at it over the medium to long term. Like I said earlier on, we have to balance it between fiscal prudence and fiscal sustainability. If we do something, I think we need to ensure that we can sustain it in over the long haul. Of course, I hope for the day where we have done, through the collective efforts of all of us here, where we've done so well, we're able to upstream ensure that every Singaporean has enough in their golden years, they can meet all of their FRS needs, and the silver support scheme can then wither down to just a very small proportion. I think then we would have arrived. I hope that gives you that reassurance of what we are thinking about over the long haul. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 8, please.
Sir, prior to installing AEDs in new estates, the Singapore Civil Defence Force, or SCDF, would need to ensure that the relevant infrastructural and security works are completed. This includes having closed-circuit TV in the vicinity to deter AED theft. 29 AEDs have been installed in Tengah Estate to date. 11 more will be installed by February 2026. This will cover about 70% of the HDB blocks in Tengah, where residents have already moved in. Installation will continue in 2026. To equip residents with fire safety knowledge and life-saving skills, SCDF organizes community emergency preparedness events such as Community Resilience Days and My Nice Home Roadshows in partnership with the People's Association and HDB. Several of these events have already been held in Tengah in recent months.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, SMS, for the assuring responses. I have one supplementary question. Tengah is Singapore's first town built entirely anew in 20-plus years. Timely access to life-saving equipment like AEDs is critical. May I ask, what further measures can be implemented to strengthen emergency preparedness in Tengah while awaiting full AED deployment? Thank you.
SMS and Seaman.
Sir, in addition to the programs that I have mentioned earlier, there is also My Responder Plus program, which is run by the SCDF, which the community can partner SCDF in organizing for residents. And at the same time, I also encourage the community to work very closely with their C2E, or the Community Emergency and Engagement Committees, because they can also partner SCDF in organizing activities and programs that help to equip residents with life-saving skills.
Mr. David Ho.
Question 9, please.
Mr. Speaker, tenancy mix and turnover in commercial developments are the result of commercial decisions made by both property owners and tenants. These decisions are influenced by market factors such as consumer demand preferences and prevailing economic conditions. With regard to competition concerns, arising from mergers and acquisitions, Singapore adopts a voluntary merger notification regime to balance between effective regulatory oversights and keeping compliance costs low. Merger parties are expected to self-assess whether the transaction may give rise to potential competition concerns. Merger parties may approach CCS for pre-notification discussions or seek guidance on whether the merger may be anti-competitive. To support businesses in this process, CCS has published detailed guidance on the circumstances under which mergers may raise competition concerns. The parties to the acquisition of the Clementi Mall has not formally notified CCS for a merger assessment. CCS will continue to monitor market developments and is empowered to step in if it obtains information suggesting that a merger may result in potential competition issues.
Mr. Ho.
I thank the SMS for a response and reassurance. At the same time, I also want to thank the Minister for his response to my 2 PQ questions yesterday on Clementi Mall. I'd like to assure all, even though 3 questions are relating to Clementi Mall, they address different concerns. I have 3 supplementary questions. First, when CCS assess the effects of competition beyond pricing, does it also consider non-pricing effects? For example, diversity of offerings and consumer choice, particularly in heartland malls, because these are places where our residents go to meet they rely on for their daily needs. I raise this because in Clementi today, a single owner controls 2 malls within the same catchment area. In my conversation with my Clementi residents, they shared with me their concern. David, over time, will Clementi Mall also have the same resemblance of tenant mix as Gantro Mall? My second question is on what basis would the effects of competition warrant intervention by CCS? And what forms of intervention are available to CCS, particularly when situations when transaction of sale has already been made? Third, I understand that CCS may step in when it receives information suggesting potential competition concerns. Could the ministry clarify what type of information would this look like? And would feedback from residents and general public serve as such information? If so, how might they be able to convey such information to CCS? Thank you.
SMS also, yes, SMS Low.
I want to thank the member, Mr. David Ho, for his 3 comprehensive SQ, and I will respond this way. In commercial developments, I think it bears repeating, in commercial developments, the tenancy mix is primarily market-driven and a result of commercial decisions that's made by mall owners, operators, as well as tenants. And over time, I think many of you who serve in the ground, you have heartland malls, etc., and you will realize over time, the tenant mix in a heartland mall often reflects the consumer demand driven by the needs, driven by the preferences of the residents. Customer is king. And the market forces, we need to allow the market forces to be at work. And I think generally we will all agree that it is in the mall operators' interest to provide differentiated products and services. If the mall are within near proximity, it will be quite interesting to have the same brand shop operating in both malls, unless it's due to capacity issues. But I also want to assure the member that allowing forces, market forces to be at work does not mean CCS is hands-off. And really, I think at various platforms we've shared, CCS has various levers. We have guidelines, very detailed guidelines. With regard to this, it is the CCS detailed guidelines on substantive assessment of mergers. We also have measures, and obviously we have law, the competition law, the Competition Act, to maintain healthy, competitive environment. And CCS will assess the degree to which competition may be affected, is affected, based on facts, based on circumstances, and certainly not based on hearsay or uncertainty or, projections, etc. Now, I want to assure him that, for example, if any transaction result in substantially less competition that compromise the consumer welfare, CCS will step in. We will step in. And he asked, other than price, but price obviously is an important indicator. Another example is if CCS observe the behavior of the organizations, and if we pick up signals that they are coordinating the behavior to raise price, to reduce quality, to reduce output, to reduce innovation, CCS will step in. Now, I want to assure him that members of the public, certainly including his residents, can certainly provide feedback, qualitative as well as quantitative, to CCS directly, and we will follow up accordingly and seriously. Now, I wish that you will now pick up a pen and note down. Let your residents know to call us via the hotline 1-800-325-8282. 1-800-325-8282. And, well, if you prefer the web-based approach, we have a very succinct Form SG. Just use your handphone, www.ccs.gov.sg. There is a module that says contact us. I checked it regularly. There is a link that tells you that if you want to report any anti-competitive behavior, it points you there. We welcome his residents to give us the feedback, and I assure him that we will follow up accordingly.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Question 10, please.
Mr. Speaker, since HCG was introduced in 2019, there have been over 94,000 applicants for the home caregiving grant cumulatively, of which 74% were aged 70 and above, 15% were aged 60 to 69, 5% were aged 50 to 59, 2% were aged 40 to 49, and 1% were aged 30 to 39 at the point of application. The Ministry of Health does not collect information on the specific conditions of HCG applicants.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the MOS for her response. In an aging estate such as Ang Mo Kio, the home caregiving grant is very much appreciated. And while primarily designed for seniors, my understanding is that it's also designed to recognize other forms of caregivers. And so I have two SQs. The first, for those with autism and ID, can the MOS clarify whether the individual must also separately meet the ADL criteria? If so, would AIC consider decoupling this, as many caregivers of those with special needs the care recipients also have some level of independence that we want to encourage to maintain these ADLs, and the caregivers would greatly appreciate this support. Secondly, while caregiving needs may present differently across physical health and mental health conditions, the intensity and impact on caregivers are equally significant. So could I check whether the government can extend the HCG to care recipients who are facing diagnosed mental health conditions, and if necessary, to introduce the appropriate criteria similar to ADLs for this qualification? Thank you very much.
MOS Rahai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank member for the question and also acknowledge her interest in the advocating for the caregivers of those with different needs. I would want to explain that the home caregiving grant is actually designed to help defray caregiving costs and expenses for those with actually more greater needs, and that is why it's actually means tested. And the recipients are actually those who are unable to perform the activities of daily living, the ADLs. That's how it is structured, because we see ADL as being a key function, an essential portion of daily living, right? So HCG itself is a specific scheme for caregivers. So when you ask the question about the caregivers of those with autism or ID, as well as those with mental health conditions, actually, if they meet the criteria of not being able to perform the activities of daily living, they will satisfy the requirement of the HCG. And then, of course, there's the means testing. I understand and appreciate where the member is coming from, because there are clearly other concerns with those who are caring for individuals with special needs. There are many different other schemes that are in place to address many different concerns. In particular, with regards to those with special needs, there are existing efforts that we're looking at in reviewing and trying to understand and appreciate better how we can support them. So it may not just be from the HCG. So I want to assure the member that at the moment, yes, HCG has certain requirements. It is meant and intended to help those with the most greater needs with regards to activities of daily living. I do see and appreciate the concerns she has with regards to those with other types of caregiving challenges, and we are looking at some of those to see how we can fill in the gaps. In the meantime, if there are some specific concerns, she can raise the issues and we can see what are the existing infrastructure or support that's already existing that we can channel to the residents that are in need.
Mr. Nadia Samdin, short SQ, please.
Thank you, Speaker. And I really appreciate the MOS's assurance. And I recognize, especially for those with special needs, there may be alternative schemes, for example, through SG Enable. However, for the care recipients who are facing mental health conditions, could the MOS clarify what sort of testing? Because if the mental health condition and the doctor issues a total permanent disability, is there an equivalent sort of testing which can be offered to assess ADL in order for them to qualify for this scheme? Because my understanding on the ground is that this is a little harder to do. And for mental health conditions, there's not as many schemes available. Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
Let me clarify, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the description of what the activities of daily living are quite clear. So if, let's say, the care recipient does not meet or is not able to perform those daily activities permanently, and the doctor certifies that he or she is not able to do so, then they would be eligible to apply for this. So it's not a separate assessment. I note your concerns about if there is, it's not so clear-cut. I think in those cases, perhaps that could be surfaced to us and we see where we could streamline that a bit better. But there are quite clear descriptions as to what the activities of daily living are.
Mr. Bikram.
Question 11, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Australia's social media minimum age regulations came into effect on 10th December 2025. MDDI is actively engaging our Australian counterparts in assessing the effectiveness of the measures in Australia. Meanwhile, we have progressively introduced measures to better protect our children when they go online. We have imposed age assurance requirements on designated app stores to reduce the likelihood of under 18 users accessing and downloading age-inappropriate apps of all types beyond just social media apps. Designated app stores are expected to implement these age assurance measures by 31st March 2026. We also planned to extend age assurance requirements to designated social media services to reduce children's exposure to age-inappropriate content on social media platforms. The age assurance measures will come on top of the existing protective measures for children under the current Code of Practice for Online Safety social media services. Consultations with designated social media services are ongoing. We acknowledge parental concerns about the impact of social media on their children, as well as the potential implementation challenges of age assurance requirements. There is no silver bullet. A child can still circumvent these measures, such as through using an adult's account to access age-inappropriate content. This is why MDDI will continue to work with partners from the people, private and public sectors to co-create resources and programs that are convenient and accessible for parents to help guide their children to foster healthy digital habits from young.
Mr. Nair.
I thank the SMS for the reply, and I think the age assurance practices is probably a good first step. I'd just like to clarify whether the social media platforms are then required to take steps to prevent these young users from using those platforms? Because I think there are two issues. One is harmful content. The second is addiction to the platforms itself, even if the content may not be ostensibly harmful. So that's why I think a clean block and putting the obligation on the social media platform to verify age before the user is allowed to use it sounds like a tidy solution, and that's what they do in Australia. It's not perfect, but it sets a clear line.
MOS Rahaya.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question and I appreciate the concern. I would like to assure the member that we are indeed studying and trying to figure out what is the best approach for this. How we've been looking at this issue is that, yes, indeed, it's not just a function of accessing it. There are three main things that we look at. First is the screen time, which is one key area. And that leads to addiction. If it's just you're spending too much time and you're not controlling that, that's a big issue. The second is inappropriate content, and which is why we then need to have certain measures to make sure that children are not exposed to this. The third is the undesirable online behaviors such as cyberbullying and all the types of behaviors we have tried to prevent through OSTRA, for example. So we are categorizing and looking at the multi-dimensional effect of the social media platforms. While the proposed, or rather the legislative changes that you're hearing happening in other countries sound very attractive and seem like an obvious solution, what I think we want to ensure is a meaningful implementation that will actually make a difference in the experience of the children and the parents. So we have been looking at it. So I would just want to highlight a couple of points. Firstly, we have observed some implementation challenges in what Australia is trying to do, because what happens is that there was an observation that there was a migration of the children or the users to platforms that are not within the regulatory ambit. So you kind of have to then make sure that if we do this, it is something that will be quite meaningful. We are also seeing people bypass it. So you need to make sure that the enforcement measures are clear-cut, because children can use their parents' ID, or so that the structure needs to be in place. There was also a rise in VPNs, which then undermines all this. So we want to make sure that we can address some of those concerns meaningfully. Second, I would highlight that we're not starting from a blank slate. It's not like we don't have measures in place. There are very strong regulatory measures that are already in place. We have already the Code of Practice on Online Safety for the designated social media services, which we had already put in place. We have implemented the age assurance requirements for the apps. And so it means that they now have to stop the users who are below a certain age from coming in. We have not been prescriptive with how the age assurance measures are put in, because even age assurance, you have age verification, age estimation, and these are some of the things that we want to allow for the platforms to put in. We've set the targets. We are very outcome-driven. We say you must put in place these things to ensure that the children are not exposed to these things, and then how they actually do that is something that they have to actually look at in their circumstances. So that's the second bit. There are already some structures in place to provide safeguards and to ensure that it is a healthy ecosystem for our children. And the third thing is that we are doing more. We are actually looking at how we can continue to improve regulatory infrastructure to support this. And we take a multi-pronged approach, because it is not just about having the legislation, it's also about building the capability within the community, and which is why I mentioned also helping to build healthy digital habits, providing support for parents through resources, through programs on the ground. And this is something that will be ramping up in time. So I hope that this is something that we can work together on, because there are multiple stakeholders here. Parents have to play a part, the regulators, these social media platforms, and indeed we are in close contact with them to ensure that they are doing their best. So these engagements are underway, and we are also studying the technology. We're trying to figure out what is the best solution in these circumstances, and I hope that gives an appreciation that we are really appreciating and understanding the concerns, and we're trying to figure out a robust approach that fits and would be meaningful for the parents and children in Singapore.
Mr. Ang Wei Neng.
Question 12, sir.
4,036 dengue cases were reported in 2025, which was the lowest number since 2018. An absence of major large outbreaks locally, the global decline in dengue cases in 2025, and concerted efforts by all stakeholders and residents in Singapore to control the mosquito population collectively contributed to this decrease. NEA's holistic dengue control strategy, which combines Project Wolbachia, vector control operations, and actions by all to keep premises free of mosquito breeding, continues to help keep dengue incidents low. By March 2026, Project Wolbachia will be expanded to cover 740,000 households, up from 580,000 households in April 2025. By end 2026, Project Wolbachia will be released to cover 800,000 households, or 50% of all households in Singapore, covering the majority of areas at risk of large dengue outbreaks. NEA will continue to monitor the progress of Project Wolbachia and adjust its deployment strategy. Reducing dengue risks in our community requires the cooperation and support of residents. We seek residents' understanding that more mosquitoes may be seen during the release periods of male Wolbachia-carrying mosquitoes, but these mosquitoes are necessary to help suppress the Aedes aegypti population and do not bite or transmit diseases.
Mr. Ong.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I ask the subsequent questions as how effective is this Wolbachia trial? Is it the main reason for the significant drop in dengue cases last year? If it's so, I would ask another supplementary question, because at one point, Nanyang was considered as a dengue red zone, and quite a number of residents have shared with me the agony of getting the dengue fever. And I have appealed to NEA to extend the Wolbachia trial to Nanyang, which is in Jurong West. And indeed, NEA has extended trial to Jurong West, but stopped short at reaching Nanyang. So I have also checked this at NEA websites just a while ago to confirm this the trials, extension of this trial. And since NEA has considered the Wolbachia to be effective, what is the bottleneck that is preventing NEA from expanding the Wolbachia trial faster to Nanyang and the rest of Singapore? And even the end of this year, you're only covering 50%. So how could you add more resources to expand the trial of Wolbachia faster and better? Thank you.
SPS Go.
Sorry, I thank member for his supplementary questions. He had a couple, so I'll answer the first one about the main reason, or whether Project Wolbachia was the main reason for the decline in dengue cases in 2025. So as I shared, Project Wolbachia is part of NEA's comprehensive strategy to suppress mosquito population and manage dengue risks. It has demonstrated good performance, as the member has highlighted, reducing the risks of dengue transmission by more than 70% in release areas, so that's pretty good results. However, I would also like to say that it's not a silver bullet for suppressing the mosquito population and managing dengue risks. So sustained vigilance and collective responsibility by the community is important to prevent mosquito breeding and remains critical to reduce the risk of dengue transmission. Now, globally, in 2025, we also saw a decrease in dengue cases from 14.4 million for the year before to 5 million. And locally, as I said just now, there's absence of local clusters as well. So all of this collectively, including the combined impact of NEA's comprehensive strategy, rather than that as a single intervention, has helped to lower the number of dengue cases. So in short, it is one of the reasons, but it is not the only reason why we are seeing a decline last year. The other question, and I thank member for raising the request on behalf of his residents, in terms of site selection on areas to receive the Wolbachia Aedes mosquito release is based on multiple considerations, including historical dengue situations and the current Aedes aegypti mosquito population. So there are many factors in play, and it's on a relative basis across different locations in Singapore. NEA will announce the new sites in due course, so we take note of the members' request. The other question also was around what are the constraints. Now, resources are finite, and so the pace of expansion is also influenced by how quickly mosquito populations can be suppressed, which depends on the local mosquito situation and prevalence of mosquito breeding habitats. So it's a matter of figuring out how effective our current site releases have been. This is a dynamic situation. And then on a forward-looking basis, figuring out which sites then have a higher incidence and also the local population of these mosquitoes for us to decide when the next sites will be expanded into. So in due course, we'll be announcing when the new sites will be as we lead up to further expansions towards the end of the year. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Question 13, please.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address Ms. Po's question and related oral PQs set for subsequent sittings. To support secondary schools in implementing the tightened guidelines for the use of smartphones and smartwatches, the Ministry of Education had engaged school leaders and provided resources such as implementation guidelines, answers to frequently asked questions, and we have also shared good practices by schools that have seen positive outcomes. On enforcement, MOE provides schools with guidelines to formulate their discipline policies and school rules based on their student profile and student needs. Secondary schools already have existing school rules and discipline policies to manage students' smartphone use during lesson time. So these continue to be applicable with the implementation of the tightened guidelines. Schools also have protocols for emergency communication with parents. Should parents have an urgent message to relay to their children, they can contact the school's general office. And students who need to contact their parents may also do so using phones in the general office. There is no need for students to own or use a handphone.
Ms. Po.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, MOS, for your reply. I'd just like to know, 1 week into school opening, so far, what has been the feedback on ground? The teachers feel or face any challenges? And also, would this ban also extend further to handheld gaming devices that is similar to smartphone in that sense, that they're taking up a lot of time and screen time for the students? Thank you.
MOS now.
I thank member for the supplementary question. I think there is a variety of feedback and experiences on the ground. I think by and large, parents are supportive of the ban. Schools are in the process of implementing the new measures. Some continue to have questions about how it ought to be done and how it ought to be implemented. And MOE continues to engage the schools and the school leaders on how best to do it. I think we are also mindful that the ban should improve the overall experience of both teachers and students in the school. And if there's further feedback and questions from school leaders or teachers, we remain open to engaging them on this. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Question 14.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address questions 14, 15, and 20 raised by Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Alex Yam, and Ms. Eliza Chen in today's order paper together. Our Team Singapore athletes have done well, as seen in the last few editions of the Olympics, the Paralympics, Asian Games, Asian Para Games, and most recently at the SEA Games in Thailand. We are all very proud of them. The government invests in a few areas to build up a strong high-performance sport, or HPS, system to nurture all our athletes to achieve their fullest sporting potential. Well, first, we have direct financial and program support for athletes through our suite of Sports Excellence, or SPECS, programs. And we design such support to be bespoke and holistic based on our athletes' needs during different stages of their sporting career. Today, we support more than 1,500 cadet athletes across 55 sports, compared to 272 athletes across 14 sports when we first started SPECS in 1993. Well, this is a 450 increase in the number of athletes supported and a 350% increase in the number of sports supported. While we routinely review and enhance our SPECS programs, well, for example, in recent years, we introduced the SPECS Potential Program in 2024 to enhance support for younger athletes making a transition to higher levels of sporting success. Last year, we awarded our inaugural batch of SPECS Education undergraduate scholarships. Well, this provides greater assurance to our athletes' academic aspirations. We also introduced CPF top-ups for SPECS scholars bolstering their finances as they focus single-mindedly on the pursuit of excellence in their sport. Well, second, systemic investment in our HPS ecosystem. We invest in coaching development, sports science, and sports medicine, and athlete life management to give our national sporting associations, coaches, and athletes the competitive edge that they need. The support that each athlete or sport receives is calibrated according to their needs, their performance, and the potential to do well. The support is also reviewed annually to ensure adequacy and accountability, and we will continue to enhance them as needed. And third, we continue to invest in the hardware through the new home of Team Singapore, which will bring together the Singapore Sports School, or SSP, to Kallang and integrate all elements of the HPS ecosystem under one roof. Sports science and sports medicine support, national training centers, sports administration. Well, to build the holistic HPS system, the government recognizes that recognition and rewards play a complementary role in making sure that our athletes feel supported and that they can go the extra mile. So SportSG administers the Singapore Sports School Hall of Fame, which celebrates the exceptional achievements and contributions of Singapore sporting heroes. The Singapore Sport Hall of Fame now includes a new category for sport leaders and recognizes achievements of athletes beyond medals, including contributions back to the sport and to the community. But it takes a whole Singapore village to journey with, to support, and to develop our athletes. We greatly appreciate efforts by the community and Singaporeans to step forward to recognize and to support our athletes in all forms. So one such example is the Major Games Award Program. It's a private award scheme that is managed by the Singapore National Olympic Council and funded by their sponsors. SNOC reviews the scheme periodically. It decides on the categories of awarded medalists, the monetary awards offered to each of them in consultation with sponsors. The MAP award structure also takes into account the level of competition, the frequency of the major games, and then the Olympic, Commonwealth, and Asian Games, for example, they have more competitive fields, take place every 4 years, while SEA Games takes place every 2. So we will take to heart Mr. Yam's suggestion and request for it to be considered in their review. And at the same time, we also encourage more corporates and sponsors to come forward to support our athletes and to contribute to the MAP. So beyond the MAP, SNOC, the Singapore National Paralympic Council, SNPC, and the National Sports Associations recognize our athletes' achievements in many other ways, such as SNOC's annual Singapore Sports Awards, SNPC's Athlete Achievements Awards, and the different NSA's award nights and dinners. The government will continue to review our policies and programs for our athletes and for the HPS ecosystem so that we can nurture every athlete to achieve their fullest sporting potential. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo, I just want to be clear, your answer is in response to questions 14, 15, and 20.
That's
Am I
right.
right? Yeah, thank you. Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Acting Minister. I have two SQs. The first one would be, beyond medal outcomes and the increased number of SPECS awardees, what indicators does the ministry use to assess the effectiveness of the SPECS scheme in supporting athlete welfare and long-term development? For example, are we asking the athletes themselves of the satisfaction levels of SPECS? For the second one is, what formal mechanisms exist for athletes to provide feedback or raise welfare concerns? And how does the ministry ensure that these concerns are addressed objectively? Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
So I thank the member for her questions. Well, in terms of assessing the outcomes, what we are after ultimately, it's about improvements day after day and the athlete's ability to reach their fullest potential. When it comes to that, medals are one measurement, but how the athletes perform on the field is another one. But athletes' holistic development as a person, as an athlete, as the ability to give back to the sport and to contribute to the community, these are all different ways in which we assess the effectiveness of our programs. So most importantly, are the athletes themselves? Do they feel supported? Are they performing better? Okay, are they becoming better people? And when it comes to whether or not there's a feedback process, our HPS ecosystem, our coaches, our support staff work very closely with all our athletes. I mean, come down to Kallang on any given day and you can see our athletes working together with all the different support staff. And that provides one channel of feedback, daily conversations. Beyond that, our athletes also work very closely through the different national sporting associations. We work closely with our NSA partners to get feedback from them. I regularly have conversations and lunches with our NSA presidents and the different staff to find out how our athletes are doing. But beyond that, there are also formal structures like the Athletes Commission, which organizes workshops, talks, to allow our athletes to have a channel to feedback and let us know about the efficacy and the effectiveness of the programs. Ultimately, the whole HBS ecosystem is designed to support the athletes and to make sure that the athletes get the best support. And the best way of doing so is to continue to maintain an open communication channel and take all our feedback from the athletes seriously so that they can feel well supported and achieve the best.
Mr. Alexiam.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for outlining the range of existing support schemes. Having served previously in NSAs, I think our athletes will be very happy to hear that a review will be undertaken. I just have a very simple SQ. Could the Minister share with us what is a possible timeline by which Sports SG will be working with SNOC on the review of cash incentives and recognition for our SEA Games medalists, especially those who are in the silver and bronze categories?
Acting Minister Neo.
So I thank the member for his question and also for his support for Team Singapore athletes. It's my understanding that SNOC has recently concluded their review, and I believe they should be ready to announce the updated awards in due course.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
I thank the Acting Minister for sharing the very good news that we are seeing more athletes supported with younger athletes and as well as CPF top-ups. Just wanted to ask two SQs. First is whether the Ministry has assessed the effectiveness of current funding models in translating investment into medal outcomes, and if so, what adjustments are planned to better support athletes' competitive readiness for future regional tournaments. Second, whether the Ministry has plans to expand the Sports Cares bursary and financial support coverage for youth from underserved communities to access and represent Singapore at the national level in sports such as aquatics, football, and athletics. Thank you.
Acting Minister Neo.
So I thank the member for her questions. Well, going by the last SEA Games, what we have observed is that our SPEC scholars as well as our SPEC potential recipients won half of our medals and almost 9 out of 10 of every gold medal that was won. And in the same way, our Singapore sports school students and alumni also accounted for about a third of our medals and almost half of our gold medals. So going by some of these measures, but like I said, medal outcome is not just the only measurement, it's also about their performance, but holistically looking at their measurements and the way our athletes performed, as well as has developed in character, we are quite confident that we are in the right direction and we have been achieving very good results and outcomes. Now, on her second question about improving sport access, especially for children from lower income families, I think earlier this year, last year, we announced the School Sports Fiesta as one of those ways in which to broaden sport access to young children from all backgrounds. And I think in this year's COS, we will announce further initiatives and ways in which we are trying to make sure that sports is something that kids from all backgrounds can grow to love and be a part of and can benefit from. Thank you.
I'm going to squeeze in one more PQ. Dr. Charlene Chen.
Question 16, please.
Various noise mitigation measures are in place. These include temporary noise barriers, enclosures around machinery, the use of special tools such as rubber materials for hammering works, as well as carrying out noisier works as far as possible during the day. Noise meters are also installed to ensure that noise levels do not exceed the levels stipulated by National Environment Agency. Post-construction, permanent noise barriers will be erected along the section of Loyang Viaduct facing residential blocks. Low noise pavement mix that better absorb noise will also be used for the road surface.
Dr. Chen, a short one, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the MOS for its response. The reason why I've been asking this is also because residents have been experiencing a lot of noise along the TPE. And in the night as well, in the wee hours, I've been receiving a lot of residents sharing with me, and oftentimes they email me late in the wee hours of the morning. And I wonder if the ministry would consider expediting the use of noise-reducing road surfaces. And when post-completion, when the viaduct is actually completed, whether there'll be post-completion monitoring and additional mitigation measures if, let's say, the noise levels actually exceed what residents can reasonably live with. Lastly, I would also like to ask if the ministry would be willing to explore enhanced soundproofing measures such as improved window treatments or insulation, and whether when they plan new highways and road expansions, do they consider the impact of the well-being of the residents who live around the area? Thank you.
MISB.
The quick short answer to most of the questions is yes. We will plan and look for ways to reduce noise, negative sort of noise impact on residents living near road infrastructure. But it's about taking a balance of costs, about technical feasibilities, and also using very measurable, tangible measures because residents' noise tolerance levels could differ from person to person. So we look at existing noise limits that are set by the relevant authorities. And when infrastructure level kind of mitigation are not adequate, we'll definitely look at possible ways, working with other agencies to see how we can add on to the measures to reduce the impact on residents living around it. And as for noise-reducing pavement mix, we have a schedule of resurfacing these expressways, and especially near residential areas. All right, but this new section that we're building near Dr. Chan's residence will already be using this noise-reducing mix for the road surface. Thank you.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day and notice of motion.
Orders of the day, item 1. National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Social and Family Development.
Back to move that the bill be now read a second time. The National Council of Social Services, NCSS, plays a vital role in Singapore's social service sector, driving better outcomes for those who need support. Communities coming together to support those in need have always existed. In the early independence years, the social service sector was primarily made of many small voluntary groups, each doing their best with limited resources. To coordinate and bring together these groups, NCSS's predecessor, the Singapore Council of Social Service, was formed in 1958. By 1992, rapid economic growth brought new social challenges. To take on a more strategic and proactive role in welfare planning and provision, SCSS was restructured to become NCSS, serving as a statutory board and membership body. Today, social needs are more complex and cut across multiple domains, such as economic and health. Greater coordination and collaboration are needed across the sector. To more holistically support those they serve, social service agencies, or SSAs, have expanded beyond addressing singular causes. The broader ecosystem supporting social services has also expanded. While SSAs remain our sector's backbone, we now have more stakeholders, such as social enterprises, corporates, and philanthropic organizations. In response to these shifts, the governments and NCSS have been partnering more closely over the years to support the sector, playing distinct yet complementary roles. MSF leads the development of social policies, rolls out nationwide initiatives, and performs key statutory functions. For example, MSF has stepped up in developing, managing, and co-funding a range of social services, such as family services, to raise their quality and accessibility. In addition, MSF funding for social service programs has doubled in the last decade, from $172 million in financial year 14 to $346 million in financial year 2024. NCSS has taken a larger role as sector developer to strengthen social service delivery, build organizational and professional capabilities, and develop the social service ecosystem. To ensure that NCSS is adequately resourced to fulfill this expanded role, the government has progressively increased its funding over the years, particularly by providing full funding for NCSS core functions since 2022. This has enabled NCSS to invest in building the sector's long-term capabilities. To share some examples, NCSS set up the Community Capability Trust in 2020 to strengthen the organizations that deliver services, including helping SSAs adopt digital technologies that improve the quality and efficiency of their services. NCSS has also introduced various initiatives to develop the people that deliver our services. The Social Service Institute operates the sector's main continuing education and training center to upskill social service professionals. NCSS also supports the sector in talent attraction and retention through programs such as Sunray to develop sector leadership. NCSS published the Sustainable Philanthropy Framework and Guidelines for Social Impact Metrics in 2024 and 2025 respectively to encourage long-term corporate philanthropy and support businesses in measuring the social impact. In tandem with the Sector Evaluation Framework launched by NCSS in 2022, the sector now has a common language to measure the impact of services. This enables providers and funders to deliver better outcomes for service users. Mr. Speaker, the NCSS Act, which empowers NCSS to carry out its role, has remained largely unchanged since it was enacted in 1992. Given the significant shifts in our social service landscape, MSF and NCSS reviewed how NCSS should be best positioned to continue serving the sector effectively. This bill is the result of that review and reflects both NCSS and the sector's proposals. To shape this bill, we conducted extensive engagements with about 300 NCSS member organizations and members of the public. I thank all who gave their views and ideas. Your feedback has helped us better understand the sector's needs and aspirations and has been instrumental in shaping the current proposed amendments. I will now share the key provisions in the bill, which can be grouped into 4 key areas. First, to reflect NCSS' role as sector developer. Second, to introduce a streamlined sector membership framework. Third, to strengthen the Council, the community chairs, and NCSS committees. And fourth, to update and align the Act with those of other statutory boards. The first key area relates to refreshing NCSS objectives, functions, and powers. NCSS has responded to shifts in the landscape and expanded to become a sector developer for the social service sector. And NCSS does so in 3 important ways, which are articulated as NCSS core objectives in the bill. First, strengthening social service delivery. Second, building the capability of sector stakeholders. And third, developing the broader social service ecosystem. Clause 6 reflects this by inserting the new Section 11 on objectives and functions of Council and Section 12 on powers of Council. It also gives NCSS clear functions and powers to pursue these objectives. The updated scope of NCSS objectives and functions also clarifies its mandate to develop the wider social service sector beyond focusing on specific stakeholders. Allow me to elaborate how NCSS work will reflect this. First, in terms of strengthening social service delivery, the social service sector exists to improve the lives of persons with social needs. NCSS will monitor service users' progress and make data available to the sector. This is important so that we have a feedback mechanism for service providers, funders, and philanthropic organizations to improve the outcomes for service users and increase their social impact. NCSS will also collect and use data to identify emerging needs and to allocate resources to services that address critical and unmet needs. For instance, NCSS launched a Disability and Inclusion Panel study in 2022 to understand the experiences and needs of persons with disabilities and their caregivers, which informs Singapore's broader strategy for disability inclusion. Second, in terms of building the sector's capabilities, NCSS will ramp up existing efforts to develop the sector's organizational and professional capabilities, such as enhancing the organizational health framework for social services. These will enable service providers to identify their strengths and areas for development so that they are better able to deliver services. NCSS will also drive efforts to better harness volunteers and technology in the sector, enabling service providers to innovate, expand their outreach, and improve services. Third, in developing the broader social service ecosystem, in the spirit of We First, NCSS will ramp up efforts to encourage those who are able to contribute their time, talent, treasure, testimonies, and ties to uplift communities in need. NCSS will pilot new ideas and technologies and develop new partnerships with stakeholders such as social enterprises and the private sector. For example, NCSS embarked on a pilot with private providers to explore new ways of delivering counseling and make services more accessible. Another example is the Social Changemaker series, where NCSS will bring together corporates and SSAs to co-develop solutions to address needs in the sector. These efforts to meet the needs of service users and improve the quality of life are at the heart of NCSS work. The second area introduces a streamlined sector membership framework. Membership has been central to NCSS since its early years as SCSS, when it brought different agencies in our sector together. Through our engagements, many member organizations have told us that membership remains of sentimental and practical value as a platform for networking and community building. Today, NCSS has 3 types of membership for organizations in the sector: full, associate, and honorary membership. With the change in NCSS constitution, Clause 10 introduces sector membership, a single-tier membership framework for organizations in the sector to complement NCSS sector developer role. Organizations whose primary function is to provide social service in Singapore or to directly support the provision of a social service in Singapore may apply to become a sector member. By social service, our intent is to especially cover interventions or programs that improve the welfare of vulnerable or disadvantaged persons in Singapore, or support the emotional and psychological well-being of the local community. For instance, this would include services such as family counseling and financial assistance. We also took in feedback that organizations whose primary purpose is to directly support the provision of a social service are important players and should be able to apply for sector membership. This includes professional bodies for social service professionals, organizations that mobilize resources for social service providers or service users, and organizations providing capability building, so social service providers. An organization's eligibility for sector membership will be assessed based on a range of factors, including what it states as its objects and how it carries out its activities. Member organizations are charged nominal membership fees today. However, fees will not be charged for sector membership. With these changes, the current membership base will be rationalized and supported in their transition. Most member organizations will experience minimal impact to their day-to-day membership experience. All full council members who make up the majority of NCSS membership today will be transitioned to become sector members. This is because the current criteria for full council members aligns with that of sector membership. NCSS will ease the transition for all other current council members. This includes honoring all existing funding support until the expiry of the support. As sector developer, NCSS will also continue to engage and support stakeholders in the wider ecosystem beyond sector members alone. NCSS priority is to deliver better outcomes for service users rather than to focus on an organization's sector membership status, type, or size. MSF and NCSS will continue to keep open channels and engagement platforms to hear from the wider sector. NCSS grants or other support will also be accessible to agencies whose work aligns with NCSS priorities, even if they are not sector members. The third key area focuses on strengthening the Council and its committees. As NCSS responsibilities expand, we must ensure that the Council is fit for purpose and understands the sector's needs to provide effective governance and lead NCSS and the sector through the fast-changing landscape. In line with other statutory boards playing a sector developer role, Clause 5 provides the NCSS will be constituted and governed by its council, headed by a chairperson. Clause 5 also introduces amendments to broaden representation on the council through a council appointed by the minister and widen pool of eligible candidates. Today, excluding the president, half at the NCSS board is elected by member organizations. We want to ensure that the sector's diversity, vibrancy, and voice is reflected in the council, and it possesses an optimal mix of skills, experience, and knowledge to guide NCSS work. A fully appointed council with nominations from sector members will enable us to achieve this. To this end, we will move away from the current restrictions applicable to the NCSS board and allow employees of sector members to sit on the council. The practical, operational, and programmatic expertise of senior management of sector members will complement the government perspectives that other council members can provide. I would like to assure members that at least half of the council, excluding the chairperson, will be appointed from individuals nominated by sector members. So putting aside the chairperson, it will always be at least half from sector members' nominees. For example, if there are 10 council members appointed from sector members' nominations, the minister will appoint at most 10 other council members as well as the chairperson. This is similar to today's practice, where about half of the NCSS board consists of individuals elected by NCSS member organizations, as earlier mentioned. Sector members will be invited to submit one nominee each, who must be from their organization at the point of appointment onto the council as a potential council candidate. The NCSS chairperson, operationally assisted by a nominations committee comprising respected sector leaders, will submit the full list of eligible nominations to the minister for consideration. These changes are important as NCSS plays a critical role in the sector as a fully funded statutory board with expanded objects, functions, and powers as sector developer. The Council will comprise a maximum of 27 members and a minimum of 15 with a maximum term of 3 years. Today, the NCS Act provides for a board of 23 members, less than the new Act, with a maximum term of 2 years. By providing for a range in the council size, we'll have greater flexibility in determining the optimal council size for each term, informed by the sector's needs. For the incoming council in 2026, we intend to maintain a council size comparable to today's board. This will allow us to balance both diversity on the council and agility in the NCSS decision-making. By setting the maximum council term at 3 years, council members will have a longer runway to contribute meaningfully to NCSS work. Council members may also be reappointed subject to the Public Service Division's PSD guidelines that apply to statutory boards. Along with the amendments to NCSS committees, we will also refresh the functions of community chairs, or ComChairs for short, which serves as NCSS philanthropic and engagement arm. Clause 7 provides that ComChair's role extends beyond fundraising to include mobilizing other resources such as volunteers. Finally, we have also taken this opportunity to update the NCSS Act in line with current legislation for other statutory boards with similar functions. This includes modernizing language and structure of the Act, such as updating the financial provisions, strengthening clauses relating to the governance of the Council, ComChairs, and NCSS committees to maintain high standards of conduct, providing for Council members to be paid an honorarium in line with the Public Service Division's guidelines, and reclassifying NCSS as a Group 1A public body in the first schedule to the Public Sector Governance Act 2018, similar to other statutory boards that play sector developer roles. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. The work of the social service sector directly impacts the lives of our citizens, especially those in need. The social service sector has always been driven by a strong sense of purpose. This is a strong foundation for us to build upon. As our sector faces increasingly complex social needs, our policies and institutions must continue to strengthen, support, and transform the sector so that we not only meet the needs of today, but are prepared for what lies ahead. To build a future-ready sector, we'll continue to take a strengths-based approach, be proactive to address problems upstream, and adopt a whole-of-society approach. The government cannot do it all. The government cannot do all this alone. Even with increased government involvement, we need the continued partnership of our sector and community to support those in need. NCSS has played an instrumental role in sustaining this ethos, including by rallying the community to give their time, talent, and treasure back to society. NCSS effort empowers stakeholders from the sector and wider community to play their part contributing to our We First society. The enhancement in this bill will further position NCSS to carry out this role. This bill reflects MSF's and NCSS shared commitment to building a strong and future-ready social service sector, supported by a compassionate and giving society. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Xiao Chen.
Sir, let me first declare that I am working in a philanthropic organization that is an associate member of NCSS. I stand in support of this bill. The Social and Family Development Government Parliamentary Committee, or GPC for short, also strongly supports this bill. A number of GPC members and other colleagues from the PAP will be speaking on this bill, contributing their views and suggestions. What is most noteworthy is that almost all of the members speaking are involved in some way in the social service sector themselves. Some in particular are running or have run social service agencies or social enterprises for years. Members like Ms. Denise Phua, our sector veteran, or as we would call it, one of the OGs, Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, Ms. Elisa Chen, and Mr. Tsai Ing-so have been in the trenches and have a ringside view of working with and alongside NCSS. They will be sharing their views on what ought to be NCSS's development priorities as a sector developer. But more generally, all members speaking on this bill speak with a deep understanding of the sector and from a diversity of perspectives. I am thus looking forward to a very substantive and constructive debate which can only strengthen this bill, NCSS, and ultimately the sector. The debate will focus on a few key themes. First, the new council appointment regime. This is the part of the bill that represents the most significant change from current practice for the sector. The Council sets the direction for NCSS and by extension, the sector itself. The new appointment framework must therefore produce councils that will continue to serve the sector well and reflect the diversity of the sector well. Ms. Lee Hui-ying, Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, Ms. Elisa Chen, Mr. David Ho, Mr. Tsai Ing-so, Mr. Yip Hon Wing, and Mr. Melvin Yong will all address this issue in their speeches. Second, compliance burden, especially for smaller member organizations. Ms. Denise Phua, Mr. David Ho, and Dr. Hamid Razak will touch on these in their speeches. Third, the overall outcomes, impact, and NCSS's measures of success going forward. Ms. Elisa Chen, Mr. David Ho, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing will be speaking on this aspect. And finally, on the sector workforce and the hard work that they do every day for every case, every client. Dr. Wan Rizal, our Labour MP, will dive deep into this topic and cover workforce development, wages, and welfare. Mr. Melvin Yong, also our Labour MP, will also raise a point on sector wages, while Ms. Lee Hui-ying will touch on workers' welfare and well-being in the sector. Beyond the substance of the debate on this bill, let me conclude by making a point on the process that has undergirded the development and formulation of this bill. And here I wish to commend NCSS and MSF for undertaking a really thorough and extensive consultation process with the sector and stakeholders. And NCSS has not only listened to the sector, but also responded to the feedback by actually making meaningful substantive changes to the draft bill. The best example of this is NCSS's decision to expand the range of the board size after consultation with the sector. NCSS has demonstrated through its consultation process for this bill the very spirit of collaboration and partnership with the sector that it says underpin this bill. May this ethos of collaboration and partnership with the sector in all its diversity continue to animate NCSS as it presses on to build a future-ready and sustainable social service sector with the sector to improve the lives of Singaporeans. Thank you, sir.
Professor Kenneth Poon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the NCSS Amendment Bill. However, before I continue, I wish to declare interest in this matter as I currently serve on the NCSS Board of Counsel and on the board of one of the member social service agency. Now, over the past 2 decades, I have served in various capacities as volunteer, committee or board member of several social service agencies. From that vantage point, I have seen the sector, as Minister said, change in a fundamental way. The social service sector today is no longer simply a collection of charities and societies, but rather a complex set of interdependent systems across social service provision, workforce development, and cross-sector collaboration, cross-agency collaboration. As the quality of social service provision improves, coordination becomes even more essential. And this happens amidst a tight labor market, which places increasing strain on sector-wide talent pipelines. At the same time, COVID-19 and rapid technological advances have reshaped how services are delivered and how different generations of users engage with support. These changes, reflected in, for example, in the NCSS Quality of Life studies, have real consequences for individuals, for families, and caregivers who rely on the social service system. Now, I would like to comment on 2 aspects of the bill and seek clarification on one of the provisions. First, the expanded role of NCSS as a sector developer. As ministers outlined earlier, NCSS today does more than convening or funding agencies. It identifies gaps in the system, such as the recent focus on behavioral addictions, and it mobilizes capacity, funding, and partnerships to address them. It also leads sector-wide efforts in organizational development and digital transformation so that agencies can continue to deliver services effectively and at scale. Now, initiatives such as the Sunray scheme have also strengthened workforce pipelines by bringing much needed experienced professionals from diverse backgrounds into the sector, whilst campaigns to support volunteerism and philanthropy help sustain community participation. Now, the amendments recognize and formalize this expanded role. Second, the governance of NCSS through its council, and which is what the board is after what the board is termed after the proposed amendments. As NCSS takes on an increased roles in charting sectoral priorities, building workforce pipelines, and in fostering long-term partnerships, effective stewardship requires both expertise as well as continuity. While solutions may appear clear on the surface, the stewardship of such a complex ecosystem requires broad expertise and deep insight into the sector's many constituents, and service users. The changes in who and how the council is appointed strengthens the council so that it can work hand in glove with the NCSS management in setting strategic directions, exercising oversight, and providing stability needed to see these efforts through in the longer term. Third, the proposed size of the NCSS Council. Section 5, subsection 1, provides for the number of council members to range from 15 to 27. Now, that's compared with a previous upper limit of 23. Now, given the increasing complexity of responsibilities within NCSS, I would appreciate some clarification on the rationale for providing this wider range. In particular, it will be helpful to understand how the circumstances under which such a larger council will be required, and how this flexibility is intended to support effective representation, expertise, and governance of a more complex sector. This clarification notwithstanding, it is my view that the NCSS Amendment Bill better reflects the reality of what NCSS is responsible for. By strengthening the Council and aligning its governance with these expanded responsibility, the bill enhances NCSS's capacity to provide stable and capable stewardship of a complex and evolving social service system, and, very importantly, in the interest of individuals and families that benefit from it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Denise Paul.
Speaker, sir, I rise to state my support for the bill. I declare I am an active volunteer in the disability sector for more than 25 years. And currently, I chair two large autism charities. Both are NCSS members. And I help to supervise services from early intervention to special schools to services for adults. In my job as mayor of Central District CDC, my team and I also partner many from the people, public, and private sectors. We work with agencies and donors to support families in need, especially those living in rental flats. We also work with hundreds of organizations, including corporates and foundations, to raise disability awareness and dignity through example, the Purple Parade Movement and the Purple Symphony Orchestra. And NCSS is one of our key partners. Over the years, I've seen firsthand the good work of the NCSS and its partnership-oriented approach across different generations of leadership. Anita Pham, Xie Fu Hua, Mr. Xie Fu Hua, Ms. Ang Bee Lian, Tan Lee San, and many more. What has historically distinguished NCSS is not just the policies it advanced or the funds that it administered, but its ethos as a membership-based organization. NCSS had for years worked with agencies, then known as voluntary welfare organizations or VWOs, and now social service agencies or SSAs. They work with them rather than over them. NCSS recognized that effective social service delivery depends not just on structures and systems and powers and hierarchy, but also on trust. Trust of character and competence, professional judgment, morale, and sustained relationships on the ground. Now, this context matters because the bill before us marks a clear institutional evolution. The NCSS Amendment Bill formally expands NCSS's statutory functions as a system steward of the social service sector. I support this direction. Our social service ecosystem today is far more complex than when the Principal Act was first enacted 3 decades ago. The landscape is now shaped by an aging population, rising mental health needs, greater diversity amongst vulnerable groups, post-school cliff effects faced by the disabled adults, technological impact, and higher expectations for accountability and outcomes. In such an environment, a stronger and better coordinated sector is not an option. It is a necessity. And this bill recognizes that reality. And for that, I welcome the bill. However, as NCSS assumes a more formalized system steward developer role, it becomes even more important that this institutional strengthening does not dilute the partnership-driven ethos and culture that NCSS is known for. It is from this perspective that I will highlight both the strengths of this bill and several areas that merit careful attention. First, on three key positives of this bill: clearer mandate and stronger governance. So Clause 6 of the bill replaces Sections 6 to 12 of the Act and introduces a new Section 11 that sets out an updated set of objectives and functions of the Council. These reflect and strengthen the role of the Council as sector developer for the social service sector. It gives statutory clarity to the Council's role as a strategic developer beyond that of a convener or a grant administrator. The bill expressly provides for functions such as advising government, coordinating social service provision, setting standards, building sector capability, mobilizing resources, and supporting the implementation of national social policy. This clarity matters. It provides legitimacy for NCSS to act across boundaries and also provides a stronger governance basis for it to steward the sector responsibly and strategically. So that's good. Key positive 2, stronger coordination and long-term system stewardship. The bill also enables NCSS to better address cross-cutting needs that spans agencies and life stages and to reduce fragmentation within the sector. Over time, stronger coordination can help minimize duplication, close service gaps, and create clearer and more navigable service pathways, especially for individuals and families who require support from multiple touchpoints. In this regard, the bill can move the sector towards a more integrated and user-centered system. The third key positive: strengthen capability development and data-informed practice. So the bill further strengthens NCS's mandate in workforce and organizational capability development. This includes training and professional development, development of specialized skills, leadership and talent pipelines. The bill also clarifies the Council's role in collecting, analyzing, and using sector-wide data for planning, evaluation, and research, building on improved digital and data capabilities. Taken together, these provisions support a more capable, evidence-informed sector, one that will be better equipped to adapt, to learn, and to respond to evolving social needs in a sustainable way. And I applaud these directions and recognize the value that they bring to a more complex and demanding social service environment. But the very strengthening of the Council's statutory role also raises important questions of balance, boundaries, and execution. As we strengthen the system, we must not build this safety net with the chains that bind the very hands that weave it. It is to these considerations that I now turn. So I would like to raise 4 areas of concern and some of the implementation risks. Concern number 1, risk of over-centralization. A stronger NCSS can improve coherence, coordination, but if it's not carefully calibrated, it may also lead to unintended over-centralization of decision-making, resources, and influence. This will not bode well for the sector. For larger social service agencies, closer alignment to NCSS frameworks may result in a greater emphasis on compliance over innovation, increased risk aversion, and also growing bureaucratic overheads. I recall an instance where, some time back, in submitting a tender for a facility for one of our charities, my team and I were required to comply with the norms and the specifications that were decades old. Now, we were a bit stuck because non-compliance would render our tender ineligible. Yet compliance would constrain our ability to innovate or pilot new models. And this illustrates how rigid requirements in compliance can sometimes discourage innovation and progress. For smaller social service agencies, stronger NCSS stewardship can bring benefits, such as access to shared services and professionalization, and Sunray program that many spoke about. However, uniform standards often assume an administrative scale that sometimes smaller agencies simply do not have. And this may result in disproportionate compliance burdens, pressure to conform to standardized templates, and reduced responsiveness to local community realities. The risk, therefore, is over uniformity due to over-centralization. Concern number 2, rising compliance and administrative burdens. The bill's strengthened governance and data obligations may increase reporting, audits, and evaluation requirements. Today's funders and donors rightly expect outputs, outcomes, not to mention impact, the latest buzzword, impact, which is the latest and the ambitious expectation. Some of these measures are often difficult to attribute, to isolate, and to track meaningfully, especially in complex social settings. Now, accountability is necessary, but it is not cost-free. From experience, the charities I serve already incur significant expenditures on internal audits, external audits, procurement systems, and compliance processes. Costs that involve not just financial outlays, but also substantial manpower and administrative effort. Many SSAs or social service agencies are already operating under severe manpower constraints, high caseloads, burnout, and staff turnover. Compounding this, many of these compliance costs must be supported through donor funds. And we know that many donors are often reluctant to fund these overheads and want to fund only direct service costs. It is therefore important that in strengthening governance, we recognize the true cost of accountability and compliance and avoid adding administrative strain, unnecessary administrative strain that will divert energy away from frontline service delivery. This caution applies not only to administrators in the social service sector, but also across the health, aging, and special education domains. Concern 3, safeguarding diversity and innovation. Many of Singapore's most impactful social interventions began as small, ground-up initiatives. Path Like School, which I co-founded, started that way, started by volunteers, professionals who are professionals, and also parents. We started only with 41 students. And thanks to MOE, NCSS, SG, and ABLE, it is now a large and popular school serving thousands. Happy Hearts movement, started by Dr. Chen Shilling, started modestly, and is still that way, but nimble. So is Helping Joy. I think they're featured in the newspapers these days, because, Helping Joy started by Stephen Goh to help clear hoarding homes, and thankfully also a partner of Central Singapore CDC. Both Dr. Chen and Mr. Goh are nominees for the Singaporean of the Year award. Now, if agencies such as NCS's expanded statutory board powers unintentionally privilege scale, maturity, or compliance over proximity and trust, then we risk losing such grassroots energy and cultural linguistic diversity and high-touch relational approach, and missing contributors such as Dr. Chen and Mr. Goh. Over time, if we're not careful, agencies may default to policy-safe, standardized interventions rather than develop innovative models to respond to emerging needs. And therefore, a healthy social service ecosystem requires not only strong institutions, but also space for diversity, for dissent, and experimentation without compromising quality and due diligence. Concern number 4, system sensing. How NCSS will identify emerging gaps. A stronger mandate and better data capabilities do not automatically translate into better system intelligence. The social service landscape spans multiple vulnerable groups with overlapping, evolving, and often invisible needs. Many critical gaps surface first through frontline interventions through the professionals, practitioners, caregivers, volunteers, even small niche organizations, long before they appear in formal data sets. The key question, therefore, is how will NCSS know early and hopefully accurately where these urgent gaps lie, particularly when needs are localized, emergent, or poorly captured by existing reporting frameworks? And how will it know who to trust in character and competence to work with? So a system steward like NCSS must therefore be designed not only to coordinate, but to also listen deeply, sense early, and respond proportionately. And next, on clarifying NCSS's role within the broader care ecosystem. So the 4 concerns I raised lead naturally to questions about role clarity. Singapore's care ecosystem today is complex. It's organized along different population and service domains. For instance, those of us as MPs will know, senior services are largely coordinated by the Agency for Integrated Care under Ministry of Health. Then disability services are supported by SG Enable and the MSF's Disability Office. Family services and social service offices fall under MSF. And then recently, just heard volunteer mobilization. Now it's not just by NCSS, but it's also previously by MVPC, and Prime Minister also just instructed the CDCs to look at increasing volunteers. Now, with this bill strengthening the Council's functions in coordination, capability development, data use, and system stewardship, there needs to be clarity on how these roles and agencies intersect. I think there'll be overlaps, but the overlaps with existing lead agencies must be addressed in practice, especially in areas such as needs assessment, service planning, capability development, and data reporting. And beyond relying on nominated board members and occasional meeting of members, there should be in NCSS a systemic and structured platform to sense, identify, prioritize, plan, coordinate, and resource the critical gaps with the other agencies across the sector for both existing and emerging gaps. And with that, I have 4 questions for the Minister, three questions for clarification. The first is to do with governance and innovation. How will this bill be implemented to ensure that stronger governance and funding relationships do not inadvertently encourage compliance-driven behavior, stifle innovation, or add unnecessary layers of bureaucracy within the social service sector? My second question is about proportionate compliance and reporting. How will compliance and reporting requirements be calibrated to the size, to the capacity and maturity of the social service agencies in this sector, so that both large and small SSAs are not overburdened by administrative costs that detract from frontline service delivery? And my third clarification question is this, has to do with managing overlaps and identifying system gaps. What system and what structured platform will be put in place to sense, to identify, to prioritize, to plan, to coordinate, and to resource critical gaps, both existing and emerging, across the sector? And how will NCSS and existing agencies work together to ensure that the most significant and urgent service gaps, such as that in adult disability, the impact of technology, AI-driven robots, which really kept some of us, worried because these technologies will take away some of the jobs that we are trying to create for the disabled, for the elderly. How will all these gaps be surfaced, such that they will be addressed in the sector in a coordinated and effective and timely manner. And in conclusion, sir, this bill marks an important step forward in how Singapore supports and governs its social service sector. It strengthens coordination, builds capability, and also enables a more data-informed system, one that seeks to leave fewer people behind in our society, in our country. But at the same time, as a framework bill, much will depend on how the Council's powers are exercised through subsequent regulations and implementation. Its true test will therefore lie not in the passage of the bill today, but in how it is applied in practice after today. As we strengthen NCSS and the system around it, we must also preserve the diversity, the humanity, and the community-driven spirit innovation that gives the sector its strength. So in conclusion, with appreciation for the dedicated work of NCSS, government partners, MSF, and all the social service agencies, and with a call for continued partnership and mutual trust, I do support the bill. Thank you very much for doing this.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Mr. Speaker, I declare interest as a member of the ComChest, as well as a member of a board of directors of one of the member organizations of NCSS. Mr. Speaker, having spent close to 15 years journeying with social service agencies and social service professionals and being inspired by the OGs as well as players in the philanthropic space, I believe it is important for the government to continue leveling up support for the sector. It is important to ensure that the sector and its professionals continues to uplift lives. Many social service agencies or social purpose entities are members of the NCSS, and many social service professionals are dependent on the NCSS for their growth and development. This review is timely, given how much Singapore and the world has changed. I support the bill and its intentions. Today, we'll focus on 3 key points: the important role NCSS has and must continue to play, the importance of strengthening council and committees for effective leadership, the importance of keeping ground-up social service initiatives supported because everyone has a part and a role to play. First speaker, sir, in Malay.
I began serving as a volunteer at PPIS for almost 14 years ago, and was which was also a member of NCSS. And my experience has convinced me of the important role that social service agencies play in supporting families and children in need. Within our community, there are many Malay or Muslim organizations, MMOs, and all of them have channeled their efforts to build and strengthen Singapore's support ecosystem, working hand in hand with other SSAs. Often these organizations do not just help the Malay or Muslim community, but also the wider society who are in need. Therefore, councils such as NCSS, among other things, are important platforms for social service practitioners to collaborate, exchange knowledge, and share experience in their efforts to improve the quality of life of Singaporeans. Hence, Mr. Speaker, it is also important for NCSS to ensure that council members possess comprehensive skills and representation, whether clinical or cultural. And as a statutory body with membership, I hope NCSS is also committed to supporting small organizations that may be newly established. But most importantly, today's amendments should benefit Singaporeans. Fundamentally, NCSS and the SSAs must ensure they continue to work hand in hand, hand in glove. And as the professor just said earlier, we have to work hand in glove. That's the same.
The important role NCSS has and must continue to play. Over the years, NCSS role extended beyond the membership association. I remembered being elected as the president of the Singapore Muslim Women's Association, or PPIS, back in 2020. I was a COVID-19 president, and the sector was tackling the pandemic, having to pivot to safer service delivery while redesigning how we engage our beneficiaries and each other. I remembered NCSS playing a key role to support members through initiatives such as the Beyond COVID-19 Task Force, funding so the sector can tide through, and guidance and support to accelerate digital transformations. When restrictions were lifted, I remembered the NCSS Council and senior management invested time to visit member organizations and convening like-minded organizations for professional circles so we could collaborate and learn from each other. One particular project I personally had a chance to work on with talented social service professionals is the NCSS Volunteer Management Capability Development Project, affectionately known as the VMCD, in the sector. The initiative took member organizations through a comprehensive journey that helped participants develop their volunteer management policy and at the same time strengthen resource management. In essence, NCSS has been driving sector development by building capabilities, enabling ecosystem partnerships, and mobilizing resources from people and public sectors, but more importantly, by bringing members together to identify and bridge services, all toward a more inclusive and caring society. Increasingly, social challenges are becoming more complex and interconnected, requiring multidimensional intervention. Service users may find it challenging to navigate fragmented systems or interface with multiple agencies and overlapping interventions. As a sector developer, the outcome should also translate for service users to benefit from better coordination, resource allocation, and optimization to areas of greatest need. Better lived outcomes, not just for now, but into the future. Second, on a council for diverse experts' representation and inclusion. Given the NCSS has more than 500 members currently, representation on the board has to be deliberate and intentional for a diverse range of expertise and perspectives. I'm truly appreciative NCSS really took time to engage member organizations to explain the rationale of the amendments, including transitioning to a fully appointed council and to consider feedback from the ground to retain membership. The selection process for the council should ideally reflect expertise, diversity, and commitment to developing the social service sector. This would ensure an optimal mix of skills and experience to fulfill NCSS's updated mandate. Additionally, it is important to ensure transparency, rigor, and representation in the nomination, selection, and appointment process. Needless to say, robust due diligence when assessing potential candidates is key, as is ensuring clear safeguards are in place for integrity and sector credibility and endorsement. NCSS must remain close to the ground, especially its members, who are important resources and sounding board for the Council to remain nimble to evolving, to emerging needs, and even as it streamlines its membership criteria. Having said that, NCSS should also pay close attention to ground-up initiatives in the sector, as well as support members whose membership may be affected during this transition. On the sustainability of the social service sector, I am hopeful for NCSS to go further in shaping a sector that is not only responsive and cohesive, but also sustainable, supporting emerging ground-up initiatives and appealing, more importantly, to the next generation of social service professionals who choose a meaningful pathway and a career that is impactful. Many SSAs and SPEs are older than Singapore and started because a group of driven individuals got together, motivated to help vulnerable communities. The origin story of newly founded charities has largely remained the same, such as Smiles Salam SG, founded by my Fengshan residents, whose work focuses on tackling food insecurity to pop-up grocery initiatives. As sector developers, I hope for NCSS to continue to extend your ambit beyond your members, as has earlier been mentioned, and to support newly established SSAs to grow its impact sustainably. And at the core of any sector, much like Singapore, is the people. Social service professionals should have elevated access to support for growth and development to remain ahead of the curve and be equipped to support emerging needs of beneficiaries. I recently spoke with a young talent, Q, who made a career switch to the sector and started his journey as a youth worker, a care staff. His drive saw him crossing the line to be an executive, but according to Q, his journey is an exception and not the rule. Taking inspiration from how the ministry has professionalized and continue to do so with the early childhood industry, I am hopeful that the refresh mandate will also see more pathways for aspiring professionals in social impact, particularly specialized courses at post-secondary level. With NCSS operating with a refresh mandate, I'm hopeful this bill will strengthen Singapore's social service ecosystem, nurturing a sector that is capable, connected, diverse, and aligned with the needs of the people it serves. Mr. Speaker, this bill shows the sector's evolution and its aspirations. It reflects not only how far our social service sector has come, but also the level of stewardship now required of it. NCSS should continue to elevate its efforts as the drivers developing a sector that is capable, trusted, and responsive to the evolving needs of our society. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to share a few observations and expectations from the perspective of workers and families who rely on a strong and sustainable social service sector. If NCSS is to take on a stronger role as a sector developer, we must be clear that sustainability cannot be measured solely by service outcomes, but also by the well-being, skills development, workplace support, and retention of the social and care workforce. I will focus my remarks on what a sector development must mean for workers on the ground. So as we support this bill in principle, we must be clear. A sector cannot be sustainable if its workforce is not. When we talk about social services, we often focus on clients and programs, and rightly so. But the people delivering this work are our social and care workers, broadly defined those on the ground doing casework, community support, caregiving, befriending, counseling, outreach, and operational coordination. They are often under high emotional load, high caseload pressures, and in a space where outcomes are not immediate and solutioning can be quite complex. So if NCSS is to be successful and well-trusted sector developer, it must go beyond ensuring service delivery and pay close attention to the workers' needs, wages, skills, welfare, employment prospects, and of course, their well-being. It must also recognize that implementing this may increase service delivery costs, and it must fulfill its duty to acquire the appropriate skills to work with the relevant ministry to right-size funding support for the sector, so that the sector's employers can do right by their workers. The bill explicitly empowers NCSS to promote competencies and professional standards and to establish and maintain standards and guidelines for sector members. I will urge the Ministry and NCSS to interpret the sector developer role as an explicitly workforce-centered with real accountability. What I hope to see are 3 worker outcomes to be developed alongside service outcomes. First, clear skills and progression pathways. Our social and care workers need structured development and free pathways, bridging routes, advanced practice tracks, leadership development, and supervision standards that protect both client and outcomes and worker well-being. Second, a fair and comprehensible wage standards. It is difficult for any sector to recruit and retain talent when wage signals are unclear or comparability across subsectors is poor. Today, we see differences in how wage guidelines are expressed. For example, one using basic wages while the other using gross wages. Now, this creates confusion for workers and makes it harder for employers to benchmark responsibly. Third, well-being and workplace protection. The social service sector
is emotionally demanding and draining. Worker well-being is not a nice to have. It is a prerequisite for quality service. We should treat supervision quality, psychosocial safety, manageable caseloads, and respect in the workplace as part of sector development, because staff burnout and turnover ultimately harm the very clients we aim to support. Sir, please allow me to make a few constructive requests. Since NCSS now has a stronger sector developer mandate and standard setting role, can the Minister clarify how NCSS will institutionalize regular engagement with NTUC and the unions and the relevant unions so that worker outcomes are not incidental but are designed into the sector roadmap? In particular, I hope NCSS will welcome a discussion with NTUC on workforce standards and job quality, because workers' issues are often raised through unions long before their problems become visible in the system-level indicators. At a recent dialogue, the union side proposed to harmonize community care and social service wage guidelines and recommendations, precisely because inconsistent approaches, such as basic versus gross, as I mentioned earlier, can distort benchmarking. I understand that the goal discussed was to have harmonization in place by first quarter 2026 before moving into accreditation, not just for the community care organizations, but also for social service agencies. Could the Minister confirm whether the first quarter in 2026 remains the intended timeline for wage guidelines harmonization, and whether NCSS will play a facilitative role, given its new function, to establish and maintain standards and guidelines for sector members? On being direct about wages, I think we can do both. We can keep the principle high level, that is strengthen the wage competitiveness and clarity, and also set a clear milestone through the harmonization of first quarter in 2026. We owe social and care sector workers that level of seriousness, while giving agencies and employees room to manage implementation responsibly. So the Healthcare Services Employees Union, or HSEU, shared a proposed accreditation framework for the community care sector. The Community Care Progressive Employer Mark, or the CCPM, as we call it, with tiering of bronze, silver, and gold, to recognize employees who commit to wage benchmarks, workforce development, productivity improvements, and progressive employment practices. The proposed framework is structured around 4 pillars. First, wage benchmarks referencing from MOH salary guidelines. Second, workforce development and skills enhancement aligned to AIC skills standard and skills framework. Third, manpower productivity, including job redesign and the use of grants. And fourth, progressive employment practices, tripartite standards and fair employment practices should be in place. I welcome this direction because it sends a clear signal. Being a good care provider must also mean being a good employer. If NCSS is to be a sector developer, then I would ask, can the Minister share whether NCSS will support an accreditation process approach that includes wage benchmarks and workforce development as central pillars, and whether this can be extended beyond community care to social service agencies in line with the earlier discussions. We should also encourage employers in the social service sector to assess support for job redesign, training, and transformation. Where appropriate, I welcome employers to work with NTUC to explore schemes such as the CTC grant so that productivity improvements translate into better job quality rather than simply a higher workload. Sir, I would also like to address implementation. The bill introduces sector members and requires compliance with prescribed standards, including those for cooperation with NCSS. This is understandable if NCSS is coordinating the sector more actively. Could the Minister clarify how NCSS will ensure that standards and reporting requirements are proportionate, particularly for the smaller agencies and charities that may not have the same administrative capacity? We must avoid where smaller organizations spend more time servicing the system than servicing the clients. Relatedly, the bill also allows NCSS to consider whether an organization's aims, objects, and activities are contrary to the public interest, public order, or national harmony when deciding whether to appoint or revoke a sector member. This is a serious evaluative ground. I would ask the Minister to elaborate on the safeguards and due processes in place to ensure decision remains fair, transparent and consistent, particularly given that sector members will likely be important for participation and sector coordination. So please allow me to continue in Malay.
I support this NCSS amendment bill in principle, but its implementation must truly reflect NCSS' role as a sector developer. It is not about merely ensuring service delivery, but developing the social and care workforce that forms the backbone of our community support ecosystem. The social sector does not just help the economy, it is a part of Singapore's economic and social infrastructure. When families receive timely support, workers can continue working, maintain their productivity, and recover from any hardship. In an aging society, community care support for loved ones also becomes key to ensuring workers do not have to choose between work and family responsibilities. As a sector developer, NCSS needs to focus more decisively on job quality, skills development, and career pathways, wage clarity and competitiveness, as well as workplace well-being and psychosocial safety. We welcome efforts to harmonize salary guidelines across subsectors, including aligning definitions such as basic wage and gross wage with clear targets before moving towards progressive employer accreditation that recognizes fair employment practices, training, productivity, and work protection. In summary, to ensure better services for our people, we must ensure that this sector offers good jobs to those entrusted to care for our community.
Remember the spirit behind it. Strengthening NCSS as a sector developer is ultimately about strengthening the whole ecosystem, the services, the organizations, and the people who do the hard work behind the scenes. If we get this right, we will not only improve service delivery, we will also help workers stay in the workforce because their livelihoods and families are continually supported. Strengthen community care for loved ones as our population ages, protect national mental and physical well-being through upstream support, and strengthen our social safety net so that people have a real chance to bounce back and thrive. And crucially, we will create a sector where social and care workers, central in my speech, can build meaningful careers with fair pay, progression, and well-being, because that is what a truly sustainable sector looks like. So with these observations and requests, I support the bill.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the bill, which seeks to reconstitute the National Council of Social Service to reflect and strengthen its role as the sector developer for the social service sector. However, I have some questions and suggestions. Sir, I support the bill's proposal to strengthen sector membership criteria of the reconstituted council. By prioritizing organizations whose core business lies in the social service sector, the new council will have the clarity and direction needed to perform its role effectively. First, I fully support the proposal to remove membership fees and to streamline to a single-tier membership framework. This reduces costs in a backdrop where social service agencies are facing a double whammy of rising expenses while being hit with poorer fundraising outcomes. In fact, a recent Channel News Asia article in December 2025, just last month, reported that some charities saw their worst fundraising seasons in recent years. Given NCSS' role as sector developer, a tiered membership structure with differentiated access
is no longer necessary. Any cost savings for our social service agencies should be regarded as a beneficial outcome. That said, I would like to ask, out of the 500 over current NCSS members, how many members would be impacted by this move to narrow the membership criteria of the reconstituted council? What is the percentage of members who have objectives and activities that are unrelated to the social service sector? And for this, I'm truly curious, why did they join NCSS as a member in the first place? The bill also proposes to shift to a fully minister-appointed council that will comprise of between 15 to 27 members. This may lead to an increase of the current council size of 23 members. While the minister has stated quite clearly that the council will keep to 23 members in the immediate term, I would like to ask, what were the reasons behind setting such a large maximum size of the council? Because having too many members in the council risks making the council bloated and perhaps unable to come to quick decisions. On the other hand, if the ministry should one day use the lower bound and appoint 15 members to the council, what would be the considerations for this downsizing? And how would this impact the functional performance of the council, which traditionally has 23 members? Sir, I also support the new statutory appeal provisions proposed under the bill. However, I note that such statutory appeals are currently limited to membership decisions made by the council. As the NCSS takes on an expanded role as the sector developer, which encompasses a larger social service mission beyond membership, I would like to ask if the other administrative decisions as laid out under Section 11, subsection 2 and 3 of the bill would also be open to similar formal appeals to the minister. Examples of these administrative decisions include the award and revocation of funds, which has significant impact on our social service agencies. The expanded role of NCSS must be properly supported by having the right council with a good mix of skills, knowledge, and experience to drive NCSS as a sector developer. While I'm happy to note that there will be continued sector representation in the new council, with at least half of the council appointed from sector members' nominations, I would like to ask the minister what the nomination criteria would be. We should ensure that the council has the right subject matter expertise to drive the necessary changes to the social service sectors. Sir, the community chest is the primary fundraising and engagement arm of our social service sector, created to support the NCSS. Under community chest, fundraising is centralized, and funding is then used to drive certain outcomes in the social service sector. How will the role of the community chest, and in particular the functions of the staff of the community chest, evolve with the new NCSS? Will changes to the enhanced governance framework for the community chest impact current grant recipients? And if so, will there be a transition period for such recipients to improve their processes in order to qualify for continued grants? Lastly, the NCSS releases a regular salary guide for social service professionals. This is a good guide that helps organizations in the sector to benchmark salaries paid to staff without having to engage expensive consultants on their own. However, I understand that every edition of the salary guide causes some consternation among social service executives, some of whom have given me feedback that it is a daunting task to try to match these salary guidelines. I would like to ask if the NCSS can do a survey on the number of organizations that comply with the salary guidelines, and in doing so, provide more support to help the social service sector become an industry of choice among Singaporean workers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I cannot stress enough the importance of the contributions made by our social service agencies and the tireless work that our social service workers must do daily. Many often have to sacrifice their personal time to help beneficiaries deal with issues that are complex, diverse, and often multifaceted. As we reconstitute NCSS in its role as a sector developer, I urge the new council to do more to build operational and professional capabilities of our social service agencies and our social service professionals to help them better cope with the ever-increasing complexity of the challenges that they face. We must also ensure that the new council is equipped with the right mix of skills, knowledge, and experience to give success in this area. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill. Before I proceed, I declare my interest as the Executive Director of Campus Impact. It is a registered charity and a social service agency serving children from lower-income families, and we are a member of NCSS, which is and also a close partner of NCSS. Over the past few decades, Singapore's social sector has made significant strides, not just in the breadth of social provision, but in the intentionality and foresight of how we plan for social needs. In recent years, we have seen deliberate shifts across multiple subsectors toward more preventive, community-based, and person-centered models of care. I'd like to highlight 3 examples. For lower-income families, Comlink Plus has moved beyond short-term financial assistance towards long-term family coaching, bringing together government agencies, charities, and the community to support families on sustained pathways towards stability and social mobility. In elder care, the Age-Well SG model and the development of active aging centres island-wide have embedded preventive care and social connection within our heartlands. In the disability space, the Enabling Master Plan 2030 charts a forward-looking vision centered on inclusive employment and lifelong learning. These efforts are supported and enabled in part by the National Council of Social Service, which strengthens the charities and social service agencies that undergird much of our social impact work. Established in 1992, NCSS has progressively widened its remit to strengthen the social service ecosystem. Between 2015 and 2025, NCSS introduced the Social Service Institute to build professional capability, launched the Community Chest integrated fundraising model, and developed sector-wide capability frameworks in areas such as digitalization, volunteer management, governance, fundraising, and program evaluation. In 2022, NCSS also introduced the 4ST strategic roadmap, guiding the sector towards more collaborative, user-centric service delivery. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to briefly center this in a practical example from the ground. At Campus Impact, NCSS support has gone beyond funding alone. Through various capability building and program grants, NCSS enabled us to articulate our theory of change, develop service standards for our flagship programs, adopt digital solutions to improve our productivity, and strengthen our organizational processes while hiring talent to strengthen our management team. Just as importantly, NCSS officers worked closely with our team to help us navigate policy parameters, refine our proposals, and think through implementation challenges. This combination of financial support and professional guidance helped a smaller agency like ours translate intent into effective delivery. It is this role as an enabler, connector, and capacity builder that makes NCSS more than an administrative body to the sector. While much has been achieved, the sector faces significant challenges ahead. By 2035, Singapore's aging population and the shrinking size of intergenerational households may necessitate a fundamental rethinking of care models. Over the next 2 decades, the resourcing landscape will continue to evolve, with charities facing tighter fundraising conditions and manpower constraints exacerbated by competition with the healthcare sector and regional labour markets. These pressures place a high onus on NCSS's role as an anchor institution for the sector. As this bill seeks to formally entrench NCSS's position as a sector developer, I would like to raise several queries that relate to its long-term strategic alignment and governance. I appreciate that Sections 5(3) and 15(3) of the bill allows employees of NCSS member organizations to sit on the board, which would ensure that ground experience and practice wisdom is brought to discussions at the board level, ensuring greater diversity and optimizing the skills, experience, and capabilities of the board. However, regarding council appointments under Sections 5 and 5F, while ministerial appointment may strengthen strategic alignment, NCSS has historically maintained close relationship with frontline agencies and smaller charities. I would like to ask the Minister, how will the new frameworks ensure that frontline perspectives, particularly those of smaller agencies serving high-need or emerging communities, remain meaningfully represented? What mechanisms will ensure that policy direction continues to be informed by lived realities on the ground rather than predominantly top-down considerations? On oversight, what are the prescribed requirements for sector-nominated members of the NCSS Council? Will these criteria be publicly gazetted or tabled before Parliament? And will reasons for rejecting sector-nominated candidates or removing council members be communicated to nominating organizations or made publicly available? Second, on ministerial direction and information requirements. While oversight is important, NCSS plays a unique bridging role, translating sector feedback into policy refinement while balancing government priorities. What measures will ensure that NCSS retains sufficient professional independence and capacity to surface gaps in funding models, workforce sustainability, and unintended policy consequences so that it remains a trusted voice for the sector rather than a purely operational arm? Third, on financial oversight. While the application of the Public Sector Governance Act strengthens accountability, key instruments such as the NCSS Endowment Fund and the Community Chest direct significant resources across the sector. Will NCSS continue publishing annual accountability reports that sets out major financial decisions, reporting metrics against its expanded mandate, and audit findings relating to these funds? Mr. Speaker, sir, with its strong track record and the challenges that lie ahead, NCSS will remain a cornerstone of Singapore's social sector. To fully step into its role as a sector developer, it must continue to act as a central coordinator, enabling agencies to support vulnerable communities, persons with disabilities, and other at-risk groups in a cohesive and complementary manner. I appreciate Professor Kenneth Poon for recognizing the close-knit network that the social service sector has grown into. If our social service sector is much like an orchestra made of many skilled and committed players, then NCSS is not meant to play the loudest instrument. Rather, it is the conductor setting the tempo, ensuring harmony, and allowing each organization to contribute its strengths at the right moment. When the conductor does its job well, the music belongs to everyone. This bill strengthens NCSS's ability to play that role. NCSS should conduct the sector and not dominate it. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill.
Ms. Lee Hui.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of the National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill. I'd like to first declare that I work in a non-profit philanthropic organization that supports impact programs in the region, including Singapore. Social service is the quiet work of standing with people on their hardest days. It takes place inside homes, family service centers, and conversations where people are at their most vulnerable. This work carries emotional weight, listening,
comforting, and standing with families through moments of uncertainty. These are the steady hands that help keep our community strong, even when the challenges are not always visible. The bill formalizes NCSS role as the sector developer of Singapore's social service sector. Empowering the vulnerable members of our communities is a mission close to my heart and the hearts of my residents. The bill's proposed amendments demonstrate NCSS's commitment to evolve its role, strengthen our social service sector, and give Singaporeans the help they truly need. I have 3 points of clarification regarding, first, NCSS's mission to support the sustainability of our social workers and social service officers. 2, nomination of the board members. And third, the criteria for appointing sector members. My first clarification relates to the sustainability of our social workers and social service officers. They are the foundation of our social service sector. If our transport workers move people, our social workers move hearts. We must give our social workers and social service officers the same care which they bring to the people and the families they support. Sadly, it is well known that social work has always been a very challenging career. Burnout is real, difficult work conditions are real, manpower shortages are real. Social workers have been known to handle 20 to 50 cases at one time and often handle crises outside usual working hours. During the pandemic, when their help was most needed, it is concerning to learn that in a SUSS survey, over half of social workers suffered from anxiety. I'm glad that the ministry recognizes this and included in Section 11 that the sustainability of the social service sector is one of the Council's statutory objectives. First, can the Minister share on the active steps that will be taken to meet this objective? What specific goals will the Council set to improve the sustainability for social workers and social service officers? For example, set targets to reduce caseloads, increase manpower, and implement new strategies to help reduce workload for our social service officers. Second, the bill makes a major change in how the NCSS board is appointed. Under the Section 5 amendment, all board members would be appointed by the Minister for Social and Family Development instead of having some elected members. Having elected members, especially social service agency employees, on the board is important, as these elected members have a strong mandate from their peers in the social service sector to speak up on critical issues. It would also allow more diverse representation across different issues and groups for people who regularly interact with volunteers and beneficiaries. So therefore, it is extra important to uphold transparency in appointing board members or risk losing confidence and ownership by our social service sector in the Council. Can the Minister clarify the rationale for removing elected members and what will be done to ensure continuity of transparency? These are some potential gaps which should be addressed early so that we start with the right principles to build trust. What criteria will guide the Minister to ensure that sector members' nominations provide a diverse representation of the social service sector? How will the Chairman receive nominations? Could the Minister also choose to reject a nomination by the Chairman? Will there be public discourse of the nominations and the reasons for accepting or rejecting any nomination? Lastly, can the Minister clarify exactly who will be eligible for NCSS membership? Section 15 states that NCSS would appoint or reappoint social service agencies who apply to be sector members, defined as having the primary function of providing or supporting the provision of social services in Singapore. Since memberships are no longer applicable, we can take a wide definition so that more groups can benefit from the support and network the Council provides. How will NCSS define this primary function? Would social enterprises, for example, Dignity Kitchen, informal ground-up groups, or religiously affiliated social organizations be eligible to be appointed as members? Are there any members now who would no longer be eligible for reappointment under the new definition? Mr. Speaker, sir, in Mandarin, please.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. Social services means being quietly present with those in need during their most difficult times. This work has no specific location. It takes place in people's homes, at social service centers, and in conversations during the most vulnerable moments. Listening to, comforting, and supporting families when they are lost and helpless inevitably involves deep emotions. Social services is like a pair of large hands that support our community even in places we cannot see. This bill formally recognizes the National Council of Social Services' role as a sector development agency. Through interactions with residents, I know that helping vulnerable groups in our community to become self-reliant and strong is our common vision. The proposed amendments in this bill demonstrates the National Council of Social Services' commitment to developing its role and strengthening the factor to better help Singaporeans. I hope to have further clarifications on how we support social workers. Social workers are the foundation of social services. Their care drives many people forward, and we also need to care for and look after social workers well in order to enable them to continue this important mission. We all know that social workers face enormous challenges. Burnout, poor working conditions, and manpower shortages are very real problems. Some social workers may handle 20 or even 50 cases simultaneously and often need to deal with emergency situations outside office hours. A survey by the Singapore University of Social Sciences found that during COVID, more than half of the social workers surveyed face anxiety issues, which is concerning. I'm heartened that the authorities have recognized the situation and included sustainability of the social service sector as one of the Council's statutory objectives in this bill. May I ask, can the Minister further explain what actions will be taken to achieve these objectives? Secondly, what specific plans will the Council establish to strengthen the sustainability of social service sectors? For example, reducing caseloads, increasing manpower, or implementing new strategies to reduce social workers' workloads?
Speaker, sir, social service is built on emotional labor. It carries heavy emotional drain and demands emotional resilience to continue caring for others. With the NCSS's expanded role in developing the social service sector, I hope this enables more social organizations to be able to reach and support all Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Mr. Tang too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to declare my interest in NCSS, having been a past beneficiary of the NCSS 40 under 40 Youth Leadership, 40 under 40 Youth Leadership Development Program. I rise in support of the NCSS Amendment Bill, recognizing the importance of social service agencies in providing support to Singaporeans and Singapore. This bill codifies the role of the NCSS as a sector developer and strengthens the delivery of social services to underserved groups in Singapore. Nevertheless, I would like to raise a few key areas for clarification, particularly on maintaining sector representation on the Council's board and furthering support for social enterprises. My first clarification relates to ensuring sector representation on the board of the Council. The social service landscape in Singapore is highly diverse, with NCSS representing over 500 SSAs that support a variety of causes such as elder care, persons with disabilities, youth at risk, low-income families, and mental health needs. The public consultation on these amendments conducted by MSF and NCSS indicated that ensuring sector representation on the board is a priority. I commend the Ministry for taking this feedback into account and increasing the proposed board size to 15 to 27 members, and ensuring that half of the board will be appointed by the Minister from sector members' nominations. To help the social service sector and public better understand how these new processes will be put into place, I would like to clarify the criteria for appointment to the board. What specific criteria will be used to select board members, and what mechanisms will be put in place to ensure diverse and representative demographic of organizations and members on the board. The ethos of NCSS to unite communities for an inclusive and caring society is important. We should encourage not only a diversity of sectors represented on the board, but also diversity of individuals of different genders, age groups, ethnic backgrounds, experience, and skill sets. I strongly believe that doing so would support NCSS in its work and facilitate the balanced and holistic development of the social service sector. My second clarification relates to the relationship between NCSS and social enterprises. Membership in NCSS is a valuable platform for sector for networking, cross-learning, and community building opportunities. One of the amendments proposed in the bill is to streamline the sector membership of NCSS, such that a member must either have the primary function of providing a social service in Singapore or have the primary function of directly supporting the provision of social service in Singapore. I note that currently some NCSS members have registered separate social enterprises as separate entities. In general, the operations of most social enterprises are closely intertwined with the social service sector. The social enterprise sector strengthens social service delivery in Singapore. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Social enterprises adopt diverse business models to better align with the complex needs of different stakeholders. For instance, many provide underemployed communities with critical employment and training opportunities, such as the Social Kitchen, which employs disadvantaged individuals and their caregivers, or Forward Coffee, which hires staff with special needs. Operating social enterprise models allows them to reinvest their profits in their social missions. This provides a more sustainable income stream for the organization, reduces reliance on donations, and provides employment for beneficiaries and expands the capacity of their social programs. I note that many social enterprises might be members of RAISE Singapore, which is a cross-sector collaboration between MSF, NCSS, and others. In line with the vision of expanding NCSS role as sector developer, I would like to ask whether social enterprises will be eligible to register as members under the NCSS, or if not, how NCSS plans to provide greater support for our social enterprises. Such support could take the form of linking social enterprises with investors, connecting social enterprises with individuals in need of employment more effectively and centrally. Additionally, could the Ministry clarify the distinction between NCSS and RAISE in terms of the functions they will play in supporting social enterprises? Social enterprises would also benefit knowing whether they can seek support and membership with NCSS in addition to RAISE. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill for its decisive update to NCSS and the strengthening of the social service sector in Singapore. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the NCSS Amendment Bill, and I'd like to declare my interest as a past beneficiary of the NCSS 40 Under 40 program, as well as a board member and an advisor to aspiring sector members, as well as current associate members of NCSS. The social service sector has evolved significantly over the years, as mentioned by the Minister earlier. It now addresses a broader and more complex range of needs, from aging and disability to mental health, family violence, and social isolation. In this context, I think it is timely that we update the legislative framework governing the NCSS so that it remains fit for purpose and well-positioned to guide the sector into its next phase of development. Because when the social service sector functions well, it's our families, seniors, and our vulnerable groups that will continue to do well and ultimately benefit. I welcome the bill's clear intent to strengthen governance, accountability, and strategic clarity. By explicitly articulating the Council's objectives, which is to build an effective, efficient, and sustainable social service sector, the amendments provide important direction not just to the Council, but also to organizations working closely with it, particularly in a sector where resources are finite and expectations often high. I also support the strengthened functions relating to the capability building, research, standard setting, and the ecosystem development. Social service work today requires not only compassion, but strong governance, professional competencies, and cross-sector collaboration. These amendments help position the Council as a sector developer rather than merely a coordinating body. A sound and professional social service sector builds confidence through transparency, credibility, accountability, and excellence, strengthening trust among the stakeholders, including donors and partners who are vital to the ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to first speak about the introduction of sector members under the new framework. This refinement of the sector membership framework helps sharpen the Council's engagement with organizations that are directly involved in the delivery of social services or that directly support such delivery. A larger Council will also allow for diverse sectoral perspectives to be represented at the highest level, enabling the Council to steer the organization effectively in an evolving landscape while also taking on the expanded function that this bill provides for. In addition, by formally engaging organizations whose primary function is to provide such social support services, the Council can strengthen partnerships with the sector while clearly maintaining lines of accountability. On this note, the bill provides for clearer guidelines on the appointment and disqualification of members to the Council, among other terms, which I welcome as it enhances the professionalism and the operational efficiency of the Council. By addressing and correcting any perceived ambiguity, the bill helps remove any future organizational issues. At the same time, I note that the bill provides the Council with powers to prescribe standards, require cooperation, and revoke sector membership in certain circumstances. These are understandable and necessary from a governance perspective. However, I would encourage the Minister and the Council to remain mindful of the importance of sector voice and autonomy. Many social service agencies operate on the front lines, working with vulnerable individuals and families in rapidly evolving circumstances. Now, ground realities often evolve faster than policy, and innovation frequently emerges from practitioners themselves. This was alluded to by Member Mr. Nispa earlier as well. It is therefore important that the exercise of the Council's powers continues to be accompanied by regular consultation, dialogue, and co-design, so that the standards and expectations are developed collaboratively and do not unintentionally stifle innovation or discourage candid feedback from the ground. Mr. Speaker, sir, related to this, I wish to raise a second consideration for the Minister. The impact of these amendments on smaller and volunteer-driven organizations. The bill rightly emphasizes professionalism and accountability. However, the social service sector is not uniform. Alongside large and well-resourced agencies, there are smaller community-based organizations that serve niche and minority groups and may not have the same administrative capacity. In fact, personally, I've been involved and continue to be involved in such community-based organizations that have well-intended objectives and sincere and passionate leaders, but sometimes lack large resources and deep capabilities. While I understand the Council already has existing powers under current membership, regulations to set standards and reporting requirements, I hope that these will be reviewed and operationalized under the amended framework. I hope that this would not cause these smaller community-based organizations to lose their membership status and as a result don't get resources allocated to them to serve these smaller groups in our population. So it would be prudent for the Council to adopt a graduated and supportive approach, such as perhaps differentiated requirements, clearly defines transition periods, and capacity building support to those who need it. I'm reassured by the Ministry's commitment to engage the sector on any changes to existing requirements so that professionalism does not come at the expense of diversity, grassroots energy, or community trust. The strength of this sector is also reflected in its ability to innovate and welcome new ideas, participants, and members. I also note the provisions allowing the Minister to issue directions to the Council in defined circumstances. While this is understandable, given the Council's role in implementing government policy, I trust that this power will continue to be exercised judiciously, preserving the Council's ability to engage openly with the sector and to provide frank policy advice grounded in operational realities. The amendments relating to the community chairs are likewise timely. By clarifying its role in mobilizing financial and in-kind resources, including volunteer support, the bill reinforces the community chair's position as a vital bridge between philanthropy and social needs. The updated governance framework will help maintain donor confidence while ensuring alignment with the Council's broader objectives. I also welcome the strengthened financial provisions, including those related to funds, investments, and the endowment fund. As social needs grow more complex, financial resilience and stewardship will be increasingly important, and these amendments provide a more robust framework for long-term sustainability. Mr. Speaker, sir, in closing, this bill represents a meaningful step forward in representing the institutional foundations of our social service sector. It equips the NCSS with clearer authority, stronger governance, and a more strategic mandate, while also reminding us of the need to balance oversight with partnership and accountability with trust. I raised my points in the spirit of strengthening the bill so that good governance goes hand in hand with sector vitality, innovation, and inclusion. With these observations, I support the bill and I look forward to its implementation contributing meaningfully to a more resilient, responsive, and compassionate social service ecosystem. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to declare my interest that I work in a philanthropic organization and was also one of the 40 under 40 members for NCSS. Today, I'm speaking in support of the National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill. At its core, this bill formally positioned NCSS as the statutory sector developer for social services. It aligns the law with what NCSS has been increasingly expected to do in practice, to build an effective, efficient, and sustainable social service sector, and to strengthen the wider ecosystem around it, including community support and volunteerism. Today, NCSS is seen as a sector developer. It is expected to lead, to coordinate, to help the sector evolve. That said, we strengthen the NCSS mandate. It is important to carefully think about how these powers are exercised in practice. And for this, I would like to raise 5 points for consideration. First, there's a risk of over-centralization and perceived distance from the ground. Stronger coordination is the intent of the bill, and rightly so. It is important to note that any system steward model, where the role is not only just merely an operator, regulator, or content owner, but as a caretaker of the wider ecosystem, it carries a trade-off. However, one concern on the ground with NCSS taking on this role that I hear, would it create more rules and frameworks that actually discourage experimentation? If we over-standardize, we may unintentionally dampen local innovation and that specializes in serving specific communities. In my conversations with many agencies, many often innovate because they know what works for the community that they interact with. Many try new outreach methods, new approaches, culturally sensitive approaches, or partnerships with schools and employers. But if standards become too rigid, then the cost of trying something new rises. Staff may worry that a pilot will fail an audit requirement, falls outside prescribed service boundaries, or create additional reporting burden. All this can create a risk-adverse culture where agencies stick to safe, familiar programs, even when emerging needs requires new approaches. In this regard, social needs are not uniform. What works for seniors living alone might not work for youth at risk. What works for families living in a rental block may not work for persons with disabilities navigating employment. Hence, we should strive to continue supporting innovative, tailored approaches as we journey towards strengthened social sector coordination with this bill. One possible way forward is a standard plus sandbox approach, with a clear baseline for safety and governance paired with structured space for innovation and differentiated model. This allows for consistency without crowding out creativity on the ground. My second point, like many have mentioned, is council composition and sector nomination. The bill requires that at least half the council member, excluding the chairperson, to be appointed from individuals nominated by sector members. It also allows chairperson to exclude nominees who do not meet prescribed requirements. Also, when appointing members of the council, the minister must consider whether the members of the council will collectively possess appropriate knowledge, skills, and experience for the council to perform its function effectively. Against this backdrop, I was asked, what is considered appropriate knowledge, skills, and experiences? From my viewpoint, it should not be narrowly read as titles or credentials. It should include practical exposure to service user journeys. For instance, having prior experience on seeing how a resident moves from first contact to assessment to referral to ongoing support. This enables an understanding where friction occurs, where people fall through the cracks, and what dignity in service actually looks like. These are not soft qualities. They are practical lenses that help a council to anticipate unintended consequences, spot blind spots in standards, and design policies that citizens can actually live with. We must also avoid the possibility of a perception risk where nomination pipelines are dominated by larger agencies with more administrative capacity and wider networks. While I do not think every detail needs to be hard-coded in primary legislation, I think a clearer competency framework would strengthen confidence in how the council is constituted. Put simply, the council should collectively cover a balanced mix of core skill sets. For example, service delivery, practice insights, skills in governance, risk, audit, finance, accountability, sector capabilities, and an eye on quality improvement. At the same time, beyond skill sets, the council should be mindful of representation across sectors, including diversity across subsectors that ensuring smaller and specialized SSAs have a meaningful voice. At the heart of it, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not about excluding anyone. We know everyone can bring something to the table. But what is also equally important is what exactly does this table need so that we can be more effective in the work that we do. Third, we should also avoid unintentional compliance burdens on smaller agencies, as mentioned earlier. The bill introduces sector members and requires compliance with prescribed standards for management, administration, service provision, and cooperation with NCSS in Section 15, Clause 4. This direction is sound, since standards protect service users. But there's also a real risk if compliance becomes too heavy or too uniform. NCSS's own industry digital plan for social services has highlighted uneven capacity across agencies, particularly in digitalization and capability building. This, in my view, is a proxy indicator for broader compliance risks. We should avoid a situation where reporting becomes a hidden tax on smaller SSAs, agencies with weaker back office capacities fall behind, compliance becomes a proxy for quality, but actually they are not always the same. These two are not the same. In my view, I think a proportionate tiered approach to standards supported by templates, shared tools, transitional support would help to ensure that rising the floor does not inevitably shrink the sector. Allow me to clarify what does proportionate tier approach means. It means ensuring that all agency meets a clear baseline for safety, governance, and accountability, while scaling additional compliance and obligation according to an agency's size, risk profile, and service complexity. Smaller community-based agencies should not be weighed down by the same administrative burden as large system critical providers, while agencies serving more vulnerable population should rightly face with higher safeguards. Paired with shared tools, templates, and transitional support, such an approach will allow us to protect service users without unintentionally squeezing out innovation or capacity on the ground. My fourth point on procedural fairness must be clear and accessible. The bill allows NCSS to revoke sector members' appointment with appeals to minister within 14 days and with minister decision being final. These safeguards are important, but they must be usable in practice. In the guidance, it will be helpful to ensure that there are clear written reasons for refusal, there are reasonable timelines and plain language appeal templates, accessibility support for smaller agencies with limited administrative capacity is made available and accessible, a predictable and transparent processes that are laid out so that this process is experienced as a fair one rather than an arbitrary one. Finally, a few asked me this question, because the public will eventually ask this. After this bill, how will we know that the sector is stronger? The bill anchors on NCSS objectives clearly. Effectiveness, efficiency, sustainability, stronger delivery, capability, and ecosystem development. These are right goals, but citizens are also looking for measurable signals. Without oversimplifying complex social outcomes, it may be useful to publish sector-level indicators, such as service access and timelines, aggregated service user satisfaction and outcomes, workforce retention, and training upticks. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And social service are, by definition, a go-together endeavor. They are a vital pillar of the We First society as we seek to strengthen. This bill strengthens our ability to go together through clearer stewardship, clearer standards, stronger coordination, and modern governance. If we pair these reforms with fair processes, proportionate standards, transparent governance, and real sector voice, this bill can help to build a social service system that is both stronger and more trusted. With these points, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, many residents in my Yio Chu Kang constituency do not look at this bill to scrutinize its technical clauses. They judge our social service system by its real-world impact. Does help arrive on time? Is a vulnerable senior noticed? Is a child kept safe? I have several clarifications on this bill. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, the composition of the Council determines the sector's perspective. Who sits at the table potentially decides on what issues are prioritized and, more importantly, what blind spots remain. Families in rental flats often rely on small agencies and volunteers who see early warning signs that larger systems miss. The Council should reflect the realities of those who work closest to danger. Under new Section 5, the Minister appoints the chairperson and the Council with at least 7 nominees from the sector. While this provides representation, it may not automatically secure independence or the necessary frontline perspective. Furthermore, under Clause 5.3, the chairperson may exclude nominees who do not meet prescribed requirements. If these are not transparent, we risk screening out plain-speaking, ground-level voices. We must also guard against over-selecting representatives from organizations whose funding incentives align them towards administrative stability rather than candor. The Council needs risk signal specialists whose duty is to identify blind spots, not simply reinforce consensus. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second point is about the risk of hidden directions, absent enforceable duties, and fragmented accountability. Under Clause 10.6, the Minister may issue directions which the Council must not disclose. While I understand the need for confidentiality in state security, social services deal with safety. If a ministerial direction effectively changes escalation thresholds for child abuse or elder neglect, and that direction is sealed, how can this House scrutinize whether those thresholds are safe? We cannot provide a counterbalance to what we cannot see. I ask if Parliament could at least receive an anonymised annual briefing on such directions. Clause 11.4 explicitly states that the objectives of the Council do not impose any duty on the Council enforceable in a court of law. After reviewing past cases involving systemic lapses and delayed escalation, this can be concerning. If Clause 11.2b empowers NCSS to coordinate the sector, authority must be paired with responsibility. Should NCSS not have a statutory responsibility to lead serious case reviews and publish anonymized lessons? Finally, regarding Clause 14, which grants immunity for officers acting in good faith. While I support protecting social workers from frivolous liability and recognize the difficult judgment calls they face on the ground, good faith must not become a shield for repeated oversights. We must ensure this immunity does not inadvertently reduce the incentives for rigorous self-critique. When no one is legally responsible, everyone becomes morally invisible. When every agency can point to a process that was technically and legally followed, cases can still fall through the cracks. Third, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm concerned that broad powers to appoint or remove sector members may unintentionally make agencies more cautious about escalation. Many agencies serving my residents are small and nimble. They enter rental flats daily. They detect risks early. They escalate issues promptly. We need them to be brave. Clause 10, under new section 15.6, empowers NCSS to revoke membership if an organization acts contrary to public interest. These are broad terms. Could a passionate agency that challenges policy gaps be misinterpreted as acting against public interest? We need clarity on how public interest is distinguished from administrative convenience. Furthermore, Section 15.4 requires cooperation with the Council as a condition of membership. We must ensure that cooperation is not misread as compliance. True cooperation includes the duty to raise concerns, notify relevant authorities, and comply with the law by lodging police reports where necessary. Sometimes the most constructive partnership is demonstrated when an agency says, "You are wrong, and this child is in danger." This bill must protect such engagement as a vital form of cooperation. On recourse, under Section 16, appeals regarding membership goes back to the Minister. What prevents this from becoming a circular loop without independent review? If an agency is removed from being too vocal about a systemic failure, appealing to the ministry that oversees the system provides little reassurance. Finally, regarding Clause 18 and the dissolution of committees without compensation, while legally standard, we must consider the signal it sends. We should ensure long-serving members and volunteers feel recognized, not dismissed, so they remain empowered to speak up. Mr. Speaker, sir, after past cases involving serious harm and delayed intervention, no agency should ever hesitate to escalate a risk because they fear losing their status, their funding, or their place in the system. This bill must strengthen the courage of the sector, not the caution. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the new sector developer powers under Section 11 must translate into real-world outcomes. Residents measure success simply. When we call for help, does someone actually come? I have 4 questions on how this will be operationalized. First, on coordination under Section 11.2b. Will this include cross-system risk detection mechanisms? Specifically, will this include mechanisms to detect risks across current systems and agencies early? Past tragedies have shown that failures often arise not from the absence of services, but from fragmented information and lack of shared visibility. We need a system that links data so that when, say, a child goes missing in one domain, the alarm rings in all. Second, on standards, Section 11.2e. How do we prevent over-standardization from suppressing local innovation? Often ground-up charities spot risks first because they are not following a rigid top-down mandate. Standardization must raise the floor without lowering the ceiling of innovation. Third, on geographical vulnerabilities. A rental block in Yio Chu Kang faces different pressures from, say, a BTO in Punggol. Shouldn't NCSS publish region-level indicators of responsiveness instead of only national averages? A national average of 90% satisfaction is of no comfort to a neighborhood where the response time is 3 weeks. Fourth, on capabilities under Section 11(2)(f. The most vital capability is learning from failure. Should there not be an explicit requirement to turn every serious case review into sector-wide learning? We also need a near-miss reporting system, similar to aviation, so the whole body learns when one part fails. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill gives NCSS more authority, more responsibility, and more influence over how our social service ecosystem evolves. That matters because residents do not experience systems in theory. They experience them in moments of need. They ask simple questions. Does help arrive on time? Is a vulnerable senior noticed? Is a child kept safe? Having listened carefully to the various speeches today, there's a clear convergence in our PAP MPs' views. Members have broadly welcomed the bill's intent to strengthen NCSS as a sector developer while consistently emphasizing shared priorities. Members have also asked for stronger governance and workforce development to go hand in hand with meaningful sector voice. Accountability and data use must be matched by transparency, proportionality, and trust. Coordination must strengthen, not weaken, responsiveness to frontline realities, smaller agencies, and emerging needs. It is in this collective spirit that the clarifications raised today should be considered. These shared concerns brings us back to why this bill matters and why its design choices matter. Authority without independence is brittle. Responsibility without transparency is hollow. Standardization without courage is dangerous, and development without protection is meaningless. We should not pass this legislation in a vacuum. We pass it with the memory of every case where the system hesitated, fragmented, or deferred when it needed to act. The names change, but the lessons do not. The cost of hesitation is life itself. Our duty is clear. When a warning light flickers, the system must sharpen, not soften. It must escalate, not hesitate. It must protect, not disappear into administrative cracks. If we shape NCSS into a body that welcomes frank voices, value ground insights, supports escalation and learns from failure, this bill will do more than restructure a council. It will strengthen the safety net for every child, every senior, every caregiver, and every vulnerable person in Singapore. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Minister Masagos.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the members for their comments and support for the bill. I hear their aspirations, their caution, and I take it in good spirit. I'm heartened by the care shown for the social service sector and the endorsement of NCSS work. Members have expressed broad support for NCSS role as a sector developer, the value of sector membership, and the need for a diverse and representative council. I will now address the questions and clarifications that members have raised. Ms. Lee Hui Ying, Mr. Chai Chin-cho, Mr. Melvin Yong, Mr. David Ho asked for clarification on sector membership. On who will qualify, an organization must have the primary function of providing or directly supporting the provision of social service in Singapore. NCSS will look at each application and assess the organization's objectives and activities against these criteria. Today, there are about 400 full council members and close to 100 associate council members. With the changes, all full council members will be transitioned to become sector members, so 400 of them. Since the criteria for full council membership align with those of sector membership. Associate council membership will be ceased. Current associate council members who meet the criteria are welcome to apply for sector membership. But there may be some organizations, such as those whose primary functions do not relate to social services within Singapore, which would not qualify for sector membership. Such organizations are a subset, and all associate council members and joined NCSS at a time when the membership criteria was much broader. NCSS will ease this transition, including honoring any existing support until its expiry. On social enterprises, the Singapore Centre for Social Enterprises, or RACE, established by MSF, serves as the dedicated membership body to provide them tailored support and resources. Moving forward, if a social enterprise also wishes to be an NCSS sector member, its application will be assessed in consultation with RACE on a case-by-case basis, depending on its objectives and activities. Nevertheless, as a sector developer, NCSS will work with partners in the ecosystem, regardless of their membership status, to find solutions to our social challenges. Indeed, over the years, NCSS has been working closely with RACE, itself a current NCSS member organization, to build stronger enterprise capabilities in the sector for financial sustainability and partnerships between SSAs and social enterprises to better serve users. Mr. Yip, Mr. Ho, and Dr. Hamid Razak asked about the rejection and revocation of sector membership and appeals to the minister from such decisions, emphasizing the importance of transparency and independence of such processes. In particular, Mr. Yip asked if agencies that challenge policy gaps could be misinterpreted as acting against public interests. I assure members that we want to continue to have constructive conversations. In fact, we welcome diverse views and suggestions, including surfacing challenges and gaps in existing policies and programs that can help us strengthen the ecosystem. The aim of these powers is to ensure that organizations meet the criteria of sector membership and to safeguard the diverse yet cohesive, responsible and respectful social service sector that we have built over the years. This is also the thinking behind the clause requiring that sector members' aims, objects, and activities do not go against public interests, public order, or national harmony. Similar clauses exist in other legislation. The appeal mechanism is also precisely in place as a check and balance for NCSS sector membership decisions. Sector membership application will first be assessed by the Council. Appeals will only go to the Minister if an applicant disputes a decision that the Council stands by. We agree with Mr. Ho on the importance of transparency, and the appeal processes and timelines will be clearly communicated. I will now move on to the Council-related comments. I would like to thank members for their suggestions and comments, including Professor Kenneth Poon, for sharing his personal experience as an NCSS board member. Ms. Eliza Chen, Mr. Ho, Ms. Lee, and Mr. Yip asked how we can ensure diverse representation under a fully minister-appointed council. Unlike the previous election systems for the NCSS board, an appointment approach gives us greater certainty that we can constitute the council with people from various backgrounds, including candidates from organizations of different sizes and nature, and with a necessary range of skills and experiences. We have provided that at least half of the council, excluding the chairperson, must come from the sector members' nominations as a clear indication of our commitment to ensure that the sector is represented on the council. To further expand the range of perspectives, we have also proposed amendments to allow employees of sector members to be appointed onto the Council, since their expertise and experience will provide important ground perspectives, as Ms. Lee also observed. Based on our past experience with the NCSS board, the results of elections are dependent on who chooses to run at the annual general meeting or AGM. How well the candidates are known, how well known the candidates are among those voting, and sometimes how influential the nominating organization is. The shift to a fully appointed council allows for the composition of the council to be considered as a whole, so that it better represents the sector and has the necessary mix of skills and perspectives. This brings me to the specific criteria and process for council appointments, which Ms. Chan, Mr. Yip, Mr. Chai, Ms. Lee, Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim, Mr. Yong, and Mr. Ho asked about. As Mr. Ho rightly pointed out, it's not desirable for every detail and criterion to be hard-coded in primary legislation, and trying to do so may introduce unnecessary rigidity that will not be helpful to NCSS functioning effectively, particularly as needs change in the future. We are working out the specific implementation details and will share more with sector members in due course. As Professor Poon pointed out, NCSS needs broad expertise and deep sector insights to effectively steward the sector. Broadly, we will consider whether individuals have relevant experience in senior leadership, governance, or social service. We will also look out for individuals with specific skill sets like law, science, or technology. Beyond professional credentials, experience on the ground is also important. Process-wise, the chairperson will submit all nominations to minister, except for those which do not meet requirements prescribed by regulations. These prescribed requirements cover procedural matters, such as each sector member nominating only one individual from their organization, which would include their board members and fully completing application forms. As earlier shared, a nominations committee will be established to assist with the nominations process. To Ms. Hazlina's point, the committee will comprise individuals with diverse experience, expertise, and high standing in the sector. We will share details of the composition of the committee in due course. Mr. Yong and Prof. Poon asked about the rationale behind providing for a range in the council size with an increased maximum size of 27, and how the exact size will be determined in practice. This range is comparable to that of the allowed size of other statutory boards that play similar roles in their sectors, like NEC and NHB. It's very similar to NCSS. And the eventual size will be based on the needs of the time. Ms. Chan and Ms. Lee asked if the reasons for rejecting nominations or removing council members would be communicated. Sector members will be notified of the outcome of their nominations. If there are prescribed requirements that the nominees do not meet, we may inform the sector member accordingly. On the removal of council members, even though the bill provides that the minister is not obliged to provide reasons where appropriate, we will engage the relevant council member in the exceptional circumstances where the minister has to exercise the power. Mr. Yip asked about the transition for current NCSS board and committee members. Practically, our intent is for them to serve out their current term, that is until 31st July 2026. Mr. Yip may be assured that MSF and NCSS values the work of all who serve on NCSS committees and board and recognizes them through various platforms. I would also like to highlight that at the end of the day, council appointments are not the only avenue for sector voices to be heard. As sector developer, NCSS will continue to engage the sector, gather insights from the ground, and partner with the government to strengthen outcomes. In the last few years, NCSS have been organizing leadership visits between MSFs and NCSS management and SSAs. Small group engagement with board leaders on top of large-scale engagements, workshops, and clinics that are open to all NCSS member organizations. I have attended some of these engagements, and this will continue. MSF and NCSS value the views, the insights, and work of our ecosystem players, and will continue listening to and co-creating with the sector. Like many members stress in their speeches, the key is to have processes that build trust. There's no single perfect system or process, but it will be in the conduct of each nomination and appointment, and in the everyday engagements and partnerships that NCSS forms with stakeholders in social services that we strengthen the trust that we have built over the years. Lastly, I want to address the most important issue, which is the impact of the changes on the users of social services, the sector, and society. As Ms. Denispoa noted, this bill will indeed strengthen NCSS' role as sector developer to coordinate services, to provide more effective and efficient support to those in need, and raise the sector's organizational and digital capabilities. As social issues have become increasingly cross-cutting, NCSS will work closely with relevant government agencies across different domains and leverage inter-agency platforms and mechanisms to identify and meet service users' needs holistically and in a coordinated manner. A few members also asked about implications of the bill for innovation in the sector. Ms. Pua, Ms. Chen, Dr. Hamid, Dr. Rizal, Mr. Ho, and Mr. Yip expressed concerns about the potential impact of NCSS setting standards on sector members, especially smaller ones, as well as on the ministerial power to issue directions to NCSS. First, on innovation. It is in NCSS DNA to work with the sector, to incubate ideas to meet emerging needs. This will not change with this bill. For example, NCSS recently introduced the Income Orange Aid Caregiver Support Accelerator Grants in partnership with Income Insurance Limited to encourage SSAs and their partners to develop solutions to strengthen support for caregivers in Singapore, an important area of need that we are seeing. NCSS also supports innovation in the sector, for example, through the National Design Challenge, a platform where anyone can step forward to design solutions for social issues. NCSS also supports SSAs in measuring the effectiveness of their programs through the SG60 Towards Sustainability Fund, which provides funding and capability building support. NCSS will continue to take a principled and risk-proportionate approach to governance to promote innovation and reduce red tape while maintaining high standards of accountability. The need to meet standards and obligations set by NCSS is not new to current council members. Broadly, similar obligation already exists in subsidiary legislation under the NCSS Act today, and are intended to protect service users for accountability and to uplift the sector. For example, today, full council members must submit copies of their annual report, audited accounts, and balance sheet to NCSS yearly. This is important given that many of these organizations who will become sector members after the amendments receive donations and public funds and must steward these resources appropriately. NCSS is always mindful of the compliance load on member organizations, particularly small ones, when new standards and obligations are introduced. We thank Mr. Ho, Ms. Pua, and Dr. Hamid for the suggestions and take a proportionate approach and provide sufficient time and capacity building support for sector members to meet any standards imposed. NCSS will support and engage sector members when implementing any new standards and do so in a practical manner, including providing relevant resources and training as it has been doing. In response to Mr. Yong's query on the functions and governance of ComChest, the amendments do not change the function of ComChest. The updated governance provisions apply to the conduct and management of ComChest rather than the grants recipients. Besides impact on organizations, Ms. Lee, Dr. Rizal, and Ms. Hazlina asked about the impact on professionals. It is indeed both MSFs and NCSS intend to support our social service professionals, and we have been doing so. In recent years, NCSS has embarked on several initiatives to address sector manpower needs. This includes funding SSAs through the Transformation Sustainability Scheme to enhance their people management practices, redesigning jobs, and augmenting manpower with volunteers and technology. We share Dr. Rizal's view that worker well-being is important, and we have rolled out various initiatives to support our sector professionals. For example, NCSS introduced a sabbatical leave scheme, which offers eligible professionals a chance to rejuvenate with 10 weeks of paid sabbatical leave. Moving forward, MSF and NCSS will be setting up a Protection Practitioners Care Fund to implement capability building and well-being initiatives for protection practitioners. More details will be shared later this year. Ensuring good jobs in the sector will continue to be part of NCSS work as sector developer, and we will work with all stakeholders, including sector members, unions, and MOH, to ensure these are quality jobs and clear salary guidelines in the sector. On the ministerial power to issue directions, this is part of the governance framework for all statutory boards, and there is already a broadly similar power under the NCSS Act today. It is not intended to interfere with NCSS exercise of its functions or limit NCSS from representing feedback from the sector. We value the critical function that NCSS plays in reflecting the sector's voice to ensure that our policies are grounded in operational needs and realities. Mr. Yong asked about the channels to provide feedback on NCSS administrative decisions. Both MSF and NCSF have open channels for organizations to provide feedback, and we are committed to ensure that our policies and programs are effective in meeting their outcomes. Finally, I note members have given useful inputs and suggestions that we will take into consideration when drafting the subsidiary legislation as well as operational procedures to support the implementation of the amendments. I also ask for members' understanding that I will not be able to address some of the members' other queries and comments that go beyond the remit of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I will now conclude. This bill has been several years in the making. NCSS first formally engaged the sector on the proposed amendments at its annual general meeting in July 2024. Since then, there have been many further engagement sessions, which have helped shape the bill before us today. Many members, including Ms. Pua, Dr. Hamid, and Ms. Chan, highlighted the importance of preserving the sector's voice and of continuing to engage the sector and ensure coordinated action across stakeholders. To echo Mr. Xie Yao-Chen's observation, this is indeed what MSF and NCSS have been doing, including through the consultation process for this bill, and will continue to do so. This bill strengthens NCSS's ability to act as the bridge for sector feedback to be translated into policy. By formalizing NCSS's expanded role as sector developer, NCSS is better able to consult more widely, identify ground needs, and closely partner and coordinate with stakeholders to develop the social service sector. With this bill, NCSS will be well positioned to lead the sector to achieve better outcomes and improve the quality of life of users of our social services. I thank members for your support for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Clarifications for Minister? None? Okay. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill.
Minister, committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The citation year 2025 will be changed to 2026 as indicated in the order paper supplement. The question is that clauses 1 to 18 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Social and Family Development.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
And third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
National Council of Social Service Amendment Bill.
We've been in the chambers for over 4 hours, so I propose to take a break now. I will suspend the sitting and will assume the chair at 4:30 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 2, Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Acting Minister for Culture, Community and Youth.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Singapore Sports Council Act was enacted in 1973 to establish the Singapore Sports Council, also known as Sport Singapore or Sport SG for short, as the statutory body responsible for promoting and developing sports in Singapore. For over 5 decades, Sport SG has led the development of a vibrant sporting culture in Singapore. Together, we have achieved significant progress in 2 areas. Well, first, participation in sports, and second, sporting excellence. In the last decade, Sport SG has achieved a significant increase in participation in sports in a number of ways. First, in partnership with MOE, we have effectively embedded sports programs across mainstream and special education schools and expanded the outreach of sports to the young very significantly. The sports education program, which promotes development of skills and sports knowledge of students, their active participation of sports and promotion of team spirit and character building, is now offered in more than 320 schools, up from 187 just 5 years ago. The School Sports Partnership Program, which allows more children to be exposed to multi-sport experiences at introductory and intermediate levels, regardless of their skills and abilities, has grown from 19 in 2020 to 92 schools today. These programs expose our youth to diverse sporting experiences, nurtures a love for sports, and builds a strong foundation for active and healthy lives. Outside of schools, we engage our youth through Active SG's academies and clubs. These offered structured sports programs for our children to pursue their sporting interests and form bonds and networks with peers beyond schools. And together with our affiliated partners programs, we reach out to about 15,000 regular participants each year. And we want their passion for sport to continue beyond the school years. To help them stay connected with sports for life, the Active SG Sports Interest Groups provides avenues for Singaporeans to continue to pursue their sporting interests together. And this also allows them to form new friendships and meet others of different ages and abilities to play sports together regularly. Today, Sport SG offers more than 3,000 interest group programs annually, reaching close to 30,000 participants. Well, second, we have increased access to sports through our expansion of sports infrastructure. In addition to rejuvenating and building new Active SG sports centers with an expanded offering of sports facilities, we've also built more sports facilities closer to residents' homes through sport and precinct programs. Where we can, we have integrated them with government facilities in our heartlands to provide Singaporeans with a one-stop facility to live, work, and play, such as at our Tampines Hub, Bukit Canberra, and Heartbeat at Bedok. We have also rejuvenated several others, such as the Delta Sports Centre and Active SG Sport Parks at Tegi and Bedok North. With convenient access to sports programs at facilities such as gyms and swimming complexes, Singaporeans' visitorship to Active SG facilities has increased by more than 50%, from 13.2 million in 2014 to about 20.8 million in 2025. More than 1.9 million Singapore citizens and permanent residents have also signed up to the new web-based My Active SG Plus platform for facility and program booking since its launch in 2024. And through these efforts, 3 in 4 Singaporeans aged 13 and above now participate in sport and fitness activities weekly, up from just 1 in 2 a decade ago. Well, this is a significant jump. Many more Singaporeans now adopt active and healthy lifestyles. And this is a big step in our effort to bring our health span closer to our lifespan and to help Singaporeans live longer, healthier lives. Beyond physical fitness activities, mind sports and esports have also seen strong growth in participation and recognition, both here in Singapore and globally. Well, take chess, for instance. We hosted the World Chess Championship for the first time in 2024. In schools, around 1,700 students competed at the 75th National Schools Individual Chess Championship in the same year. That's about a 20% increase compared to 2022, which was when it was last held. As for esports, ASEAN is one of the world's fastest growing esports markets. The upcoming 2026 Asian Games will also feature an increased number of 11 medals for esport titles, up from 7 at the 2022 Asian Games. So in line with young Singaporeans' widening interest in esports, we partnered the International Olympic Committee to host the inaugural Olympic Esports Week in 2023. Our Team Singapore esport athletes also achieved medal success at the SEA Games and other competitions, such as at the World Taekwondo Virtual Championships. Sir, these trends reflect the contemporary sporting landscape where players, competitors, and supporters are no longer limited to the traditional disciplines of physical sporting activities. Now, in terms of sporting excellence, we have progressively strengthened our high-performance sport ecosystem to nurture more Team Singapore athletes and help them realize their full sporting potential to perform better in more sports. Well, just last month, we celebrated Team Singapore's achievements at the SEA Games in Thailand. We fielded our largest SEA Games contingent of more than 900 athletes competing across nearly 50 sports, with more than half competing for the first time. And our athletes did very well. They won a record number of 202 medals with 52 goals. At the Games, our athletes also achieved many firsts. Calvin Kwek and Avir Tam won our first gold in 60 years in the 400-meter hurdles and diving, respectively. Marissa Hafizan won Singapore's first SEA Games karate medal since 2011 and first gold medal since 1993. Our men's 3x3 basketball team won a historic silver medal with a young team, averaging just 21 years old. And I'm also happy to report that about half of our athletes who competed for the first time won medals, including some of our youngest Team Singapore athletes, 12-year-old sailor Enya Zahedi and 14-year-old swimmer Julia Yeo. Well, Julia was just sitting behind member Dr. Kenneth Goh and myself and cheering on the Team Singapore athletes one moment, and the next moment, she was in the water. Well, she set her personal best in the backstroke during the women's 4x100 medley relay, and together with her teammates Ting Wen, Jing Wen, and Letitia, broke the meet record and won the gold medal. And all this while she was swimming in borrowed goggles and swimsuit. Now imagine if she had brought her own. And it was Singaporean support for our athletes at the Games that made all the difference. Whether it was Singaporeans who were supporting the team from back home, or Singaporeans who went to Thailand to cheer on the team, like our Team Nila volunteers. And whether it was cheering the men's water polo team through their dominant wins in the pool and route to their 29th gold medal, or our netball team's heartbreaking 3-point loss in the finals, Singaporeans stood with Team Singapore through both victories and defeats. Our supporters embodied the very essence of the Singapore spirit. On the fields and in the stadiums, we were united as one voice, cheering as one nation for Team Singapore. And as our Team Nila volunteer, Mr. Andy To aptly put, the journey with Team Nila in Bangkok was both poignant and fulfilling, marked by the emotional highs and lows of witnessing athletes' triumphs and disappointments. He was deeply moved by our athletes' grace, fortitude, and determination to bring glory and honor to Singapore, and felt privileged to be able to contribute with fellow Team Nila volunteers. And with Singaporeans' strong support, Team Singapore's average SEA Games gold medal tally has increased significantly over the past 2 decades, from around 20 in the 2000s to about 40 in the early 2010s to more than 50 today. At the highest levels, our athletes have also shown that we have what it takes to do well at the Olympics and the Paralympics. In Paris 2024, our Team Singapore contingent came home with 2 golds, a silver, and a bronze. They also broke 2 national records and had 2 personal bests. We have also stepped up to host top-tier international sporting competitions, testing our capabilities against stronger and more established nations, and rallying our nation's support for our athletes. For close to 3 months in 2025, we worked to host the World Aquatics Championships, World Aquatics Masters Championships, and the World Para Swimming Championships. We welcomed over 9,000 international athletes, including the world's top swimmers, to Singapore across these events. We saw outstanding performances from our swimmers like Yip Pin Siu and Gan Ching Hui, who achieved medal success and broke national records. Our Team SG para swimmer Wong Zhiwei fondly recounted his experience at the World Para Swimming Championships in September last year. He said, and I quote, "I was really grateful for the crowd because every time I came up to brief, I could hear them say, 'Go.' And I could hear a lot of them shouting my name. So I'm really glad for the support that I have, especially for this meet that is held on home ground." End quote. Through the years, our athletes and para-athletes do more than just make Singapore proud. They inspire dreams, they show our youth what is possible when they dare to dream, and we are committed to nurture more youths to turn their dreams into reality. Next week, our contingent of 37 Team Singapore para-athletes across 11 sports will participate in the ASEAN Para Games, and I invite all Singaporeans to join me in supporting Team Singapore to make Singapore proud. Our achievements so far, both in participation in sports and in sporting excellence, gives us confidence that we are on the right track. And we want to do better. First, we want to continue to build up our high-performance sports systems to nurture our athletes to their fullest potential. For our athletes, we are investing in a new home for Team Singapore as part of the Kallang Alive Master Plan. We will integrate all elements of our hardware, our high-performance sporting development and sports science system, under one roof for athletes to stay, train, study, and compete, supported by the High Performance Sports Institute and the National Sports Associations. We will also continue to improve our software to start organizing ourselves around an integrated structure to enhance the end-to-end development of our athletes from youths to adults so that our athletes can be supported holistically. And we'll continue to refine our sporting policies and programs to ensure that athletes have the right infrastructure, adequate resources, and multiple opportunities to excel. This reflects our concerted, strategic, and long-term commitment to build a sustainable and thriving sports ecosystem for all our athletes. Second, we'll continue to make sport more accessible and inclusive for all Singaporeans. We announced the refreshed Disability Sports Master Plan in 2024. The DSMP lays out our vision to build an inclusive and vibrant sporting landscape where persons of all abilities will have ample opportunities to participate in sports. One of the key moves is the launch of the Enabling Sports Fund to support community-led programs that make sports accessible, inclusive, and meaningful for persons with disabilities. Similarly, we want to make an effort to leverage sports to develop youths from disadvantaged backgrounds. Sport SG's philanthropic arm, Sport Cares, will continue to work with key partners to leverage sport initiatives and programs to deepen its outreach to vulnerable communities. For instance, Saturday Night Lights, a flagship Sport Cares program since 2013, has served more than 1,000 youths at risk or from disadvantaged households. These youths develop important life skills such as respect, discipline, and resilience through SNL's regular football training and are given a safe and structured space to grow, with coaches acting as their mentors. We will also continue to expand opportunities to students in our schools to access and excel in different sports. Today, programs such as Strategic Partnership CCAs allow students keen to participate in sports not offered in their schools to do so, while these include athletics, canoeing, hockey, and water polo. We'll continue to work with MOE to expand such opportunities for our young. We are also working to uplift standards so that Singaporeans can take part in sports safely. For instance, Sport SG introduced the National Registry of Exercise Professionals, or NREP for short, in 2023 to build capabilities in the physical fitness sector. Registered exercise professionals under NREP are certified in areas such as standard first aid and safe sport, in addition to their fitness or exercise certifications. Registered exercise professionals under NREP are also certified in standard first aid with automated external defibrillator or AED, safe sport, basic exercise science or equivalent so that they can better serve Singaporeans. Sport SG is also working with industry partners and government agencies to establish a code of practice for gyms and fitness studios. These aims to help align best practices in areas such as equipment and facility management, among other safety considerations, for better and more consistent standards across the industry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've described how our sporting landscape has evolved over the years and become an integrated part of Singaporeans' daily lives. I've also set out what we plan to do going ahead. To support these plans, we need to update the Singapore Sports Council Act, which has not been significantly updated since its enactment in 1973. This is to empower Sport SG to more effectively administer its role in driving all Singaporeans to live better through sport. Hence, we are seeking to make the following amendments in this bill. Well, first, to provide holistic education and career support to our Team Singapore athletes, Clause 6H of the bill inserts new Section 8K and O. These provisions provide an enhanced mandate for Sport SG to establish institutions to develop and train national athletes. This includes overseeing their sporting activities and working with MOE on the Singapore Sports School's academic curricula. Specifically, new Section K provides Sport SG with a mandate to establish an institution that will be formed through consolidating the SSP with HBSI. Well, this is a key step to implement our plans announced at MCCY COS debates in 2025 and will enhance our end-to-end support for our athletes. SSP will retain its brand and identity and serve as the education arm of our high-performance sports ecosystem. This consolidation will strengthen our system and it will stand us in good stead for future major games, especially when we host the SEA Games and ASEAN Para Games in 2029. We are also laying the groundwork early for the relocation of SSP to Kallang, bringing the school together with sports science facilities, sports medicine centers, national training centers, and national sports associations under one roof as the home of the new Team Singapore. More details on this will be provided at our 2026 COS debate. Well, second, to uplift standards of the sports industry. Clause 6H of the bill inserts a new Section 8M and N to recognize the role of Sport SG in raising the capabilities and safety in the sports sector. Well, this includes establishing and maintaining quality standards and codes of practice for coaching, equipment, facilities, as well as the relevant accreditation systems. Well, with the growth in national participation in sports and physical fitness activities, we need to strengthen Sport SG's mandate to build capabilities in the sports industry. Rather than becoming a regulator of the sports industry and taking the approach of regulatory enforcement, Sport SG will continue to exercise leadership in the sports sector by encouraging the adoption of industry best practices. This includes, but is not limited to, its existing policies and initiatives such as the Safe Sport Commission, National Registry of Coaches, and NREP. And third, to strengthen disability sports and support our efforts towards greater inclusivity, Clause 6B of the bill seeks to amend Section 8D of the Act to recognize the Singapore National Paralympic Council as Sport SG's key partner, the same way the Singapore National Olympic Committee is recognized today. This is in line with the refreshed DSMP, where we have also expanded access and opportunities for persons of all abilities to participate in sport. Next, to support Singaporeans' diverse sporting aspirations, Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the Act to define sports to include mind sports and e-sports, and to define mind sport as a competitive game based on intellectual skill, such as chess or bridge. Clause 6A of the bill seeks to amend Section 8A of the Act to expand the functions of Sport SG to expressly include the planning and promotion of physical fitness activities in addition to sports for both competitive and recreational purposes. Clause 6C to F seeks to amend Section 8F to I to expand the functions in those provisions to include physical fitness activities. Specifically, Clause 6C amends Section 8F to specify that research and study in sports and physical fitness activities includes sports science, sports medicine, and other subjects that are related to sports and physical fitness activities. Well, the field of sports science has advanced significantly, and it's now integral to public health initiatives and high-performance sports development, both locally and abroad. Active health programs grounded in sports and exercise science will also play a larger role in helping our seniors lead longer, stronger, and healthier lives. These amendments signal Singapore's increased commitment to sports science and sports medicine as foundational elements in supporting our nation's next bound in sports and physical fitness activities. Collectively, these moves support Singaporeans' diverse sporting aspirations, and it's consistent with the wider local and international developments, including at major games. The gameplay and disciplines of mind sports and esports will continue to evolve. Therefore, the updated definition of sports in the bill takes a balanced and future-ready approach to support newer and more varied forms of sporting participation and sporting excellence by Singaporeans. Sport SG will calibrate its supports for these activities and sports based on their specific needs, governance standards, and contributions to national sporting objectives. Lastly, the bill includes and introduces technical amendments to align the Act to the key moves that I've discussed. Clause 4 of the bill amends Section 4 of the Act to increase the maximum size of Sport SG's board from 15 to 25 members so that more expertise could be brought on board as needed. Clause 7 of the bill sets out a detailed list of updates to the powers of Sport SG under Section 9 of the Act to align them with the expanded functions of Sport SG in Section 8 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in conclusion, the bill is an important enabler in driving Singapore's sporting culture and for our national sports ecosystem to be inclusive, dynamic, and future-ready. It reaffirms that sport is for everyone, regardless of age or ability, and our effort for every Singaporean to live better through sport. It states in one voice our support for Team Singapore athletes and our effort to nurture every athlete to fulfill their fullest sporting potential. We'll continue to work closely with partners in the sport ecosystem and industry to ensure smooth implementation of this bill. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Alex Yam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill. This bill touches on a wide and interconnected sporting ecosystem in Singapore, and many of my colleagues will be speaking on its various dimensions. Ms. Goh Zaki and Ms. Valerie Lee will address how we strengthen Team Singapore and disability sport. Dr. Charlene Chen, Mr. David Ho, Ms. Elisa Chen will speak on mind sports and esports, as well as the importance of governance and accreditation. Ms. Poli San will speak on the importance of board diversity in our sports associations, while Dr. Hamid Razak will address the need for a calibrated and disciplined approach to resource allocation. Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim, Mr. Yip Hon Wing, and Mr. Lee Hong Chuan will take a broader view across the bill's themes. And closing off will be the Deputy Chair of our GPC, Ms. Joan Pereira, who will close off the bench's contributions to this debate. Collectively, these contributions will reflect the breadth of the bill. My remarks today will therefore focus on framing the overall direction of travel before my colleagues go deeper into specific policy areas where their suggestions and observations will be made. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill reflects how sports in Singapore has evolved over the last decade, and more importantly, how it must continue to evolve if it is to serve not just our medal ambitions, but also our people, our social compact, and our national identity. At its very core, this bill recognizes a very simple truth, that sports today is not just confined to podiums, pitches, or to the playing fields. It's increasingly also about inclusion, health, character, opportunity, and lifelong participation. The proposed amendments give Sports SG the clarity, mandate, and flexibility to meet these realities responsibly. I will therefore focus my remarks on four broad areas: inclusion and disability sport, the broadening of what we recognize as sports, standards and professionalism in our sports ecosystem, and finally, the holistic development of our athletes across sporting and educational pathways. First, on disability sport and inclusion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my view, one of the most important shifts reflected in this bill is the formal recognition of the Singapore National Paralympic Council as a key partner of Sports SG. This is alongside the Singapore National Olympic Council and the NSAs. This is not merely symbolic, it is a signal of intent. The refreshed Disability Sports Master Plan made it clear that inclusion is not adjunct to our sporting system. It must be integral to it. Athletes with disabilities do not exist on the margins of Team Singapore. They are Team Singapore. So therefore, formal recognition of the SNPC strengthens accountability, coordination, and partnership across the entire sporting ecosystem. It enables clearer alignment in athlete development, competition pathways, and event organization. It also affirms that disability sport deserves the same strategic attention, resourcing discipline, and long-term planning as able-bodied sports. I would therefore encourage Sports SG, as it operationalizes this partnership, to continue investing not only in elite pathways, but also in grassroots access. This includes adaptive facilities, trained coaches, and community-level programs that enable persons with disabilities to engage sports early and confidently. Inclusion succeeds not when we create parallel systems, but when our mainstream systems are designed with inclusion in mind from the very beginning. Secondly, on supporting diverse sporting aspirations. The bill updates the statutory understanding of what sports is, and in doing so reflects how Singaporeans actually live, train, and compete today. Beyond competitive and recreational sport, the bill explicitly empowers Sports SG to promote physical fitness activities, mind sports, and esports. This is pragmatic and a necessary evolution. Physical fitness activities are foundational to public health, especially in an aging society like Singapore. Programs under Active SG, as well as local efforts, such as the Northwest Healthy Living Festival, recognize that many Singaporeans may not aspire to competitive sport, but still seek structured, social, and motivating ways to stay active. As an example, the Northwest Brisk Walking Club has grown into what is perhaps Singapore's largest and most consistent community fitness movements, with a strong membership base of 70,000, spanning seniors, working adults, and families. What has also been particularly encouraging is its recent evolution across all the 5 CDCs, with the launch of the CDC walking trails. The intentional design of routes to be more accessible, scenic, gamified, and digitally supported, we have seen since its launch in August 2025 a broadening participation of over 85,000, including many younger residents and first-time exercisers. When we invest thoughtfully in simple, inclusive physical activity, we lower the barriers to participation and bring more Singaporeans into physically active lifestyles. Mind sports such as chess, bridge, and esports reflect cognitive skills, discipline, and international competitiveness. Singapore, as the Minister has described, has hosted various events such as the World Chess Championship, the Olympic Esports Week as well,
These, to me, are not fringe pursuits. They're globally recognized domains of excellence as well. At the same time, I do appreciate the bill's careful calibration that recognizing the sports may not automatically mean equal funding or blanket support. Sports SG retains the discretion to assess governance standards, athlete pathways, and alignment with national objectives. This, to me, is important. We should be inclusive without being indiscriminate. Public resources must continue to be stewarded carefully and transparently. I would, however, ask Sports SG to continue communicating clearly with the public on how decisions are made, especially when certain popular activities may not receive immediate support, because transparency helps us to build trust, even when not all aspirations can be funded immediately. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on uplifting standards across the sports industry. Because as participation grows, standards matter more, not less. The bill provides Sports SG with the mandate to establish and maintain quality standards and codes of practice for coaching, equipment, facilities, and accreditation systems. I support this direction. Parents entrust their children to coaches, athletes entrust their bodies and careers to training systems. Recreational participants as well deserve safe environments and competent instruction. Standards protect not only performance, but more importantly, the people who participate. I note the assurance that Sports SG does not seek to become a regulator at this point in time, and the standards will not, at this moment, be legally binding. This calibrated approach is sensible. It allows the sector to mature, to professionalize, and to align voluntarily around best practices. Initiatives such as the Safe Sports Commission, the National Registry of Coaches, the National Registry of Exercise Professionals have already raised confidence across the ecosystem. I would encourage Sports SG to continue engaging multiple stakeholders, especially smaller clubs and independent coaches, so that standards uplift rather than exclude, because professionalism should be enabling, not burdensome. Over time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the sector continues to mature, there may be merit in reviewing whether certain baseline protections should become mandatory. But the present approach to me strikes the right balance between leadership and flexibility. Fourth, and lastly, on holistic education and career support for our athletes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, perhaps the most far-reaching amendment in this bill is the empowerment of Sports SG to establish and oversee institutions that develop our national athletes across both sporting and academic domains. The consolidation of the Singapore Sports School and the High Performance Sports Institute into a single entity represents a significant shift in how we think about our athlete developments. For too long, young athletes have been forced to navigate parallel systems, one focused on sporting excellence, another on academic progression. Integration therefore allows us to design truly athlete-centric pathways where education and sports reinforce rather than compete with each other. The Singapore Sports School retaining its identity as a school is important. Education must remain a pillar, not as a concession. But strengthening its role as the education arm of our high-performance system ensures that sporting ambition does not come at the expense of future options. The planned relocation of the SSP to Kallang, alongside national training centres, sports science and sports medicine facilities, is particularly promising. It signals a whole-of-ecosystem approach to Team Singapore development, from youth to elite levels. We will miss the school in Northwest District, but we wish it well when it does relocate. I do look forward to further details at the Committee of Supply, particularly on how athlete welfare, dual career planning, and post-sporting transitions will be strengthened under this consolidated model. Our duty is not just to produce champions, but to ensure that those who wear the Singapore crest proudly emerge with dignity, resilience, and viable future beyond sports. Mr. Deputy Speaker, taken together, these amendments reflect a maturing sporting nation in Singapore, a nation that values inclusion alongside excellence, participation alongside performance, standards alongside accessibility, and ambition alongside with a caring ecosystem. Sports SG growing role must continue to be exercised with humility, partnership, accountability, and transparency. Sports thrives not by central control, but by enabling communities, athletes, volunteers, as well as professionals to flourish together. I support this bill because it provides the right statutory foundation for the next phase of Singapore sports, a phase that is more inclusive, more diverse, more professional, and more humane. One team, one dream, one Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the intent of the bill. The sporting landscape has evolved significantly since the Act was first passed in 1973. And it is only right that our legislative framework reflects modern realities. It is a pragmatic step forward to expand the definition of sport to include mind sports and e-sports and explicitly incorporate physical fitness activities. However, as we expand the remit and powers of the Singapore Sports Council, which is now renamed Sport Singapore or Sport SG, we must ensure that these changes are fiscally sustainable and do not inadvertently stifle the local private sector. I have two broad areas of clarification for the Minister. One related to funding dilution and alternative funding streams, the other to the regulation and manufacture of sporting and fitness equipments. The expansion of Sport SG's functions to include e-sports and mind sports is a significant undertaking. These are rapidly growing fields that require specialized infrastructure, coaching, and international participation. Does the government plan to increase Sport SG's budget to account for these new categories? My concern is that if Sport SG's budget remains stagnant, we risk diluting the financial support currently available to athletes involved in traditional sports. We must ensure that a win for esports does not come at the cost of a loss for other programs, such as track and field or swimming. In light of this, would it be prudent to expand the scope of Section 8D of the Principal Act to explicitly allow Sport SG to enter into strategic partnerships with commercial entities and other organizations? By leveraging on private sector funding, Sport SG can alleviate the burden on the public purse. It goes without saying that the athletes' training is very expensive, as we can see from the experiences of our own Olympic medalists. To support Joseph Schooling's training in the United States, his parents, Colin and May Yim Schooling, had to spend more than $1 million, including selling a house in Perth and cashing out an endowment plan. Maximilian Mader estimated that the cost of training and competing at his level to be around 250,000 euros per year. He was supported by a 3-year sponsorship agreement with local beverage company Yeo Hiap Sing, or better known as Yeo's, and the Ng Teng Fong Charitable Foundation, demonstrating how corporate sponsors and external partners can help to chip in to groom more elite athletes for Singapore. I hope that the Ministry and Sport SG can develop comprehensive strategies to institutionalize the role of corporate sponsorship in funding athlete training and expand the spec schemes to support high-performing athletes. We need a sustainable model where the state is not the sole benefactor, but a facilitator for private sector investment in our sporting talent. In addition to the funding perspective for esports specifically, the esport ecosystem is unique because the arenas, namely the games themselves, are intellectual property owned by private publishers. To run programs or tournaments, Sport SG will necessitate a different level of commercial engagement than traditional sports. How does Sport SG intend to navigate these proprietary hurdles? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill will retain Section 8K of the Principal Act as Section 8L, which allows Sport SG to prepare, manufacture, and supply any equipment and items used for sports or physical fitness activities. I would like to ask the Minister to clarify whether Sport SG has previously used these powers to manufacture equipment, and if not, what is the intention for Sport SG to retain these powers? Traditionally, the government procures from the private sector to stimulate the economy and benefit from market competition. Is there a specific gap in the market that Sport SG is trying to fill? In addition, the new Section 8M will allow Sport SG to establish and maintain codes of practice or conduct, guidelines or standards in relation to any equipment, items and facilities used for sports or physical fitness activities. This creates a potential conflict of interest. If Sport SG is both the regulator in setting the standards and the supplier in manufacturing the equipment, how do we ensure a level playing field with the private sector? How can we avoid the situation where Sport SG sets the standards that unfairly disadvantage private competitors? While I support the promotion of physical fitness, I believe the government should be a catalyst rather than a competitor. If Sport SG begins manufacturing fitness equipment at scale, it could inadvertently crowd out local retailers and manufacturers who operate on thin margins. I hope the Minister can provide assurances that these new powers will be used judiciously and only when the private sector is unable or unwilling to provide the necessary equipment. In summary, while I welcome the modernization of Sport SG's remit, we must be wary of overextension. I hope that the Minister can clarify how the Ministry will continue to increase support for our athletes and whether leveraging private sector resources is an active consideration, and explain how it intends to use Sport SG's powers to regulate and manufacture sports equipment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill.
Dr. Hamid Razak.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill, and I'd like to declare my interest as a committee member of the Singapore Hockey Federation. This bill reflects an important recognition that the meaning of sport has evolved in today's society. Sport is no longer confined to traditional physical competition alone. It encompasses physical fitness, high-performance sport, community participation, mind sports, and increasingly, e-sports. In fact, aside from the EduSafe Merit Bursary Award ceremony in my constituency, the other event that attracted so many youth to participate was an e-sports carnival. In this respect, the amendments before us are timely and reflect the lived realities of how Singaporeans engage with sports and physical activity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I welcome the expanded definition of sports to include mind sports and e-sports, as well as the explicit inclusion of physical fitness activities within the Council's functions. This reflects a broader and more inclusive understanding of sport, one that recognizes its role not only in elite competition, but also in public health, mental well-being, and social cohesion. I've seen firsthand many esports groups in my constituency and the role they play, not just in the expanded definition of sports, but also in its innate ability to bring people, particularly our youth, together in a productive and positive way to hone and pit their skills against one another, to build communities and deep networks. They were, however, usually hampered by a lack of resources and funding, in part because they were measured against the frameworks used for traditional sports. By including such new sports under the Council's mandate, The bill gives them an opportunity to blossom and flourish under a focus on financing and talent development, while allowing them to develop their own frameworks with the Council. In addition, by extending the Council's mandate to planning and promoting physical fitness activities, the bill strengthens Sport Singapore's ability to support national priorities such as preventive health, active aging, and lifelong participation in sport. This aligns well with our broader efforts to encourage healthier lifestyles and to reduce long-term healthcare costs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also support the expanded functions and powers of the Council, particularly in areas such as research in sports science and sports medicine, the establishment of standards and codes of practice, and the provision of educational and career support for active and retired sportspersons. On that note, this bill is timely as the aspect of the proposed legislation comes on the back of the recently concluded SEA Games in Thailand, where Minister earlier said that Team Singapore did commendably well in several sports despite some challenges. We can see from public discourse involving members of the sporting fraternity, but truly engulfing the wider public too, that Singapore expects and desires more out of our sports. We have seen enough in the past decade that our athletes can reach the very top of their fields with the right support, perseverance, and opportunities. We can certainly do more to support them. Athletes today face increasingly complex demands balancing training, education, competition, and eventual transition out of sport. The explicit recognition of career and educational support in the Act is an important signal that we value not just sporting excellence, but the long-term well-being of our sportspersons as individuals. The provision allowing the Council to establish institutions or entities for the development and training of sportspersons, including oversight of their academic progression and curricula, with the approval of the Ministry of Education, also reflects a more integrated and holistic approach to the development of our athletes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I note as well the increase in the maximum number of Council members and the corresponding adjustments to the quorum requirements. This should provide flexibility to ensure that the Council has access to a broader range of expertise, including in emerging areas such as esports, sports science, and physical fitness promotion, while still maintaining sound governance and decision-making processes. While I'm broadly supportive of the bill, I would like to raise 2 points for consideration. First, on the inclusion of mind sports and esports. While their recognition under the Act is appropriate and forward-looking, it will be important to maintain some clarity of purpose and proportionality in how resources, funding, and institutional attention are allocated. Traditional sports, community sports, school sports, and disability sports continue to play a critical role in fostering physical health, teamwork, resilience, and social integration. As new sports such as esports grow in prominence, may I seek the assurance of the Minister that the Council will ensure that their development complements rather than crowds out existing sporting pathways, especially those that promote physical activity and broad-based participation. Clear policy frameworks and differentiated strategies may help ensure that each category of sport is supported in a way that reflects its own distinct objectives and value to society. Secondly, I would like to touch on the Council's expanded powers relating to the establishment of standards, accreditation, and the manufacture of supply of sports and physical fitness equipment. These powers surely can help raise professionalism, safety, and quality across the sector. However, I would like to caution that their exercise should be calibrated and consultative, particularly where community clubs, volunteers, coaches, and small operators are concerned. In particular, many in the new sports segments may still be developing and finding their feet, and they may lack the track record, experience, capabilities, and resources at the same levels of more established sports organizations. Over-regulation and overly rigid standards, if applied too uniformly, may inadvertently increase compliance burdens or even discourage grassroots initiatives. Therefore, may I seek the assurance of the Minister if the Council will adopt a graduated, risk-based approach with appropriate consultation, transition periods, and guidance so that the standards uplift a sector without stifling participation or innovation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, more broadly, as Sports Singapore's mandate expands, it may be useful to continue strengthening partnership with schools, community organizations, disability sports bodies, and private sector operators. Sports is most effective when it's embedded within communities and when national strategy is complemented by local ownership and ground-up energy. Sports in Singapore should always be accessible to all and not just the mandate of the elite professionals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Tamil, please.
Honorable Speaker, when the great poet Mahakavi Bharatiyar sang, "Run and play, child," he celebrated the joy and freedom of sports. Starting with childhood and throughout life, sports strengthen us physically and mentally. This bill fortifies the belief that sports should be attainable by all, despite age, skills, or whatever one's background may be. I wholeheartedly welcome this effort that brings communities together towards a common ground that grows sports.
Presents a thoughtful and necessary update to the Singapore Sport Council Act. It equips Sport Singapore with a broader mandate, modern tools, and clearer authority to support sport, physical fitness, and athlete development in a changing landscape. I raise my observations and clarifications to ensure that as we expand the scope of sport policy, we do so in a way that remains inclusive, balanced, and anchored in the long-term interests of Singaporeans. With these remarks, I support the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I address the bill itself, I wish to begin by congratulating our athletes who represented Singapore at the 2025 SEA Games. They competed with heart, dedication, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Every athlete who wore our national colors deserves our recognition and gratitude. They trained countless hours, made personal sacrifices, and gave their absolute best for Singapore. To them, I say, thank you. You have made us proud. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, pride in our athletes' efforts must be accompanied by honest reflection on our sporting ecosystem. While our athletes competed admirably, our overall performance at the 2025 SEA Games raises important questions about whether we are providing them with the support, infrastructure, and strategic direction they need to succeed. Singapore's medal tally and rankings demonstrate that despite investments over the years, we continue to face challenges in developing consistent sporting excellence across disciplines. When we compare our performance to regional neighbors, some with fewer resources but more strategic focus, it becomes clear that our current model requires serious examination. This is the context in which we consider the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill 2025. This bill represents a significant evolution in how Singapore approaches sport, competition, and athlete development. While I support the overall direction and intent of these reforms, I believe we must scrutinize the details carefully to ensure that good intentions translate into effective governance and tangible outcomes for our sporting community, outcomes that our athletes deserve. Let me begin with what I welcome wholeheartedly, the formal recognition of mind sports. The bill defines mind sports as a competitive game based on intellectual skill rather than physical skill, such as chess or bridge. This is an important and overdue recognition. For too long, we have conflated sport with purely physical activity. Yet, the chess player who trains for hours daily, analyzing positions and studying strategy demonstrates the same dedication, discipline, and competitive spirit as any athlete. The bridge player who competes at international level exhibits mental stamina and strategic thinking that will challenge any sportsperson.
By bringing Mind Sports explicitly under Sports SG's mandate, we create formal pathways for these athletes, access to coaching standards, and the possibility of structured support. This modernizes our understanding of competitive excellence and acknowledges that mastery takes many forms. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have significant concerns about the proposed expansion of the Council from 15 to 25 members as outlined in clauses 4 and 5 of the bill. The expansion by 10 additional members suggests the government recognizes the wider variety of sports and activities now falling under Sports SG's purview. This is logical given we are adding Mind Sports and esports to the mix. But I must ask, what is the strategic purpose of such a large council? From a governance perspective, larger councils are typically less effective, not more. Decision-making becomes slower, coordination more complex, and accountability more diffuse. There is nothing preventing Sport SG from establishing sub-councils or sport-specific working groups with external experts co-opted on an ad hoc basis. This would provide the specialized expertise needed without bloating the main governing body. I therefore propose the following amendment, that the maximum council size remains unchanged at 15 members, with provisions for establishing expert subcommittees as needed. A lean, engaged council of 15 will serve Singapore's sporting community far better than the sprawling body of 25, where attendance is optional. Our SEA Games performance demonstrates that we need decisive, focused leadership, not a committee too large to be effective. Our athletes deserve better governance, not bigger committee. Clause 6 proposes to amend Section 8 to grant Sport SG new powers to establish institutions for developing and training sportspersons. This appears to pave the way for significant institutional restructuring. I would like to ask the Minister, is this amendment intended to move Singapore Sports School from MCCY's purview to the Sports SG's jurisdiction? Are there other sports excellence schools planned in the pipeline that would similarly fall under Sports SG's management? If so, what is being done to beef up the capabilities of the Sport SG to take on these substantial new responsibilities? Managing educational institutions requires expertise in pedagogy, student welfare, and academic administration, not just sports development. Our performance at 2025 SEA Games provides a real-world benchmark. Despite years of investment and institutional development, what tangible improvements have we seen? Where are the success stories that justify continued investment in the current model? And where are the failures that demand course correction? Without this accountability for past spending, how can we have confidence in the expanded mandate proposed under this bill? And without understanding what worked and what did not, how can we allocate future resources wisely? Our athletes who competed at SEA Games 2025 worked with the system we gave them. If that system underperformed, the responsibility lies not with them, but with us, with the structures, funding, and strategic direction we provided. We owe them answers before we ask them to trust a new expanded system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Clause 6 seeks to empower Sports SG to provide educational and career support to athletes, both active and retired. This is genuinely welcome and represents a more holistic approach to athlete welfare. For too long, talented young Singaporeans have hesitated to pursue sporting excellence because they feared an uncertain future after retirement. By providing structured educational pathways and career transition support, we make sport a viable life choice, not a risky gamble. This will unlock talent that currently goes untapped. Perhaps if we have implemented such support earlier, we might have retained more athletes who could have contributed to stronger SEA Games performances. How many potential medalists chose safer career paths because the sporting pathway seemed too precarious? However, I must ask, what about our past athletes? Many former national athletes, including those who represented us at previous SEA Games, struggle after retirement. Having sacrificed their peak earning years and educational opportunities for Singapore's sporting glory, some face financial difficulties, struggle to enter the workforce, or lack credentials for career advancement? Will the government extend retroactive support to these past athletes who competed before such program existed? They deserve consideration, not just those who benefit from future systems. These are athletes who paved the way, who competed when support was even more limited than it is today. I will also propose practical support mechanisms. Could we provide additional CPF contributions for athletes who hit performance targets, including those who have represented Singapore at SEA Games and other regional competitions? Could Sports SG support the healthcare needs of our past athletes, especially for conditions which were associated with their sporting careers, as brought up by Ms. Sylvia Lim on 6 July 2023? These are athletes who have represented Singapore with pride, who have stood on podiums wearing our flag. Our 2025 SEA Games athletes and those who came before them surely deserve more than career counseling. We can provide concrete financial instruments that secure their futures. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill contains much to support: the recognition of mind sports, the commitment to athlete welfare, and the modernization of Sports SG's functions. These represent genuine progress. But progress requires not just good intentions, but sound governance and demonstrated accountability. A council of 25 is a recipe for inefficiency. Expanded institutional responsibilities without demonstrated capability and accountability for past spending is putting the cart before the horse. Our performance at 2025 SEA Games should serve as a wake-up call. We cannot continue expanding mandates without first addressing the fundamental issues that have limited our sporting success. Our athletes gave everything at those games. Now we must ensure that our institutions match their commitment with excellence of our own. I urge the Minister to address these concerns directly, show us the performance analysis from SEA Games, explain what went wrong and what will change, demonstrate that Sport SG has the capability on these expanded responsibilities while also fixing the problems that led to disappointing results. I also urge consideration of the amendments I have proposed, maintain the council size at 15, and extend meaningful support to past athletes who have already served Singapore. We continue to believe that those who have already given their best years to Singapore's sporting glory deserve the same consideration we now promise to future athletes. Let us pass a bill that is not just forward-looking, but also well-governed, adequately resourced, accountable, and fair to all who have contributed to Singapore's sporting legacy. Let us ensure that when we host or compete in future regional games, we can point to this legislation as a turning point that led to sustained sporting excellence. Our athletes have done their part. Now it's time for us to do ours. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You have a clarification, Mr. Alex Yam.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just two clarifications for the honourable member. I note in his speech he used the words he proposes amendment in terms of the size of the council. Is the member proposing a formal amendment to the bill, or is he making a suggestion? Secondly, he has made an assertion that we should reflect on the results of the 2025 SEA Games. I'm not sure by what measure he is referring to this, because certainly in terms of medal haul, it was a record of 202 medals, I think 51 gold, 43 silver, and 64 bronze. That's way more than what we had in 2023. So I'm not sure how he came to the conclusion that we did not perform better in 2025.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik, would you like to respond to the honourable member, Mr. Yam? He has two clarifications of you.
Okay, thank you to the honourable member for the clarification. So for the first point that he made, it was a proposal. Sorry if I mentioned amendment. And for the second item on, with regards to the performance of during the 2025 SEA Games, even though we have broken few records, there are some sports that were doing that were not doing well. For example, the football and also those that in the badminton. Thank you.
Mr. Alex Yam, do you have clarifications arising out of what the member said?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for the clarification. With regards to his clarification on the performance, I would like to clarify with him if it's accurate to say that he's referring to specific performances of specific sports during the SEA Games rather than the overall performance, which was markedly better in 2025 than in previous SEA Games.
Mr. Abdul Mohimin Abdul Malik, would you like to respond to that clarification of you?
So in general, Singapore, in terms of our regional, we are still, I think we are fifth, or we are still fifth. So I guess there's still room for improvement, even though in terms of medal tally, we are already exceeded as compared to previous years. Thank you.
Any further clarifications? Next speaker, Ms. Goh Ze Ki.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, please allow me to also extend my congratulations to Team Singapore for their showing at the 2025 SEA Games. They have flown our flag high and done our country proud. Well done, Team Singapore. The performance is a fitting backdrop for the passage of this particular bill in this House. And at this juncture, I would also extend my best wishes to Team Singapore at the ASEAN Para Games next week. Sir, Mountbatten has long been the sports hub in Singapore. And not just because our ward is home to the Singapore Sports Hub Complex, or now known as the Kallang. 22 Mountbatten residents donned the national colours to Thailand this year. Mountbatten is where many of our national sportsmen and sportswomen train, the home base of many national sports associations and the Singapore National Olympic Council, the Singapore Disability Sports Council, and Sports SG itself. I especially look forward to the realization of the Kallang Alive Master Plan when the Singapore Sports School will also find a new home in Mountbatten. We should acknowledge that the government has done a great deal for sports in Singapore. One only needs to take a walk around the Kallang precinct to see the physical embodiment of the government's support and commitment. And it is not just the physical facilities and hardware. We have also built a very comprehensive support system for high-performance athletes, one which supports them from the start of their sporting career journey through their transition into a second career. Today, the various Sports Excellence Program, or SPECS, schemes support our athletes. Many of them receive a monthly stipend to a maximum cap of $804,000 a month, and recently with CPF top-ups. Emerging athletes can receive a smaller amount through SPECS Potential. Non-full-time athletes can receive SPECS training assistance grants and tap into SPECS Glow, which provides monetary offsets for loss of income for athletes taking time off in the run-up to major games. There is also SPECS education for athletes to pursue tertiary studies during or after their sports career, and SPECS Career to help athletes transition into new careers after sports. In the past 2 years, more than $500 million was allocated annually to Sports SG to support our sports ecosystem. This underscores the government's commitment and resolve to support our sports ecosystem. And yet, there have been many calls for the government to do more and yet more for sports in Singapore, to show more commitment, to provide further support to sports and our athletes. Much has been said about how Singapore can win more medals. There are a few thoughts that I must share. Firstly, it is easy to dismiss that $500+ million a year is not enough. and that we can always do more. But then, so too would a billion, 2 billion, or 4 be not enough. It costs nothing to ask for more. But this is a zero-sum game. We must always keep in mind the big picture. Our national resources are finite, and there are many competing priorities of government that are essential to our nation: defense, education, healthcare, transport, homeland security, national infrastructure, housing, the environment, and so on. Indeed, even for MCCY itself, sports is just one aspect of their broader remit that also includes our art scene, community, and youth. While support for sports is important, it must be balanced against the broader national responsibility and prudent allocation of resources. Next, we must also keep in mind that Sports SG mandate is not just limited to high-performance sports and medal tallies alone. Sports SG also has the larger social and community mission of fostering inclusion, cohesion, and bonding through sports, as well as encouraging personal character building and fostering an active, healthy lifestyle in the larger community. The payout to our society from this mission is just as meaningful and important to our society as nurturing medal-winning athletes, if not more so. Intra-community sporting events such as the Pesta Sukan and the Singapore Urban Sports and Fitness Festival, our active SG framework, public sport facilities like our neighborhood swimming pools and stadiums are all part of this mission. The other point is that the cold hard reality of elite competitive sports. It is brutal and unforgiving. The calculus is Darwinian. For every podium finisher and every gold medal, many more would have fallen short by the wayside. This is something that we must confront honestly. Elite sporting careers are also inherently short. Physical aging is a reality for every one of us, athletes included. The hard truth is that majority of our sportsmen and sportswomen will not succeed in reaching the pinnacle of their sport, nor will they succeed in making sports a viable long-term career. This is the reality many of our athletes face. Yet, many postpone, disrupt, or forego education and career development during their peak years in order to pursue excellence in sports. It is an enormous personal sacrifice and takes grit and courage. Our focus, therefore, cannot be limited to how athletes perform during their competitive years alone, but also must extend to how they emerge after them. To me, the benchmark of our support of our athletes should never be the number of medals they have won. Instead, it should be measured by how well we stand by them after the stadium lights dim, and how we help them, regardless of their sporting success, to succeed in life beyond sport. I know that Sports SG has already done this. Its support ecosystem that provides holistic education, career transition assistance to athletes is especially commendable. To me, the most important sub-programs within the SPECS framework are SPECS Education and SPECS Career, because these programs are designed to equip our athletes with the qualification, skills, and pathways to successfully transition to post-sports life. I look forward to further announcement on such holistic support for our athletes that will be forthcoming in the Committee of Supply debates. A common theme that often arises in this House when we discuss support for sports and athletes is that it takes a village. When it comes to funding and resources, that village naturally includes the corporate world. Another invariable point is the disparity in medal prize money awarded for the Olympics and the Paralympics. I do not disagree. Our corporate world can and should do much more. But since we've been on hard truths and harsh realities, I would like to offer up more of them. The hard truth is that we are a tiny country. Our size translates to a small commercial audience and domestic market. That makes the commercialization of professional sports and athletes difficult. The struggles of the S-League demonstrates this. Our corporate world, too, despite our outsized economy, is quite small, with a correspondingly small sponsorship pie. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not belabor the point on prize-money disparity. Too many others have already done so, but allow me to float an idea. With respect to the work of the Singapore National Olympic Council and the National Paralympic Council, I propose that these two bodies can be merged. This bill essentially recognizes SNPC as a key partner to Sports SG, similar to SNOC. A merger between them would be the natural next step. There are many advantages to such a merger. At a minimum, it would reduce duplication of effort and allow the sharing of commercial resources, saving costs. More importantly, a merged body will make corporate funding easier and strategic by presenting a large and unified front to sponsors. It will also have more clout. It offers greater value to corporate sponsors and prevent the cannibalization of each council's share of Singapore's already limited sponsorship pool. Such a merger sends a strong and unequivocal message about equality and inclusion, signaling that we value and support all Team Singapore's athletes, abled or differently abled, equally. Within this unified entity, we shall no longer see two separate and different-sized medal-sized pools. Countries such as South Africa, Denmark, and the Netherlands have already done so. Furthermore, such a merger already has a public face. There already exists a unified corporate identity in Team Singapore, which brings Olympics and Paralympics athletes together under one marketing banner. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there are two independent bodies, but the government and Sports SG can do much to encourage and facilitate the realization of this idea. I hope MCCY, Sports SG, and the respective council can give this idea some serious consideration. I support the bill. Thank you.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill and the direction it sets for Sport SG in shaping Singapore's sporting future. I do want to also congratulate our Team Singapore athletes at the recent Southeast Asia Games. I spent 10 days with them, cheering them on, so do apologize if my voice is still recovering from those 10 days of cheering. I do want to also declare my interest as the president of Singapore Aquatics National Sports Association. In supporting this bill, I will focus on three areas. First, how we expand participation and inclusion in ways that strengthen our sporting base. And second, why uplifting standards and professionalizing coaching are essential as participation grows. And third, why high-performance sport remains vital, not just for medals, but for the values it inculcates in society and the sense of who we are as a nation. First, I welcome the expanded definition of sport to include esports and mind sports in line with wider local and international developments. This recognizes that structured competitive activity can take different forms and allows more Singaporeans across different interests, abilities, and life circumstances to participate meaningfully in sport, whether recreationally or at higher levels. The Singapore Chess Federation, for example, runs regular programs in prisons and rehabilitation settings, showing how mind sports like chess can provide structure, discipline, and engagement, even in highly constrained environments. In the same spirit of inclusivity, I also strongly support the continued emphasis on disability sports through the recognition of the Singapore National Paralympic Council as a key partner. This amendment, together with the refreshed Disability Sports Master Plan, signals a sustained commitment to ensuring that sport remains accessible and meaningful for Singaporeans of all abilities, and affirms inclusion as a core principle of our sporting ecosystem. Now, for Singaporeans who may not be drawn to organized sport, but simply want to stay active, bringing the promotion of physical fitness squarely within Sport SG's functions is critical. It allows Sport SG to lead in creating accessible everyday opportunities for Singaporeans to keep active, from neighborhood active SG programs to platforms like the Singapore Urban Sports and Fitness Festival. And the impact is clear. The proportion of Singaporeans who exercise regularly has risen from 65% in 2018 to 74% in 2024. So, taken together, these developments help Singaporeans stay active, they help them bond, and it helps us strengthen our resilience in the community. But as participation grows, ensuring sport is safe and well conducted becomes even more important. Coaching quality, facility standards, and codes of conduct matter even more, not just for performance, but for safety and longer-term participation. In particular, professionalizing coaching at the developmental level is critical, as research shows that early experiences strongly influence whether young people remain engaged in sport. And so this is why initiatives like the National Registry of Coaches matter. The certification is meant to signal professional standards and support better remuneration. But its impact is limited when certification is not consistently required across all instances where sports coaching is practiced. For instance, a coach whose NROC or NROC registration is suspended may be restricted from coaching at active SG facilities, but they can still coach in a privately owned non-active SG facility. Without a stronger reach to uphold standards, the professionalization of sports coaching is weakened. And more crucially, it also puts our young athletes at risk. In this regard, I would ask the government to consider whether Sport SG should be given greater discretion, not only to set standards, but when necessary, to make them binding across sporting and fitness settings beyond active SG managed facilities. This is important in contexts involving youth instruction where safety and proper conduct are paramount. In the meantime, uplifting standards must remain a shared responsibility. Our national sports associations, or NSAs, already work with Sport SG to require NROC certification for official roles in NSA-sanctioned activities. I know in schools as well, many schools require coaches with NROC certification. But clubs, sporting organizations, they can also make recognized certification a requirement when engaging coaches. Parents, too, play a role. They can ask about certification, encourage coaches to attend professional development courses organized by Sport SG or Coach SG, and support remuneration that reflects a coach's training and qualifications. Mr. Speaker, when we professionalize coaching in this way, we improve performance outcomes as well as safety, retention, and the quality of sporting experiences. Now, this brings me to a related point about how athlete development is organized under this bill. I support the intent behind Clause 6K, which empowers Sport SG to develop and train sports persons, particularly at the national and elite levels, where a more centralized approach can strengthen high performance. But at the same time, I seek assurance and clarification on how this role will be exercised alongside existing developmental pathways. In several sports, early stage development is already being carried out by private clubs, private organizations, working closely with the national sports associations. They play an important role in building the pipeline. Could the government clarify that Sport SG's approach under Clause 6K is not to crowd out these developmental programs by competing with them, nor to leave them to compete freely over a fixed pool of resources, like previous members have mentioned, but instead to support a complementary and sustainable ecosystem. In particular, I would appreciate clarification on how SportSG intends to work with NSAs to identify and support credible development partners that are aligned with national objectives, meet governance and safeguarding standards, and contribute meaningfully to athlete development. Mr. Speaker, while participation forms the base of our sporting system, high-performance competitive sport defines its peak. We must therefore continue to remain attentive to how we support those who represent the nation at the highest levels. Excellence at major games such as the Olympics plays a unique role in our national consciousness. It projects Singapore's identity, it builds pride, and creates moments of collective unity. Many of us will remember Joseph Schooling's gold medal at the 2016 Rio Olympics. It was not just that he won, but how he won, defeating the legendary Michael Phelps in a race that ended in a rare three-way tie for silver. That race reminded Singaporeans that on the biggest stage, against the greatest in the world, we can still make our mark. Now, more recently and closer to home, at the Southeast Asian Games, we witnessed that same inspiration expressed in different ways. We saw history made as hurdler Kelvin Kwek and diver Avia Tam each ended long-standing gold medal droughts for Singapore in their respective events, achievements not seen since our independence in 1965. What a gift for SG60. But high-performance sport is not only about individual triumphs or podium finishes, it's also about how athletes respond when their team needs them. In men's table tennis, Josh Chua was stretchered off after twisting his left ankle. Yet, he chose to return to the court and play on, determined to contribute whatever he could for the team. While he might have lost his game, the decision to carry on despite being injured had a galvanizing impact which lifted his teammates Koen Pang and Isaac Kwek, who themselves were battling illness and injury and helping Team Singapore retain the gold in the men's team event. Teamwork is about putting the team above self, even in sports like swimming that are often seen as individual. We are familiar with the women's 4x100-meter medley relay at the SEA Games, which illustrates this powerfully, where we saw our senior swimmers, Letitia Sim, Kwa Ting Wen, and Kwa Ching Wen, supporting 14-year-old debutante Julia Yeo, who was notified at the last minute to swim in place of an injured teammate. But what was less known was that at the same time that Julia was called, another reserve for the relay, 15-year-old Victorian Lim, also a SEA Games debutant, was also asked to stand by to compete in what would have been the biggest race of her career. Ultimately, the decision was made to go with Julia. For Julia, that decision was understandably disappointing. We know the team won, and so she lost out on having that chance for that gold medal as well. Yet, Victoria accepted the decision with quiet stoicism. She put the team ahead of her own disappointments and stood firmly behind her teammates without hesitation. I'm happy to add that I met Victoria and her parents 2 weeks ago after a short vacation, and she was back in the pool, more determined than ever to represent Team Singapore at major games and to make the nation proud. But that moment, for me, it captures what a we first Singapore looks like. Putting the team first sometimes means being prepared to step aside, even at personal loss, so that the team can succeed. Mr. Speaker, high-performance sport brings these values to life in a salient way, reminding Singaporeans that while we may be small in numbers, we are united, disciplined, resilient, and capable of standing our ground on the world stage. And it's precisely because high-performance sport carries this national meaning, and because it is inherently resource-intensive, we must approach it with focus and intent. And so even as we expand opportunities for participation and inclusion, we must be careful not to spread ourselves too thin. This calls for a pragmatic, strategic approach guided by a long-term view of elite sport development. So if, in the spirit of inclusion, we want to support a wider range of sports, a wider range of emerging sports, and if, in the spirit of excellence, we also want to sustain high-performance competitive sport, then we must expand the pool of funding available to the sector. In this regard, there is untapped potential in engaging the private corporate sector more deliberately, as some members have mentioned. But what I would suggest is to engage them as private donors. As the Commissioner of Charities' annual reports consistently shows, sport receives the smallest share of charitable donations. So to complement MCCY's One Team Singapore Fund matching grant scheme, perhaps the ministry could explore additional mechanisms to make it more attractive for private sector partners to donate. In this context, I wish to express my strong support for the amendment empowering Sport SG to oversee the consolidated entity formed from the Singapore Sports School and the High Performance Sport Institute. This is a significant and forward-looking move. While education and high-performance sport require different professional expertise, for athletes, many of whom are still in school, these domains are deeply entangled. They're not separate. As a former national athlete myself, I can attest that these were challenges that I faced a while back when I was still an athlete, and it's an issue that our athletes still face today. And so it's commendable that Sport SG is actively addressing this issue. The training demands, academic commitments, recovery, and family life intersect daily for our athletes. And so by acting as an integrator aligning education, training, and support, Sport SG reduces fragmentation, eases the burden on families, and strengthens development pathways. And importantly, this makes high-performance sport more accessible to a broader range of Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, taken together, this bill strengthens our sporting ecosystem from base to peak. It broadens participation and inclusion, uplifts standards and professionalism, and sustains high-performance sports so that it inspires us as one united people. For these reasons, I support the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill.
Ms. Bellarelli, from one national athlete to another competitive bowler.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill. I would like to declare my personal connection to Sports Singapore. I'm currently serving in my first term as the Deputy President of the Singapore Dragon Boat Association, together with Honourable Member Mr. Alex Yeo, and was formerly a national youth athlete in 10-pin bowling under the National Youth Development Programme. I was a beneficiary of the original Sports Excellence or SPECS 2000 scheme. Although I left competitive bowling more than 2 decades ago, I have watched with great interest how Singapore sports have evolved since then and our laudable approach in harnessing the potential of our local talents. In the sport of 10-pin bowling, our young bowlers have gone on to win world championships. And broadly, our athletes now train with more structured pathways. More importantly, our sporting ecosystem has grown to support not just elite performance, but also inclusion and participation across the community. For example, I understand there are at least 9 para-inclusive teams in the dragon boating community with an estimated 250 athletes who might be physically or intellectually impaired. I've seen firsthand the discipline and commitment required of athletes, the importance of strong governance and access to facilities, and the impact of initiatives that broaden opportunity, all of which are directly supported and reinforced by the reforms in this bill. The amendments to the Singapore Sports Council Act updates our legislative framework to better reflect the current sporting environment in Singapore. They clarify the role of Sports Singapore, strengthen governance, and recognize a wider range of sporting activities, while continuing to support both high-performance sport and mass participation. I will speak on 3 areas. First, the amended definition of sports. Second, the expanded role of Sports SG. And third, the formal recognition of the Singapore National Paralympic Council followed by some clarifications for the Ministry. On expanded definition of sports, this bill updates the statutory definition of sports to reflect how participation and competition have evolved by including mind sports and e-sports. Mind sports such as chess and bridge are internationally governed with their international federations recognized by the International Olympic Committee. These disciplines have also featured as medal events in major multi-sport competitions, including the Asian Games. Esports have similarly developed into structured and regulated competitive activities. They were included as official medal events at the 2022 Asian Games in Hangzhou and most recently at the 2025 SEA Games. At the elite level, competitors in mind sports and esports undergo systematic training, compete under sustained pressure, and commit years to preparation and performance. These characteristics are consistent with what we already recognize in high-performance sport. Mr. Speaker, the expanded definition should be understood as complementary and not a departure from our continued support for traditional physical sports. Many athletes continue to train over long periods, often while balancing work or study, and have to rely on a stable and well-governed sporting ecosystem. This bill preserves the statutory framework that enables that support. By recognizing a broader range of sporting activities, the bill allows our policies to remain relevant to evolving participation patterns while continuing to uphold high standards of sporting integrity and excellence. On expanded role of Sports SG, the bill strengthens Sports Singapore's mandate to establish and uphold standards across coaching, equipment, facilities, and accreditation. In doing so, it reinforces a clear principle. High standards are not optional in sports, they are foundational. This is particularly important in Singapore's context where most athletes are not full-time professionals. For many, sports is pursued alongside education or employment. Our system must therefore support not just peak performance, but the whole athlete and the full sporting journey, including welfare, career pathways, and transitions beyond competitive sports, recognizing that only a small proportion remain in high-performance sports for life. The bill also reinforces Sports SG role in promoting physical activity across the population. With a super-aged society in Singapore, physical activity is no longer only a sporting issue, it is a public health imperative. Regular activity supports physical health, mental well-being, and independence among our seniors. By strengthening Sports SG's mandate, we invest not only in sport, but in healthier aging and a more resilient society. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the partnership with the Singapore National Paralympic Council, which is an important feature of the bill. Singapore first competed at the Paralympic Games in the 1980s, and our Paralympians won their first medals at the 2008 Beijing Paralympics. Since then, they've continued to represent Singapore with distinction at subsequent games. Their achievements remind us that sporting excellence is not defined by ability, but by determination and by performance. The Singapore National Paralympic Council plays a critical role in supporting these athletes from development pathways to high-performance preparation. Formal recognition of the SNPC as a key partner sends a clear signal. Inclusive sport is not a peripheral. It is integral to our national sporting framework. By affirming this partnership in statute, the bill reinforces a fundamental principle that access to opportunity, support, and excellence in sports should be open to all who have committed to pursue it. But, Mr. Speaker, I do have a few clarifications to make. First, on council membership. Under the amendment to Section 4, membership of the council will increase to a maximum of 25 members, up from 15 previously. I seek clarification on the rationale for this increase, as well as the criteria used in appointing council members. In a public body with such influence, how members are chosen is not just administrative. It is a question of integrity, trust, and accountability. Singaporeans deserve transparency. Specifically, given challenges unique to Singapore's sporting landscape, including the realities faced by non-full-time athletes and gaps in support for certain sports, how will the council's composition address these issues? Will experience from countries facing similar constraints be considered? A council that reflects these realities will be one that can make fair, informed, and relevant decisions. The increase in membership numbers can then be justified. Next, on athlete support and the Sports Excellence Awards, I note the introduction of the SPECS Education Undergraduate Scholarship with the inaugural 12 scholars awarded in April 2025. They hail from sports such as fencing, swimming, shooting, wushu, and silat. Truly deserving athletes who exemplify dedication and excellence. However, I would like to ask how scholars are chosen, how the government determines the number of scholarships each year, and whether athletes in mind sports and esports will be considered in the future. Will there be a clear, publicly available framework explaining how criteria are applied? Transparency here is not optional because it empowers athletes to plan their careers and chase excellence with confidence. Lastly, on making sports facilities accessible to all, under the amendment to Section 8, Sports SG will oversee the management of sports facilities. Will it be able to address situations where community organizations or individuals face difficulties booking national facilities, especially at the recently rebranded The Kallang, even when they appear unused for large periods of time? Given Sports SG's expanded role, clear guidelines and fair processes are essential. Access to facilities must be a right and not a privilege. In addition, I would like to raise the potential of unused open grounds and vacant land in the country being made available for short-term sporting use. In my line of work, I have seen how the government pragmatically allows vacant industrial land under JTC to be leased out on a short-term basis for solar energy generation. This ensures land does not sit idle while still retaining long-term planning flexibility. That same principle can and should be applied to sports. Temporarily unused open spaces can be leased to sports organizations and community groups to create facilities for training, grassroots programs, and competitions. This not only maximizes land use efficiency, but also lower barriers to participation, supports community sport, and allows Sports SG to meet demand without waiting for a permanent infrastructure. Efficient access strengthens trust, encourages participation, and ensures our sporting ecosystem works for everyone in the country. Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate the Ministry's clarifications on the above matters. And notwithstanding these questions, I support the bill because it strengthens Sports SG, supports our athletes, and ensures opportunities for sporting excellence are truly open to all in the country. And to put on record, I thank Team Singapore for showing us what resilience looks like, because these athletes do not need a wake-up call. They have been answering the call of duty every single day. Thank you.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join many honourable members of this House appreciating our sporting talents, particularly for the strong showing at the SEA Games as well as the Asian Youth Para Games, where athletes showed impressive debuts. Much like the Honourable Member Kenneth, I tag key pivotal moments to memories. I remembered Joseph Schooling winning the first ever gold medal for Singapore in Olympics. I was at the newsroom and, like the rest of my colleagues, holding our breaths. Similarly, this year, when Diana and Nicholas won Singapore's first gold of the season in Taekwondo, no less, after a drought, I remembered being at a healthcare institution visiting a patient who also rejoiced when the epaulette came in. Similarly, when our 12-year-old athlete won a gold medal in sailing, and this was Anya, I remembered being at a community event where grassroots leaders also rejoiced when receiving the notification that such a young sporting talent was able to achieve significant success in the sporting arena. Continuing down memory lane, like most Singaporeans, my core memories of school were the learning journeys or excursions, and of course, PE classes where we were introduced to new sport. In primary school, I learned to swim and was inspired by swim queen Jocelyn. In secondary school, we played heaps of captains and netball, inspired by the vendors. And in my tertiary years, enjoyed rugby, always looking forward to the sevens. The competitive nature of sports is a long-standing one. However, beyond competition and sportsmanship, sport can also bridge communities through shared experiences as Singaporeans bond over mutual love for a good game: football, cycling, pickleball. And in order for sports to continue strengthening our social cohesion, we should ensure sport is accessible to all Singaporeans, beyond a privileged few, as the Honourable Dr. Hamid has mentioned earlier. We should also ensure sport is accessible early to young children and to persons with disabilities. Sport should not be the new measure of affluence. It should be accessible. Beyond recreation, Singapore should also continue in our pursuit to ensure stronger support for our athletes and sporting organizations to help them succeed as they fly our flag proudly. This bill must be poised to take sport in Singapore to the next chapter, and it has my support. I'm hopeful that the bill will lower barrier to access and inclusivity in sports, ensure a balance of excelling in physical, mind, and e-sport, as well as ensure holistic education and career support to young as well as professional athletes. The refreshed Disability Sports Master Plan unveiled last year reaffirmed the government's sustained commitment to our differently abled athletes. It also underscored the importance of partnerships in building a robust and inclusive ecosystem. I join several members who have called for more participation from the corporate or private sectors to invest in our sporting talents. I also welcome the bill's recognition of the Singapore National Paralympic Council as a key partner of Sport SG. I'm hopeful for Singapore to see an increase in the number of inclusive sporting facilities and skilled coaches who are attuned and also trained to the needs of our para-athletes, equipping them to empower themselves through sport. Some athletes I spoke to, some para-athletes in particular, are hopeful for increased resources, including scholarships or funds to draw upon in their sporting journey. Their needs are significantly different and require wider support and expertise. I also welcome that this bill formally recognizes mind sports and e-sports, timely with the growing interest and traction. While recognition kickstarts the institutionalization of mind sports, there must be continued support for growth. E-sports and organizations and its stakeholders should also be able to expand their capabilities, organize training sessions and tournaments to be able to assess confidently as well as enhance the abilities of athletes. E-sports such as chess and bridge present a unique opportunity for Singaporeans to engage with one another regardless of age or physical abilities. It is important to continue creating a positive and healthy environment to support participation and training of Singaporean athletes by ensuring competence of coaches. It is also, however, equally important to ensure that e-sport and mind sport does not quite replace but complements physical sport choices. Additionally, the amendments will empower Sport SG to establish institutions to develop and train national athletes, overseeing their sporting and academic pathways, expanding their versions of success. In particular, the consolidation of the Singapore Sports School and the High Performance Sports Institute should enhance end-to-end service delivery across the youth and senior athlete spectrum. The Singapore Sports School will retain its identity as a school while strengthening its role as the education arm of high-performance sports systems. In September, I raised a parliamentary question to ask on support for youth athletes juggling sporting and academic commitments. It is not an easy feat, and I hope Sport SG will continue to consider providing greater support for the holistic development of young athletes, many of whom are already facing high-pressure situations and societal expectations. I believe it is important for the government to recognize, appreciate, and better support our child and young athletes and their families. I recently met with a dedicated father who discovered sport as a coping mechanism for his first son. While the family sent Koko for badminton coaching, they also discovered that their second son has potential, especially as he has been watching Koko train on the sidelines. A shared with me that the family made a decision to get his second son to also start training early, since around preschool. With proper guidance, the second son was able to play confidently in matches beyond his age category. Investing in developing sporting expertise from a very young age is a long and costly journey. Speaker, the profiles of our sporting talents are varied. One Fengshan resident, E, is a mom of one. She's also a professional boxer, representing Singapore in international matches. E shared with me of her challenges to train competitively, build a family, have a career, and seek support to fund her journey. I'm hopeful that the refreshed bill will see more inter-ministry partnerships, as well as people, private and public sector partnerships to support child athletes and their parents to have an earlier start and discover the pathways designed for the child's success, as well as more partnerships so that professional women athletes too get the targeted support they need. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please.
Sports bring people together despite their differences. Sports can also transform lives and represent an opportunity that should ideally be accessible to all segments of society, not exclusive. For sports to continue strengthening our social cohesion, we should ensure that sports is not confined to certain groups only. Recently, I met a father, Mr. A, a father who shared his challenges in supporting his children's badminton training expenses since preschool. He mentioned that several other parents also share the hope that Singapore can encourage and support them so that sporting talents can be spotted earlier. And this will help develop budding athletes from an early age. Additionally, support should also be extended to para-athletes like Moza Elika Bahaki, who brought glory to Singapore. Therefore, the government should enhance efforts to ensure that we have the structure and also provide bursaries or scholarship for them to further improve their quality. So I hope the government would enhance efforts to ensure stronger support for sporting bodies also, so that they can also fly the Singapore flag high. But most important, I hope this amendment will result in more people being able to participate and to excel in sport, and that there will be balanced encouragement and support between mind sports and physical sports, and that there will be holistic and constructive education for the development of young, disabled, and women and professional athletes.
The intention of this bill is to strengthen inclusivity, expand participation, and provide better support for athletes of all forms. I therefore call on MCCY as well as the private sector to lend their support and do their best to ensure sport organizations have sufficient resources to support the ambitions and performance of our athletes, and to forge new partnerships with each other to ensure sport always remain relevant and accessible and also meaningful for all Singaporeans. Thank you, Speaker. I support the bill.
Ms. Polisan.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to declare that I am the President of the Singapore Table Tennis Association and hence may be an interested party in some parts of this speech. The Singapore Sports Council was set up in 1973 and renamed as Sports Singapore in 2014. The local sporting landscape has grown significantly and become more vibrant, especially over the past decade. The sporting ecosystem has also become more holistic and well-resourced. Our national athletes are flying our Singapore flag high, with more podium finishes in the Olympics and other major games and world championships in recent years. More Singaporeans and residents are also participating in sports across different age groups, and sports participation in Singapore has reached an all-time high with 74% of residents aged 13 and above engaging in sports at least once a week, according to the latest National Sports Participation Survey conducted in 2022. Across different parts of Singapore, there are high-quality recreational sports facilities such as active SG sports stadiums, swimming pools, gyms, and world-class competition venues such as the OCBC Aquatic Centre. There is the MyActiveSG Plus platform to book and use these facilities conveniently and affordably. Indeed, we have much going on for us in Singapore. This is a landscape populated by a whole community of sports administrators, coaches, athletes, guided by the vision to live better through sports, a vision set for Singapore sports for 2030. Singapore sports is growing in ambition and reach. The Singapore Sports Hub, which is now known as the Kallang, will become an integrated sports and events hub and will host major events like the WTA 500, HSBC Sevens, and NDP in 2026. There will also be a new national training center for local athletes and a new 18,000-seat indoor arena. As part of the Kallang Alive Master Plan, Singapore sports schools in Woodlands will shift to the Kallang. Sports tourism in Singapore is also experiencing a boom as more international sporting events are held here. For instance, the Stanchart Marathon, Singapore Rugby Sevens, and the World Table Tennis Singapore Smash are some of the world-class sporting events that have attracted sports fans and their families to Singapore every year. To realize Vision 2030 and live out the goals set for the Kallang Master Plan, there is indeed a need for deeper expertise and experience to develop the new specialized functions such as precinct and infrastructure development, international sports events organization, as well as sports education and professional skills development. Moreover, significant government funding for this infrastructure development and program development will be required. Therefore, strong leadership and governance from the Sports Singapore Board is critical to ensure taxpayers' contributions allocated for sports development are not for an idealistic dream, but is well spent and will uplift our entire nation towards achieving better lives through sports. The Sports Singapore Board will play a crucial role in this transformation journey. As with any board, its duties include ensuring strong governance, management, accountability, and alignment with key sporting goals. I therefore agree with the amendment to increase the board from 15 to 25 members. The current Sports Singapore Board has a span strength of 15 members and comprises members from the private, public sectors, as well as national sports associations and athletes, directly appointed by the Minister for Community, Culture and Youth. In the current Sports Singapore Board composition, 7 out of 15 members have a finance-related professional background. 4 members are from the public sector. Only 1 member is from National Sports Association, 1 member from the Singapore National Olympic Council, and 1 member is a Paralympian. I would suggest that with 10 additional board seats, the board members should have a greater diversity of professional backgrounds and would in turn bring to the table wider industry networks. For instance, professionals or experts in sports education, sports psychology, sports tourism, community sports, and senior sports would bring valuable insights and perspectives into technical capability building, community sports programming, and sports excellence for the elite athletes. Aside from looking at the number of members alone, we might also introduce other measures such as term limits, which is good practice in the spirit of renewal. I recall that 1 previous board chairman had served 16 years. Last, when it comes to board seats, it is not merely a numbers game, but one of commitment, interest, expertise, and passion. With more board members bring a wider breadth of experience and networks, as well as deeper expertise, Sports Singapore is well placed to bring sports in Singapore to new and greater heights. I would also like to pose a challenge to the Better Resource Sports Singapore Board to aim for a more aspirational vision. Beyond improving the lives of individuals, sports can also uplift and bond the entire nation. In October 2021, I spoke in this House on how sports can bond Singaporeans together. Sports can strengthen our bodies and minds, toughen our fighting spirit, and uplift our spirits during difficult times. Sports can also bring Singaporeans of different races and religions, socio-economic backgrounds together and be the unifying force that bonds and builds Singapore. In the recent 33rd SEA Games in Thailand, Singapore sent the largest ever contingent of 930 athletes across 48 sports. A total of 202 medals were won, namely 52 golds, 62 silvers, and 89 bronzes, the biggest medal haul ever. I was in Thailand, Nonthaburi province, to support our table tennis team, which contributed 4 golds, 1 silver, and 2 bronzes. I know how hard our athletes train, the sacrifices they made, and how hard they fought for every point. Each time the Singapore flag is raised and Majula Singapura is sung, I felt immensely proud of what our young athletes have achieved. I also met many Team Nila supporters, more than 200 of them, who took time to travel to Thailand in support of our athletes competing in various sports. I also know of many Singaporeans back home who were glued to MeWatch following the competitions and cheering for our athletes. There were many inspiring moments that stole our hearts, seeing how our young athletes fought against their competitors to fly our Singapore flag high. Many will remember how fencer Amita Bhatia made a spectacular consecutive 7-point comeback to claim victory over her opponent and eventually claim her 3rd title in women's individual foul event. There was also 14-year-old swimmer Julia Yeo and her gung-ho can-do spirit. Despite being called on by her coach to replace her injured teammate just 20 minutes before the race, Julia, who had to borrow a swimsuit and a cap, did her personal best and helped the women's swim team win the women's 4x100 medley gold in record time. Julia is a symbol of all that sports can do, physical and mental strength, a spirit of overcoming and a pride and commitment to the process. In 2029, Singapore will be hosting the 35th SEA Games, and I hope that our whole nation will come together to support, volunteer, and cheer for our athletes, coaches, and other members of our sports community. The home ground support will give our athletes the extra boost to go the extra mile. 2029 is just 3 years away. I look forward to the expanded Sport SG board leading the sporting community towards this milestone SEA Games, rallying the whole of Singapore and bonding Singaporeans through sports. This Singapore spirit will be the most precious achievement, more than any number of gold medals. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill amendment.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I must declare I'm not as athletic or sporty as my colleagues, but I do appreciate good sports. And I want to thank our athletes. Whether they win medals or not, they spend a lot of time training, the hard work that they put in, the stress that they face, and being in front of the nation, competing with the weight of the nation on their shoulders. I think we definitely should appreciate all of them, and I would like to thank them. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill. This bill recognizes something many Singaporeans already know from lived experience, that the way we engage with sport has evolved, and our laws need to evolve with it. But as we widen definitions and expand powers, it is worth pausing to ask not just what we enable, but how these changes will affect people differently, especially our youths, families with fewer resources, and athletes who are already under pressure. As a psychologist, I see sport not only as physical activity or competition, but as a wider social system. When designed thoughtfully, it builds confidence, resilience, and belonging. When it is not, it can unintentionally add stress and widen gaps. I support the inclusion of mind sports and esports in our legal framework. Chess, bridge, and competitive gaming have grown significantly in Singapore. Many young people already invest time, effort, and identity in these activities. Recognizing them signals that we acknowledge different forms of talent, including those based on cognitive skills. At the same time, recognition also carries responsibility. By defining esports as sports, we are not just enabling support, we are shaping norms. We are signaling what is legitimate and encouraged. And that is why the conditions around recognition matter. Many youths I meet are motivated and capable, but also increasingly tired. They spend long hours on screens, often alone, often under pressure, to perform, to rank, and sometimes to secure opportunities like the direct school admission. A CNA Institute of Policy Studies survey found that teenagers in Singapore spend more than 8 hours a day on electronic devices, and about 60% struggle to reduce their screen time. This reflects a growing imbalance in how technology fits into young people's lives. As Sport SG extends support into this space, it would be useful to hear how governance frameworks will evolve to ensure that youth protection and athlete welfare remain central. My question to the ministry is a practical one. How will official recognition of esports be implemented in a way that does not normalize unhealthy screen habits, especially for youths who are already vulnerable? Recognition should not mean endorsement without limits. For publicly supported programs, it will be helpful to have clear expectations around training hours, physical conditioning, sleep and posture education, and referral pathways when concerning behaviors emerge. These are not meant to restrict interest, but to protect well-being. There's also a governance dimension we should consider. Unlike traditional sports, esports are not governed by independent federations. They are owned by private publishers who control game rules, competition formats, and even when a title continues to exist. International research cautions that governance models dominated by commercial interests may not always align with public interest goals, particularly when it comes to athlete welfare, integrity, and transparency. Next, the expanded definition of sport also has implication for education. Sports-based direct school admission pathways have opened doors for many students. But families with more resources are often better positioned to invest in coaching, equipment, or overseas exposure. Others may opt out early, not because their children lack ability, but because the cost or uncertainty feels too high. So I'd like to ask how schools will ensure fair and holistic evaluation for mind sports or esports DSA pathways, especially where physical benchmarks are less clear. It is important that these pathways support balanced development rather than a narrow focus at a young age. More broadly, inequality in sport often starts much earlier than we realize. Some families have the means and confidence to take risks. Others worry about what happens if their child invests heavily in sport but has limited options later on. That is why I strongly support the bill's provision for educational and career support for both active and retired sports persons. It helps reduce the sense that pursuing sports is an all-or-nothing decision. But I would also ask whether we have sufficient early stage at school and community-based systems to identify and support talented youths from lower resource families before gaps widen. If sport development is meant to start early, then access and reassurance for families need to start early too. These concerns are made more pressing by the reality that national sports funding is already constrained. National sports associations compete for funding based on alignment with Vision 2030, KPIs, governance standards, and development plans. Athletes in traditional sports have raised concerns about gaps in institutional support, particularly beyond the top tier. International evidence also shows that less visible sports, including disability and inclusive sports, tend to receive fewer subsidies unless funding models are deliberately balanced. So my question is this: as Sports SG's mandate expands, how will funding models continue to balance elite performance, grassroots participation, and inclusive sport for persons with disabilities without disadvantaging those with less visibility or commercial appeal? While recognizing mind sports and e-sports, we should remain clear that physical activity remains central to public health. Resilience is built not only through mental effort, but through movement, teamwork, and learning how to recover from setbacks. I therefore welcome the bill's explicit expansion of Sport SG's role in promoting physical fitness activities. As new categories are brought under its umbrella, it will be important to ensure that community sport and grassroots physical activity continue to receive sustained attention and resources. I also support the introduction of codes of practice and accreditation for coaching, equipment, and facilities. Safety and quality should not depend on informal networks or personal knowledge. At the same time, smaller volunteer-led groups may worry about capacity. A tiered framework would allow standards to be applied proportionately, with stricter requirements for higher risk or publicly funded programs and lighter touch guidance for grassroots groups, preserving both safety and participation. Finally, the bill enables a more integrated athlete development ecosystem, including education and career pathways. This is important. Elite athletes face significant pressure and uncertainty, especially as they transition out of competitive sport. Mental well-being should not be an afterthought. We should support athletes not only at their peak, but through the transitions that follow. As Sport SG oversees these institutions, it will be helpful to track not just performance outcomes, but also well-being, educational progression, and post-sport transitions. These indicators matter if we want to support athletes as people, not just performers. Mr. Speaker, sport has potential to support mental health, build resilience, and bring people together across backgrounds. This bill gives Sport SG greater flexibility and with it, greater responsibility. With careful implementation, attention to equity, and safeguards for youth well-being, these amendments can strengthen a sporting ecosystem that supports Singaporeans across different abilities, backgrounds, and stages of life. I support the bill. Thank you.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 5D, I extend the time of today's sitting beyond the moment of interruption for a period of up to 30 minutes. Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking in support of the Singapore Sports Council Amendment Bill. At its heart, this bill is a modernization exercise. It updates a 1973 Act so that our National Sports Agency can reflect the sporting and fitness realities of Singapore today. This bill does three things. First, it expands what we legally recognize as sports to include mind sports and esports. Second, it extends the Council's remit beyond sports into physical fitness activities. Third, it strengthens the Council's ability to uplift standards through research, coaching guidelines, accreditation, and the establishment of training institutions and facilities. I support these changes because it also recognizes three realities. First, sports has diversified. Competition today not only happens on courts or tracks, but on boards and screens. Some of our young people compete in inter-school chess competition, while others represent their campus in organized esports tournament. Second, our national focus has widened. It is no longer just about participation in sports, but building an active, preventive health culture. Physical activity is increasingly seen as an upstream investment in long-term health and well-being. Third, high-performance sports today is scientific and multidisciplinary. This bill emphasizes on standard accreditation and institution that reflects this reality. While I support the bill, I would raise 4 clusters of issue for consideration on mind sports, esports, broader system implication, and active living through physical fitness and the built environment. My first set of questions, like many have spoken, relates to the meaning and operationalization of the term esports. The bill already gave a definition of mind sports, which is a competitive game based on intellectual skills rather than physical skills such as chess or bridge. My question is, how will Sports SG operationalize the recognition of mind sports beyond the examples in the bill? Specifically, are there any tangible inclusion and or exclusion criteria that can lay out? For instance, in my view, mind sports typically consists of one or a combination of the following: deep concentration, memory, pattern recognition, decision-making under time pressure, and composure under pressure. But these characteristics are not unique to chess or bridge alone. In my conversation with my residents and also my volunteers after Meet the People session, they asked, David, would games like Pokemon, Mahjong, poker also be considered as mind sports? Because if those characteristics I mentioned earlier, they do qualify. I must tell you one that someone mentioned. They asked, will even buying Toto or 4D at Singapore pool outlets be construed as some form of mind sports? Because there's some element of competition in winning a few $1 million. Some even say it involves some level of intellectual because you have to study the number pattern that opened previously before you decide what number to buy. So without clear criteria, we risk inconsistent decisions, dispute, and perception that mind sport is ad hoc. If the term mind sport is too elastic, it may unintentionally undermine the credibility of mind sports as serious competitive pursuits. Hence, I wonder it would be good for Sports SG to put in place or laying out the following, either in the bill or when implementing the bill: a clearer application and recognition framework of mind sports, baseline criteria with inclusion and exclusion more explicitly stated from onset, a transparent assessment process, a periodic review mechanism on what constitutes as mind sports. Mr. Speaker, my second set of questions pertains to how the inclusion of esports in this bill raises a different and more sensitive issue, especially for our youth. We know from research competitive esports training can be intense. One recent academic paper summarized that esports athletes may train 4 to 10 hours per day. For a minority, gaming can become especially problematic given its addictive potential. In this context, I welcome the bill because it strengthens Sports SG's ability to set code of practice, guidelines, and accreditation standards. These powers are important in esports, where quality and safeguards vary widely today. In this respect, I have 3 questions on how these powers might be used well. First, will Sport SG develop a structured youth esports training framework? This could encompass age-appropriate guidelines on training hours, mandatory breaks, expectation around sleep hygiene, because that's what parents tell me, and a required physical conditioning component. The aim here is not about micromanaging, but it's about building healthy norms, especially for under 18s who are immersed in the world of esports. Second, will Sports SG require accreditation for esports coaches and training centers that run structured programs for our youth? If esports is to be treated like a sport, then coaching should be treated as a profession with standards and safeguarding expectation and clear escalation pathways. Third, will Sports SG consider proactively working with relevant agencies from the start to develop parent-facing guidelines, for instance with MOE and MSF? Presently, many parents tell me that they struggle to distinguish between training from play or even to assess readiness of their child to take part in competitive esports. A national framework and research-driven guidance could help parents to understand signs of readiness, set healthy boundaries, recognize warning signs of addiction such as sleep disruption, mood changes, or social withdrawal. We should also give thought to seek consent from parents whose children are under 18 entering higher commitment in esports pathway, so that parents know what is the child enrolling into and can provide the requisite support. My third point pertains to a broader systemic concern arising from the bill. First, resources are finite. With the inclusion of mind sports and esports, how would the government guard against crowding out of resources to physical sports and community participation, which remains critical for population health and social cohesion? Second, recognition should not blur an important distinction. Mind sports and esports are not interchangeable with physical sports. We made a deliberate and forward-looking policy choice to adopt a broader legal definition of sports. That is reasonable. But we must be equally deliberate in our messaging that physical activity remains irreplaceable for health, development, and lifelong functioning. Mind sports and esports build connection, community, and excellence, but they cannot substitute movement. An active mind should sit along an active body. Third, there are downstream implications, particularly for schools. Today, activities like chess are often treated as clubs rather than schools, rather than sports CCA. With this bill, students and parents and educators may ask whether should this change, that it shouldn't be a club, but it will be now seen as a sport. Will there be joint guidance with MOE on how schools should treat and support Mind Sports CCA? Where interest exists, schools should know how activities can be supported, coached, and how participation is valued. Relatedly, how might this affect pathways, such as entry to Singapore Sports School? Will the scope of Singapore Sports School to be broadened to include mind sports or esports? If not, are there parallel alternative pathways that exist for students who demonstrate excellence in mind sports or esports to develop and compete internationally? Finally, I want to speak about the bill's expansion of the Council's role to promote planning and promoting and planning of physical fitness activities. This aligns well with our national shift towards preventative health. My question is, when the bill speaks about planning and promotion, does it extend beyond the programs into shaping the everyday built environment that makes such an activity easier or harder? For instance, when someone engages in a physical sport, it does depend on the facilities or infrastructure, whether is it available or accessible near home. If such options are far from home, poorly connected or inconvenient to access, the best campaigns will still struggle to translate into daily practice or adoption. In this regard, I previously asked the Minister of National Development in Parliament about the feasibility of converting HDB car park spaces for alternative users for sports or recreation spaces. In the written reply, the Minister explained that HDB must take into account of parking demand over time, potential disamenities to residents, technical and safety constraints such as fire safety provision, exit capacity, and structural loading. The reply also noted that where suitable, HDB has supported such requests by converting upper levels of the multi-storey car park to greeneries or community gardens. And HDB will consider other community befitting uses subject to site-specific assessment. I appreciate the need for safety and site-specific assessment. At the same time, the current posture could feel a little reactive. It depends on the proposals that comes up in one by one, rather than a system effort to identify where are the underused and dormant space that can be repurposed for the good of community. So I ask, with the Sports SG expanded mandate, will Sports SG also consider working more proactively with HDB, URA, and relevant agencies to develop a simple standard assessment framework and a pipeline of pilots for fitness activation of suitable underutilized spaces such as upper decks of multi-storey car parks? In fact, both physical and mind sports, such as chess, can stand to benefit from the conversion of such spaces. They could start modestly as pilots with clear safety and feasibility criteria, and the designs are low cost, low disamenity, and easy to maintain. Such a proactive approach would help turning planning and promotion into something that residents can feel in their daily lives. More convenient spaces to move, closer to home, built into the rhythm into their neighborhoods. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it strengthens our sports and fitness ecosystem in a way that reflects how Singaporeans live today. In particular, I support the recognition of mind sports and esports because it acknowledges the excellence that can be achieved cognitively and also physically. Because recognition can bring structure, standards, and safety. But at the same time, we must pair recognition with clear guardrails and clear messaging. Mind sports and esports should complement, not replace, physical activities, which remains foundational for health and well-being. And as we pursue preventative health, I hope we can look creatively at how we look into underutilized spaces that can support active living in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Deputy Leader, resumption of debate, what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader, I move that the Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, most working families in Singapore today are doing two jobs, one that pays and one that cares. And that is the hidden reality of modern Singapore. A young couple begins with infant care, then child care, then a parent develops dementia, then a spouse needs help after surgery, then a child has special needs. Caregiving is not a single chapter in life, it is a cycle. And holding that cycle together are more than 300,000 migrant domestic workers in Singapore today, up from about 250,000 just 5 years ago. They are not an add-on to our economy, they are the invisible workforce behind our workforce. When they function well, families work. When they fail, families can fall. That is why MDWs are not just a label issue, they are a critical backbone of Singapore's care economy. Mr. Speaker, Singapore's care burden is growing, and it is growing fast. In 2024, Singapore had 1.46 million households, and 27 had at least one resident aged 65 and above. Behind that statistics are real people. In my Pongo constituency, I met a mother in her early 40s. She had 2 young children, and she came to see me as there was an issue with processing her MDW's entry into Singapore. She shared that her father had just been diagnosed with early dementia. Her husband worked shifts, and she told me quietly, "Without my helper, I will have to resign. There is no other way. Please help me." This is the reality for thousands of Singaporeans. If we want women to stay in the workforce, if we want families to remain financially stable, and if we want our seniors to age with dignity, then we must get home caregiving right. Mr. Speaker, care works only when relationships work. Care does not fail because families do not care. It fails because relationships break down. When employers and MDWs understand each other, seniors are safer, children are calmer, families are stable, and workers are treated with dignity. But when communication fails, when expectations are unclear, when skills are missing, that's when things unravel and plans fall apart. Indeed, I believe that our Singapore employers intrinsically care about their helpers, or aunties, as we affectionately call our MDWs. A few seasons ago, the NTUC started on a series of Meet the Members sessions, our labor version of the regular MPS sessions that MPs conduct. Members could speak with us on grievances in the workplace, unfairness, harassment issues. I had prepared myself on fronting these thorny issues, but I was surprised in the weeks that I was the attending Labour MP, the majority of our members who came to see me were MDW employers, sharing with me the issues that they had with their helpers. Perhaps it was because I'm the only female LMP. The sharing was passionate, but the issues was common across all who came. I was impressed and heartwarmed, and indeed inspired by how the sharing was not focused on complaints of MDW behaviors and strained relations, but on how the labor movement could give practical tips and know-how on managing and improving MDW and employer relations. It's been a while now, but I recall how Madam E, not her real name, a lady in her 50s, told me that after years of hiring helpers in their late 40s, married with children, she was now the employer of a helper in her early 20s, single and carefree. And she had cheerfully quipped that she realized, in the same way that her children are called strawberries, that there's also now a generation of strawberry helpers. And in her careful observations, there are many differences in working well with the many different generations of helpers. And the difference shows in everyday practices. For example, the use of handphones, personal spaces, sleeping hours, and indeed the use of social media. Madam E wanted to hear from our session best practices, tips, and cultural norms so that she can better navigate and manage her relations with her affectionately nicknamed Strawberry Helper. Madam E was not the only member who approached the session with this intent. In fact, the majority of the members who came to see me were like Madam E. And this inspired the NTUC Women and Family Unit to evolve these clinics and sessions into a series of highly attended events called Powwow. Power of Women, wow. These sessions brought employers together with their MDWs to better access resources and strengthen relations. Indeed, during these sessions, our partners also organized an award ceremony for exemplary employer and MDW pairs, some working together for more than half their lives. These events are very well attended and our partnerships well covered from NGOs like the Center for Domestic Employees, trade associations like the Association for Employment Agencies Singapore, to government departments like the Ministry of Manpower, to private firms like Singtel and DBS. These events demonstrate the openness and desire of Singapore families and their helpers to strengthen their relationships, and the many parties coming forward to offer resources to co-create possibilities, safe spaces, and ecosystems for MDW employer relations to flourish. Mr. Speaker, what families really need is not just rules. They need certainty that care and trust will hold. The need for care is ever-growing, the will for better partnerships is strong, and vast resources are available. I believe we can organize better to strengthen support and dignity for migrant domestic workers and our Singapore families, and this is what my proposals today are about. First, train MDWs for real caregiving. Care today is not just only about housekeeping, it is about dementia care, post-hospital recovery, disability support, child development, senior well-being, yet many MDWs still arrive trained mainly for chores. And this is why my first ask is this. The Caregivers Training Grant has provided excellent support for families with elder care needs by affordably training helpers to take on caregiving duties. My ask is to expand the Caregivers Training Grant to include advanced home care as well as language training, particularly in Mandarin, Malay, Hokkien, Cantonese, and other dialects which are useful for elder care. Currently, the NTUC Center for Domestic Employees have partnered with the Singapore Hokkien Hui Guang Cultural Academy and the Salvation Army to run conversational Hokkien and Cantonese classes for MDWs. This has been helpful in building strong bridges between our MDWs and their families, because when an MDW cannot understand a senior, care becomes unsafe. Language is not just a nice to have, it is actually a safety issue. If a grandma in her 80s cannot tell her caregiver that she's in pain, we will have all failed her in her care needs. Second, professionalized employment agencies. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that too many placements fail not because families are cruel, but because they were badly matched. In my MPS sessions, I've met many first-time employers who did not even know where to seek help when their MDW plans fail. They relied on their employment agency, and many got it wrong. Take Mrs. T, Miss T, not her real name, for example. She came to see me as she was in a bind. She could not get along with her helper, and the language barrier caused deep rifts in everyday handling of chores. She had a young child and was worried about her child's safety, as her helper had different standards when it came to safety and care. She sought the help of her employment agent, but was told that there were no replacement available, and she insisted on having the agent take back the helper. She would need to pay an extra fee. This was not in the contract that she signed, and she was actually covered for one free replacement. Not wanting to pay the additional fee, she forced herself to continue with the helper. In the end, they both got into a physical fight. It ended up being a viral clip, traumatizing both my resident and her family, and indeed the helper. This was not a good outcome for all involved, and I felt that the employment agency could have stepped in to play a larger role in mitigating. Luckily, with an appeal, our friends from the Association for Employment Agencies Singapore stepped in and helped both the helper and my resident out of this situation. A good, responsible employment agency makes all the difference. So my second ask is this. Raise professional standards for employment agencies, especially in handling complex care households. This is for families with frail seniors, special needs children, or medical needs. Matching can be done by trained care assessors, not sales staff. A wrong match does not just only cost money, it can break a family and deeply hurt our workers. I propose enhanced training and accredited pathways for EAs focused on caregiving assessment, counseling skills, and individual agents to empower trade associations to reward and recognize agencies that demonstrate lower transfer rates and better post-placement outcomes, and create a stronger feedback loop between families, MDWs, EAs, as well as government agencies. Third, give MDWs affordable primary health care. Mr. Speaker, our MDWs are frontline caregivers. They lift our parents, they bathe our seniors, they manage medications, and yet their own care can remain inadequately covered, especially if their employers are less resourced. So my third ask is this, to extend a primary care plan type scheme to our MDWs. Our primary care plan for migrant workers could be a model worth studying, as they afford primary health care for workers with low co-payments. MDWs today are not covered under the PCP, and their mandatory insurance does not include outpatient care, which means employers and MDWs face high out-of-pocket costs for doctor visits. This could encourage early care seeking and can worsen health outcomes. And could the government then consider a similar outpatient primary care scheme for MDWs? Even a modest co-payment structure for routine outpatient visits could prevent small ailments from becoming serious, thereby protecting worker welfare and reducing family anxieties. Similarly, the current basic insurance of $60,000 annual limit for hospitalization of an MDW might not cover more severe cases, leaving our employers responsible for the excess and payment. Mr. and Mrs. T first came to see me at my MPS looking both concerned and actually a little guilty. They shared that they were thinking of sending back their helper who has been with them for over 20 years. She has almost become family, but as she was struck with cancer and required surgery and treatment, Mr. and Mrs. T, as retirees, were unable to afford the out-of-pocket expenses for this. With their appeals for subsidized medical fees rejected, the family had to send their helper home, feeling guilty that they could have made a difference since the cancer was caught early. Ms. Dabdil's experience caused her to fall into some financial duress. Her helper was with her for only 1 year when she suddenly developed a fever and body aches. Her oxygen levels were dangerously low, and Ms. Dabdil had to rush her to the hospital. After several rounds of checks, her helper's condition remained undiagnosable, and finally she was certified unfit to work and was sent back to her home country. This entire episode caused Ms. Dabdil to go past her insurance thresholds, and with the 25% co-payment, she had to pay a high 5-digit sum out of pocket. As such, would the Ministry of Manpower consider getting employment agencies to be clearer on their advisories to employers on the medical and hospitalization responsibilities for their helpers? As healthcare costs increase in Singapore too, to mandate timely reviews of interest coverage and co-payment levels so that our Singapore families are adequately supported when their helpers need medical and hospitalization care. Healthy caregivers mean stable families, and we need to refocus mental health into our system. Unlike regular employees, many MDWs live relatively isolated lives, have no colleagues in the workplace, and while living with families and their employers, they are separated hundreds of miles from their own family. Some are caring for sick parents back home via proxies and monthly transfers home, while caring for ours here. I welcome ground-up initiatives like the Association for Employment Agencies Singapore, partnering with the Rice Company to provide recreation and social integration activities, and NTUC CDE interviewing first-time MDWs within their first 6 months. These programs and safety nets, social clubs, craft workshops, excursions, counseling help build community and resilience. So my fourth ask is to make mental health screening and counseling part of a national MDW support framework should the need arise, and to provide resources to scale up such social and recreational activities. To close the circle, our Singaporean families must also be encouraged to be stakeholders in this, as the care ecosystem can only be complete with our families as participants and beneficiaries alike. Fifth, create regulated part-time care pathways. Mr. Speaker, our households are diverse. Some families need part-time support, others need specialized or backup assistance. Some need backup support beyond the traditional live-in arrangement, and yet others guard privacy above everything else, preferring a few hours of help for just a few days in a week. The current ecosystem leans very heavily on the live-in helper model, which works well for many, but not for all. So my fifth ask is to develop regulated, care-focused part-time MDWs and home care pathways. Flexibility must not mean exploitation. Protection must not mean rigidity. We need both. Building on schemes like the Household Services Scheme, could we pilot care-focused extensions, part-time carers who are properly trained and fairly contracted, or pooling arrangements where several families can share a trained worker on a regulated basis? Such models could serve our working parents, those with intermittent caregiving needs, and families who cannot yet or require full-time live-in help. 6, levies. Let's fix our levy rules for real caregiving burdens. Today, levy concessions are based largely on age, as well as for people with disabilities, but care is not just about that. Caregiver burden is heavier when a family's needs are complex. Residents have asked about levy concessions and targeted financial support related to hiring an MDW. Consider single moms or dads with special needs kids who are also caring for their senior parents. Consider families where both parents work full-time to make ends meet. Currently, the $60 concessionary levy is available for households with a child below 16 years old or adult above 67. And there are gaps in the current levy framework. So my final ask is this: review levy and subsidy eligibility to reflect real dependency, not just age. This should include supervision-intensive but non-ADL cases such as early dementia, as well as youth above 16, frail adults aged 60 to 66, moderate dependency cases, and families with multiple dependents that require care support. Because, really, being a single mother caring for a disabled teen and an elderly parent must feel supported as she loves and cares for her family. Mr. Speaker, our MDWs are not a side story. If we want Singapore to remain strong in an aging world, we must invest in the people who keep our homes running. By strengthening training and communication, uplifting employment agencies, improving healthcare coverage, exploring flexible care models, and refining support for families with heavier caregiving burdens, we can build a caregiving ecosystem that is fair, resilient, and sustainable for both Singaporean families and the MDWs who support them. I thank the House, and I look forward to the Manpower Ministry's reply. Thank you.
SBS Sean Huang.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for raising this important topic on the role of migrant domestic workers, MDWs, in the caregiving landscape in Singapore, and suggestions to better support employers in this regard. In my response, I will cover three key aspects of how the government is addressing these issues. First, measures to support MDWs in performing their caregiving duties, such as training and alternative care options by the government. Second, measures to support MDW employers in assessing affordable care services. And third, measures to strengthen MDW employers' working relationships with their MDWs. Between 2011 and 2025, the MDW population grew by around 3% per year on average to about 300,000 today. This is driven by various factors, including demographic, social, and economic changes. More elderly Singaporeans requiring care, as well as more dual-income families with less extended family support. I share the member's view that MDWs play an important role in supporting households with different caregiving needs. Their dedication to caring for the young and elderly in our homes are invaluable to many families in Singapore. Hence, we had introduced various measures in the last 5 years to support MDW's well-being, such as having mandatory rest days, as well as interviews in the first year of employment to check that they are settling in well. These measures demonstrate our commitment towards improving employment conditions for MDWs in line with international standards. With the increasing numbers of MDWs providing care to the elderly, we agree with the member that training is important to enable them to provide quality care on a sustained basis. Both family caregivers and MDWs may tap on Caregivers Training Grant, or CTG, to offset the costs of attending caregiver training courses, organized by approved providers. The CTG was enhanced from 1st April 2024, increasing from $200 to $400 per year per care recipient. To support caregivers' training needs, AIC offers over 240 courses covering a range of caregiving training skills, which address the caregiving needs cited by the MP, namely dementia, elder, disability, and post-hospitalization care. Home-based training is also available for caregivers to learn how to provide home-based care for their care recipients. We agree with the member that language skills by caregivers are important to communicate effectively with their care recipients, especially for MDWs. As mentioned by the member, employers or MDWs can tap on courses offered by the Centre of Domestic Employees, CDE, the Singapore Hokkien Hui Guan, Cultural Academy, and the Salvation Army for basic conversational Hokkien and Cantonese courses respectively. Non-profit organizations such as the ACMI, Brahm Center, and ITHA also conduct English and Mandarin courses for MDWs. I also agree with the member that it is important to support the mental health of MDWs. Employers must provide at least one rest day per month that cannot be compensated away to allow MDWs to form support networks outside of the household. MOM has a dedicated helpline with native speakers for MDWs in distress. We also partner with CDE, Alliance for Domestic Employees Outreach, and Brahm Center to provide psychological first aid training, counseling, and recreational activities for MDWs to improve their mental health. Even as we strengthen MDWs' caregiver support on training and mental health, we should recognize that care needs and family circumstances are diverse. As the member has rightfully pointed out in her speech, live-in MDWs may not be the best care option for every household, and we need to provide more alternatives that are better fit for purpose. Therefore, the government has been working with the industry to offer a wider range of full-time and part-time elder care and domestic services that are accessible and affordable for our seniors. In lieu of relying on a live-in MDW, alternative care options such as the recently mainstream Share Stay-In Senior Caregiving Services and the upcoming Home Personal Care enhancements can help to support seniors with their activities of daily living. Households that require part-time or ad hoc help with household chores can consider engaging companies on the Household Services Scheme, or HSS, instead of hiring an MDW. Since formalizing the HSS as a permanent scheme in 2021, the number of HSS companies have increased from about 80 to 240 today. The member also highlighted affordability challenges that MDW employers may face. Let me share about the financial support and protection that the government provides today. First, we have the Home Caregiving Grant, or HCG, that currently provides cash payouts of up to $400 per month to support those who are being cared for at home and require permanent assistance with at least 3 activities of daily living. MOH has announced that it will enhance HCG by first increasing the monthly payout from up to $400 per month to up to $600 per month, and raising the per capita household income, PCHI eligibility threshold from $3,600 to $4,800. The enhancements to HCG will take effect from April 2026. Second, to support families with greater need for MDWs, local households with caregiving needs enjoy a concessionary levy rate of $60 per month instead of $300. Currently, about 72% of households hiring MDWs already benefit from levy concessions if they have either a child below 16 years old, or an elderly person of at least 67 years, or a person with disabilities living in the household. Regardless of age or impairment type, persons who permanently require assistance to perform at least one activity of daily living, or ADL, would qualify for the levy concession. This includes persons with dementia or who have special needs, who may physically be able to perform the ADL but require assistance or supervision to do so. To better protect employers from high, unexpected medical bills, MOM regularly reviews the coverage of medical insurance policies for MDWs. The minimum annual claim limit was raised to $60,000 in 2023. This was a significant increase from $15,000 prior to 2023 and covers about 99% of inpatient and day surgery bills incurred by MDWs in the public healthcare institutions. Employers who prefer greater coverage can choose to purchase more comprehensive insurance plans. On the member's suggestion to extend the primary care plan, or PCP, to MDWs, I would like to highlight that the objective of PCP is to provide migrant workers with accessible primary health care, including setting up of migrant worker medical centers near dormitories, and to strengthen public health resilience. The medical centers for PCP are thus largely located near migrant worker dormitories, which are in areas generally not adequately served by existing medical facilities. Employers of MDWs who prefer cost predictability of primary care may consider purchasing more comprehensive insurance claims with outpatient coverage on a voluntary basis. I agree with the member that employment agencies, EAs, play an important role in the relationship between employers and MDW. Today, more than 80% of employers hire their MDWs with the help of an employment agency. Ensuring a good match between employers and MDWs can help to provide a good start in the working relationship. MOM has put in place process to regulate EAs and facilitate better matching of employers and MDWs. First, EAs are required to comply with MOM's regulations and guidelines to ensure that they are professional in their dealings with their clients, both the employers and the MDWs. For instance, EAs should not mislead or provide inaccurate information to their clients or provide undue pressure on their clients. EAs found to have breached these guidelines will be issued with demerit points, which may result in the eventual suspension or revocation of the EA license. Secondly, we've adopted the approach of making information more transparent so that employers can assess the suitability of prospective MDWs based on their household needs. Employers may use their FDW e-service portal to access information about the MDW's past work performance, length of each employment, and reasons why the MDW have left their past employment. Thirdly, MOM provides an online EA directory to provide information to households looking to engage an EA's service, including the EA's customer service ratings, years of experience, retention and transfer rates of their MDWs emplaced. The directory improves transparency by allowing employers to engage the EAs that best meet their needs. Lastly, MOM has an education and outreach program for both employers and MDWs to align expectations. First-time employers are required to attend the Employers Orientation Program, which educates employers on their responsibilities of care towards their MDWs. MDW, in turn, must go through the Settling In program, which educates them on avenues to seek help when needed, on how to manage their own stress and communicate effectively with their employers. This further helps to foster a harmonious relationship between employers and their MDWs. Mr. Speaker, to wrap up, the caregiving landscape in Singapore will get more challenging with increasing demand for care services across different demographics. The government has been expanding caregiving options and ensuring they remain accessible and affordable. We will continue to find ways to safeguard the interests of MDW employers while protecting the well-being of MDWs. It takes a many-hands approach to create an ecosystem of support for MDWs and their employers. Our employment agencies, AEAS, CDE, NTUC, and NGOs play an important role in fostering harmonious relationships between MDWs and their employers. Let us continue to work together to sustain this ecosystem of support for MDWs and employers and foster a culture of mutual understanding and respect within the community. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 12:30 p.m. Order, order.